Good evening. Episode 188 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out someday. Today's not that day, but someday.
No, we won't.
We have lots of days.
Oh, there'll be a day, I'm sure. So first, Bobby, how are you today? How's this week been?
It was a busy day.
Yeah?
Rogers come in, hooked us up to 5G. So everything seems to be working really well, surprisingly.
Nice.
And then I did some tuck pointing on the veranda, on the brick. Nightmare. Wife says, come in for a minute, because the cable guy had a couple quick questions. I said, I'm almost finished. So I went in, and then it took a little longer than I thought. It came back out. The last little bit of the mortar hardened like a rock in the tray that I had. And I went, oh, crap. I couldn't finish. I had to go back to Home Depot and buy another whole batch for $30. What a pain. Home Depot stock has just increased. Additional purchases from the bro. Oh, yeah. Tuck pointing. And by the end of the day, I think we're at $175 for do-it-yourself. Like, what? Yep. Do-it-yourself, in theory, it can save you some money for sure. But otherwise, it'd be a $700-800 job. So, and I wish I got paid, but I didn't. Yeah. It did. It's funny you mentioned though. The condo is actually renewed. It's so like Rogers is the one who does the internet and the TV around here. So the condo corp has a bulk deal with them. Which is good. So they were a lot cheaper. Oh no, I've got gigabit internet and like 300 TV channels, and for what we actually get out of it, it's ridiculously cheap because they're doing it for all the units. I laugh though. I remember when they originally said it's like, hey guys, just remember to vote for this. I'm like, why wouldn't we vote for it? And it's like, well, some people don't want it. You're idiots. Vote. The answer is yes. Ooh. You take it because you're getting fast internet and you're getting hundreds of channels. And if you want to add some channels so you can tack it on, it's cheap. It costs us, I think, on our condo fee, like $50-$60 out of pocket. I was paying more than $100 just for internet. And the funny part about all of this is you only watch 3 channels because most of it's internet. Yeah, for the TV part of it is almost like a sprinkle on top. It's a bonus. Like I don't even need it. But the point is that we have it. So like it's available to you. So now what they've done though is they've renegotiated. And now we're actually going to get the internet is actually being sped up another 50%. We're actually getting 1.5 gigabit internet. And they're switching over to the new version of the cable boxes. And my PVR just died. So I'm like, perfect timing, guys. Yeah, perfect. So we have the automatic PVR in the that is right. Exactly. So now I'm entitled to 3 of those boxes in addition to the internet port. So what was that old song? 57 channels and nothing's on or something. It's okay, Bobby. With the PVR, I'll record Aussie Rules football or something. Like I'll figure it out. I'll come up with something. I'll find something. Do it and do whatever you want. You got unlimited space, I think. It's exactly. So I'm like, hey, listen, the physical PVR just died off. So I'm like, this is good timing. So they can come and replace the box and swap it out for the other one. Good evening, Ham. Absolutely. Good evening, Paul. Like this video, it's like, hey, so I don't know. Do we call this mace or mace? Eric, you're hip with the kids. What do you think? What should we call this?
Get off my lawn.
That's it. Well, the problem is you have got a strip of lawn. Does that even count as lawn?
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't grown back yet.
No, probably not. Paul says, evening, everyone, and Eric. Facts. Good evening, Dom. Sharpen those knives because it's Friday with BIC. Thank you, Dufex. Appreciate you. And Name's here. Oh, good evening. That's right. Good times. And I think tonight is game 6 in the Dallas series. So they've got another chance to put away the Avalanche. I wasn't surprised they had some trouble with them in game 5 because, like I said, Colorado's good. So it's one of those things where it's not going to be, I didn't think it was going to be easy. So they're going to have to play a better version of their game. But it's good. They've still got a chance to close it out. And we've got the Eastern Conference side of the bracket we've got figured out. And now we just got to figure out the West. Vancouver's in position A over there, and then Dallas still has a couple of cracks at this to eliminate Colorado. So the West is still to be determined, but the East, we've got that one figured out.
No.
Lots of hockey.
We don't have the East figured out. What are you talking about?
It's Florida. The Florida. What's his name?
The Florida Panthers or the Boston Bruins are playing right now.
What's the score?
A replay just for you.
It's Boston's winning 1-0.
You watching ESPN Classic, Eric? Trying to live the dream. He's like, wait, I remember if I go to ESPN Classic, yes, we can go.
There is hope, Bobby. Yeah. There is. Yep.
So I said, it's like I know technically the game's on, but it's like no, the Eastern Conference, we got that figured out. Don't worry, we've got that one figured out. The fix is in. Moving on.
Can't wait for Saturday though. There's that show coming on. That's we're gonna watch it.
Yeah, can't wait. Can't wait.
Don't want to say it. Got it.
Amanda says less knives, please. There you go. Hashtag go Panthers. Nice. Even kids, anyone else rooting for the Panthers tonight? I think everyone is. Good old ESPN classics, right? Eric
watching it on the Ocho.
Eric can go back to ESPN Classic and see the last time the Bruins were relevant. The 1920s, I think. Something around that. Yeah, maybe never. Maybe it was a different Boston team. Who knows? Maybe there was another one. Name says I root for whoever's Eric's team is playing. That's valid. I think it's fair.
It's an easy call. You're going to end up happy any which way.
Well, Eric could at least, and by the way, I laughed because on the last video I did, a couple of folks were congratulating on 5,000 subscribers. Like we just crept up over that number. But we did get a suggestion, and I want to make sure I read it because I enjoyed it quite a bit. And I thought, honestly, it was a tremendous idea. And I want to make sure I credit properly. And the idea is to increase the like button rate for Eric, which, of course, I'm always in favor of. Anytime we can increase the like button rate, it's huge as far as I'm concerned.
Post office, every time the post office goes up, Eric.
Yeah, and it was Zach. I wanted to make sure I credit properly. And it was Zach who said, and his comment was 5K is a big deal. Like button rate should go up. Eric will pay a premium he needs the show now more than you need him. Well, he always needs the show more than we need him. Use it to your advantage though. And I think that's some valid points.
True.
Some valid points. Bob also says, please sign my petition to put Emmanuel in space on ESPN Classic. Amazing. Happily sign. And then Eric could watch it on loop.
I'm never gonna I'm not even gonna Google that because I'm afraid that my computer will get a virus or something.
What's gonna happen is we're gonna become so fractionalized on the television world that eventually there's just gonna be an Emmanuel in Space channel.
That's it.
And it'll just run on a permanent loop.
Well, I don't ever want to know what that is, and I'm gonna try to go the rest of my life not knowing.
He's scared it's a porn site or something.
Listen. All I'm saying is that Eric's lack of culture is showing. He's truly not a man of culture.
It sounds French. It sounds French, and I don't like anything French.
It's okay. The French don't like you either. Philly Joe says, "Good evening, Carlos and gang. Congrats on 5K subs. Thank you, Philly Joe." But yes. So I'll actually share a quick. I want to share. So let me do two things. I'll quickly talk briefly about AMG. We'll start off the top of there, and specifically, I want to direct your attention to it. So there's two things. Number one, of course, we want to thank AMG for supporting the channel. That's always a very important thing. So I'll include everything in there. AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. But I usually tell you, hey, check out the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Last week's episode, we actually got to have a chat with it's Rob Scott. Who is a sports artist, and he actually does a lot of different art, and you can check out the website that he's got there to check out some of his other art. He's done basketball art, he's done baseball art, he's done obviously hockey. The most recent piece he's worked on is he did a whole big thing for Sidney Crosby, and he's got signed copies that he's selling. AMG's got some copies of that as well. But even if you just like art, even if you just like sports art, he did talk through some of his process, how he picks some of the things, and we had a little discussion on the whole licensing thing with art, which I think may be an interesting conversation for some of you that you may have some interest in, because he specifically has his own, feelings on how he approaches it. And I thought it'd be interesting to get that from a sports artist perspective, how comfortable he is in terms of putting logos on some of his art and things like that. So we actually did talk about that. It's maybe about a 20-minute conversation in the episode, but I thought it might be interesting, illuminating, and we got to show off some of his pieces. So if you're curious, you can check that out in the last episode we did. I thought it was a really good one, and it was a good conversation with him, and some really nice art. Like, honestly, there's some really nice stuff he put together and looks cool. If you're interested in it, if nothing else, you can check out the website and check out some of the art, check out the gallery, and check out some of the work he's already done.
Yeah, I watched the episode, and it was really, really good. That Crosby piece that he's done, and had Sydney sign all those copies. It looks great. Very talented.
I did like the guy who made the art out of cut baseball cards. I don't know if you've ever seen him.
Yeah, that's another one. I have actually seen that one before. Yeah, the thing is, there's some good artists out there who have done some really good work. So it's one of those things where, like, you acknowledge it, you want to talk about it. In this case, Sherry actually shared with me that she invited him on, and I go, well, great, this might be interesting. But then I got a chance to look at it a little bit. I looked ahead a little bit just to see, and it's like, yeah, this is really good. So then I thought, okay, let's take the approach. Let's have a little conversation about it. The low licensing thing, because a lot of times we talked about in the past about licensed versus unlicensed cards.
Yep.
Well, sometimes people are like, well, what about artists who do this? Well, technically, they are concerned about the licensing issues and things like that as well, because he does do business with the leagues. He does do business with players and things like that. So he tries to make sure everything's above board. So if he sells the piece and it's got logos on it, it's because he got the rights to do that.
Yeah.
So he's very careful about making sure, because he would still like to keep doing work with those groups. And so he takes very conservative side of it, because it is still a murky space. Just because people do it doesn't mean they're actually supposed to be able to do it. It's just the leagues for the most part don't care enough to chase the small fish.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of that murky area. So I thought it'd be interesting to get an artist to give his perspective on it.
Yeah. eBay's full of murky.
Absolutely. Ham loves making cards.
Yeah, but he makes 52 mantles.
It's true. It's a little concerning.
No, Ham. The guy's a con man.
Just terrible. Just terrible. So I was going to mention, this was actually kind of a funny thing that happened the other week. So I got a chance to chat with a friend of the channel, Jay, who's been on here before, and we've had him on to talk about some different things, including his collection of star cards. That's one of the many things we discussed. And of course, I've had him on the channel where we talk about the greatness that is Sharknado. So Jay is a man of culture. Truly a great man. But he actually reached out to me. We were chatting through Instagram the other day, and he said, I'd like to send you something because we both have accounts with PWCC's Vault. So if you have accounts in the Vault, you can actually use, there's a little code, and with the code, you can transfer between one account and another. It's a nice feature. You don't have to use it, but it is nice if you both happen to have accounts for it, you can transfer over. So he was going to send over this really cool card. Now I'm going to show you a picture of the card because it's still in the Vault, but I can show you a nice picture of it. Now, he did mention that I could use this on the show, so I thought he goes, make that part of your show tonight. So he did send a card. He did send the card that he was going to send, but I think he accidentally clicked twice. And what happened is, as a result of that, he also sent another card, and I'm actually going to share with you that one. And this one is a little bit different, so I'll show you. I think you'll get a kick out of it, but then also we'll explain a little bit more about that one.
Am I old enough to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's a 1936 Mitchell & Son Walt Disney Gallery of 1935 in a PSA 8. This card is a little bit more expensive than the other one. So as you can imagine, it is a very nice high condition Walt Disney card.
Wow.
From this. I don't know too much about it. So if Jay is down there, I did message Jay and I said, hey, if you'd be up for it, I would love to get some background on it because I don't know anything about it, obviously. This is his wheelhouse. So he knows about this stuff better than I do. But it's a really cool card. But obviously this wasn't the one that was intended to be sent over. He literally messaged, he goes, I think I muffed this up. Yep. He goes, if you want, just you can use it as part of your show. And I told him, it's like, well, if you want to come on and explain and give us a little background on it, that'd be kind of cool. But otherwise, yeah, just send me back a code and I'll send it back over and we'll get that reversed for you. I thought it was very funny that this one came across. So that one was the unintentional one. That was not the one he actually intended to send. But I will also show you the one that he did intend to send, which did come across. And I'll be able to show that one to you. So bear with me a minute here and I'll expand and I'll show this one. This one's kind of cool as well. But again, I would love the background on it. What's that?
A PSA 7 Walt Disney.
There you go. Exactly. So check this one out. A 1901 Ogden's Socrates.
Yes.
My philosophy made your heart. It's like this is kind of a cool piece. Yes, good old Socrates. We do love some Socrates. Speaking, Bobby, as a man in the garage of knowledge, you should appreciate good old Socrates. This works out very nice. It's a very cool card.
Is that his rookie card though? Because I'm only interested in his rookie.
Who knows, my man? Maybe it would seem to be. It would seem to be. So this 1901 Ogden's.
Yeah, Ogden's go back. Cigarettes, they did a lot of insert cards in Canada and obviously in the UK. That's probably UK.
Yeah, but either way, it's really cool. Like, in all honesty, first of all, thank you. It's very, very nice. But secondly, at the same time, also, it's like I would love to know more about it. I know of Ogden's. I know some of the series they have, but obviously I'm not too familiar with this one. But it's a very cool item. And look, that's in a PSA 5 as well. So it's a very nice, very cool card.
See, that's the part that impresses me. Okay. And this is why I love vintage cards. And obviously I mostly collect, hockey, but any vintage card, I love the history of it. I love asking myself, how does a card from a 1901, how is that still in that good of a condition? that, you know, they didn't have plastics, they didn't have card collecting like we know it today. They didn't have 9-page binders. I mean, they had nothing. They didn't have mag holders. How does a card that was in a cigarette pack in 1901, how is that a PSA 5 today? I would love to know,
Can I answer you?
Yeah,
By all means.
by all means.
Well, most of the cards in England, as early as 1922, they had established a cardophilium society. So a preservation of cards and information, regulations, and what have you. So from that time on, if it took 1922 to start, they were obviously doing it early and they finally came together at that point. So there was a lot of preservation and thought into the cards. That's why they probably survived, because they were more cared about. We didn't care about cards until, 70s, condition wise, because not until then did we really get top loaders or even 9-pocket pages. We haven't really had the same card market as they had in England. So they are far ahead of us in some areas for sure. Anyways, that's
Absolutely.
the reason. I'm thinking that's the reason. I'm speculating. But pretty much.
And if you're curious at all, the Socrates card is a blank back. So I just showed you the front, but it is a blank back.
It doesn't have his statistics. I like
alas, no.
the statistics on the back.
I would love to see some stats on there. I'd love to see how many philosophical debates he won.
Mhm.
He did poison himself once with hemlock, so he does have that going for him. So that could at least be part of his stat line. Poisoned by hemlock, 1.
Yep.
So I think that'd be a big one. So I think that'd be key. Yeah, but as I said, I did minor in philosophy, so I actually appreciate it on a couple of levels. I thought it was kind of cool, and again, very thoughtful, Jay, and I appreciate it. Down the road, I would love nothing more like I know he's been very busy, but I would love to have him on again because he's very good at explaining the background of a lot of these. He's obviously done a lot of research on them. They're very cool cards, but I would love to know more about them. I can Google, of course, but then Jay literally knows it very well because he does collect that stuff, so it's kind of cool.
We do find a lot of English cards, England, Britain, in great condition for being as old as they are. A lot of times.
Absolutely.
And we have a lot of them here too, because we had a lot of influence from England to Canada.
That's right. Good evening, Jeff.
British heritage.
Yeah, Paul appreciates the non-sport. From all I can tell, that's a rookie. That's stupid cool. It might be. Like I said, I don't know too much.
Probably.
It would not surprise me. It would be, and what I think is interesting is that on the card, obviously, they used a sculpture as the image. So rather than like a painting or something, which obviously they've done, or a lithograph or something like that, they actually took an image of a sculpture, which I think is a very interesting choice.
I wonder if that set has more sculptures.
I think that'd be very interesting to check out. That I think it's a worthwhile rabbit hole. Now that obviously I've got this card here, I think I'd like to know a little bit more about the set. I'm not going to chase anything after. I think it's very cool, but again, the gesture was very kind, so I do appreciate it. It's certainly going to go in the collection. I'll enjoy it.
And the plain black background really makes that pop. Just beautiful card.
I think some smart choices were made. Some smart choices by the Ogden guys in 1901.
Yeah, but they were smoked, so it wasn't a smart choice.
Bob Ozel says game use token
in Canada or United States about cigarettes, and you couldn't put them in cigarettes for a certain amount of years there, way back in the 20s, maybe even earlier.
Justin says, "Stay off the mountain bike, Eric. We've been telling him all along."
I haven't. I still don't have permission. I still have to wait a couple more weeks, pretty much to June 1st, before I can get back in the woods. So
maybe you should stick to a tricycle.
3 wheels is better than 2.
Well, I could probably crash a tricycle too.
With
but at least you would get extra points for the effort. You could get some extra points for the effort. I think that'd be pretty sweet.
I'd pay big money if you want one of those clown small bicycles with the big, clown boots on.
But think about it, Eric. Even if you crash it, do you have any idea how hard
like that?
Do you have any idea how hard you would have to pedal in order to get any kind of speed to even make it more than just you keeling over?
Yeah.
3 miles an hour. You can't hurt yourself.
Like at that point, at least we would actually give you points for effort. The amount of effort you had to do to develop enough velocity to be able to hurt yourself with such a small bicycle and such small pedals. That right there, masterful. You'd be worthy of your own card. Like
I have to at least try.
If you could send us a picture of that, we would stay the increase of the like button. for this.
Listen, our fanatics friends, the fanatics overlords themselves would personally take a moment and develop their own multi-card set based on your accomplishment.
Because you know they're not original. They have to copy everything. So there you go. Give them an idea. They run with it.
Done.
Do you get any kickbacks? You get checks? Any checks so far, Carlos? No?
We're working on it. Still working on it.
Eric, check? No?
No one sends me any checks, no.
Okay.
Maybe you should check all the packages Yannick sends you. Maybe one of them's a check.
Oh, God.
So, Robert here.
He's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Maybe.
Okay.
He's supposed to be coming here tomorrow.
But did he tell you when to expect him, or should you not expect him like the Spanish Inquisition? Because he could just bolt in at any time.
Afternoon.
It's a long space in the afternoon. It's 12 to 6.
Yeah.
He's leaving his house at 5 a.m., he said, and I will see him sometime in the afternoon.
Or so he claims.
Mm-hmm. Is he going to pick up anything?
I guess he has an appointment to meet somebody in Maine for something. I don't know.
Pick up all his deliveries.
But he has some things here to pick up. I know that.
That's what I was
He has some things to drop off. And I tell you this, I will rip his beard out of his face if he shows up empty-handed, doesn't have my stuff.
Oh, you got stuff.
I got all those cards he got up at the expo. Those 6970 cards.
Oh, you're complaining about him having stuff there. Gotcha.
He better
those
bring
cards going to be pretty dinged up by the time they get there.
I'll set his stuff on fire.
I look forward to the hockey fight video. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Robert here says there should be one of those cartoon write-ups the Tops used to do for the Socrates card. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Justin here says, came for the cards and I stay for the Carlos. God bless America. There you go, Justin. Live the dream.
Canada, too.
Yeah, it works
America,
out. You're not in America, Eric, for the last time. Stop trying to pretend you're part of America. America doesn't want you.
Let's just say North America and we cover both ends.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, America doesn't want Eric. Canada doesn't want Eric. He's a one-man band. He's all by himself.
Central and South America, screw them. But North America, God
there you
bless.
Go.
We can send you to Newfoundland and have your own island.
Ooh,
yeah.
That
Get
could work.
in there because that's a different place altogether.
Kathy says, could we not talk about crashing his bike? He can do enough damage all by himself. Kathy, we're just here for ideas.
Sure.
We're here to present offerings and abilities. Bobby's in the garage of knowledge. Like, listen, I have been inspired by the words of Socrates himself. And we're here to bestow wisdom upon young Eric.
Just remember, you guys think it's funny when I get hurt, but you
we do. Very hilarious.
But both of you and the chat profess that you like my mother. And, she's all this sweet woman and all that. Who do you think takes care of me when I get hurt? So it might be funny to see me go, ass over tea kettle down a hill and slam into a tree and need surgery for the third time. But she has to take care of me. So you're really hurting her by
Eric,
me.
I think you're making some solid points, but here's a counterpoint that you haven't considered. Eric crashes his bike. We hear about it. That's a counterpoint.
Have another
party horn.
Right. Your mother gets to take care of her. So you're actually helping her be a better mother to you.
Oh, I hope. Did you hear that one, Mom?
There you go.
Sean says 188. That's at 3 years. More, Sean. More. Those are just the ones that got into the current count. There was another series that has a count as well. And then there's the impromptus. Oh, we're well past 200 at this point.
Yes.
Well past.
I think we guessed last show or the show before last.
I wanted to say it was somewhere in the 230s. That's what I worked out to.
Yeah,
I was able to pull up the number somewhere in the 230s when we add everything up, all the lives. That's a more accurate count. But this one's specifically the Hobby Talk Live. It's its own deal, and that is consecutively numbered. That is accurate, but it is a different version of it.
Paul's got it right. She's a saint.
Yeah,
that's right. We love Kathy for taking care of you, Eric, and your wife too. There you go. Michael Ham is always concerned about your wife, Eric.
Those Floridians.
My wife is. Hold on a second. I am a little curious, and I have thought
only a little. Go on.
My wife is going away again this weekend,
yeah.
But she tells me she's not going to Florida. She's going to North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Isn't that where Mastrobuoni's?
That's pretty close. You know, I mean, maybe he's come working his way up, and she's, you know, I don't know. I'm very suspicious about the whole thing, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it at all.
You should be pretty suspicious. I think that's a reasonable take to stand on. Yeah, I think it's fair.
We'll go with it. All right.
Robert here says Eric gets hurt. Cue the DiBiase clip. That's a valid comp. It's a valid comp. Again, the people appreciate you, Eric. They really do. They appreciate you.
Yeah, they appreciate me. All right.
Bobby, Kathy says, Bobby, you're dropping down my favorite list. Dang. This is sad.
You try to be nice, and look what happens.
Look, we'll make it up to Eric in November when he comes down. We'll make sure he gets vitamin mayo, all the vitamin mayo he can get. We got packets. We got crates of packets that we're bringing in. We're importing the finest crates of packets.
In Bobby's defense, though, she does keep ordering ice cream cake, and then says, "Send that to Bobby. Take a picture. Send that to Bobby."
I think this is a secret Cold War that's going on right now.
It might be.
Bobby is firing, like, you know, we're seeing Bobby salvos, but then Kathy is secretly like, "Hey, let's get some ice cream cake. Send the pictures to Bobby."
Oh yeah, no, she does.
I see what's going on.
How many times you get an ice cream cake? You were just turned 50 for crying out loud. You already had one, probably two, might be three, now four. I don't know.
I think there might be just like, hey, it's this week's ice cream cake. It's like weekly ice cream cake, weekly ice cream cake.
Oh, it's the Carvel weekly ice cream delivery.
Oh, it was Mother's Day. The last ice cream cake was Mother's Day.
Wait until your mom finds out about Carlos Sr.'s invention of Cake Day. Because Cake Day is magical. Cake Day is dynamic. It can happen at any time. No one is prepared for Cake Day. You could wake up one morning and suddenly it's Cake Day.
The funny part is like an ice cream cake is almost like $15, $20, maybe even more. But if you just went and got like crushed Oreos in a regular 2-pound thing, it'd be like $6. So who's the fool? Who is the fool? So why don't you just dump it into a pie pan and let it melt a little, smooth it over. You get cheap. See, pie is cheaper than cake. There you go. $8 to $20. You're saving 1/3. Gives you more money for the like button. Done.
God damn it!
Shame. Good evening, Orlando. Kathy says, I had a cake day last week. See? Told you.
So,
cake day. He said cake.
Since mom brought it up, I want everyone to know that Mom had a cake day last week because she is 5 years now cancer-free.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Good news. So that is worthy of a cake. That is worthy of a cake day.
We had a cake day for Mom the other day because 5 years cancer-free from lung cancer that she had, and she's doing excellent. So we had a cake day for her the other day.
Very good. That was ice cream cake, correct?
No, we got regular cake that time.
Oh, for crying out loud. Could you get it right for me? Ice cream cake, regular cake. What are we going to call it? You got to differentiate somehow, because otherwise I'm stuck in between.
I just go to where she tells me to pick these things up, man. I just do what I'm told. I live in a house with 3 women. I just do what I'm told.
It's ice cream cake if they tell you to go Baskin Robbins. If they tell you to go to Kroger's, it's just cake.
Wow.
I just do it.
Again, Bobby has very particular taste on this. You know this. You know this.
You know, when it comes to food, I win every time.
Ham says, congratulations, Kathy. Absolutely. Absolutely. And as I said, certainly worthy of a cake day. That's certainly an occasion worthy of cake day.
Thanks, Justin.
Bobby versus Kathy, the new feud. Which side will Eric take? Eric can't win this. There's nothing he can do. Whatever he does is wrong. It's wrong. It was the wrong answer.
Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise, that app, forget it.
Wow. The dream of the app dies.
Okay.
Great news. Dufek says, absolutely. Very true.
It is. Thank
Netta
you.
says, you should all have heard him shopping for Xmas Jello. I can only imagine, man. I can only imagine.
The Jello mode. The Jello.
Paul getting philosophical. Is an ice cream sandwich ice cream cake? You get ice cream in a thin layer of cake.
Amanda was on the phone with me when I was sent to get Jello at the store, and it was
like a package or ready made.
It was another turkey situation.
But what specifically made this Xmas Jello? She specifically says Xmas Jello.
Yes, because my mother
Green
makes
bread.
my mother makes something.
Oh, she doesn't put fruit in it, does she? That's that
No.
weird
No,
shit
she
where
puts-
people put fruit in
no,
it. It's like,
she
oh,
puts,
yummy.
she puts like maybe pineapple and some nuts and some walnuts and
But
And
the
no,
Jello
that's
itself,
just
Eric, is the
makes
Jello
it-
still regular Jello?
yeah. She
That's the
makes
part
a-
I'm curious
a
about.
Jello mold, a cranberry Jello mold that I really like.
So when
So
you take it out of the mold, is it cake or pie?
it's a cranberry Jello mold, and yes, it was Amanda. I wasn't going to correct you. It was Thanksgiving. That's true. So my mother makes this every Thanksgiving, and she said,
Pineapple.
"All right, you need to go to the store and get the cranberry Jello, and I want this kind." And okay, so off I went, and I happened to be on the phone with Amanda at the time, and I'm like, what the hell? I can't find this. They only have this kind. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, it was a mess.
Well, you should have just
There
went
you
and
go.
bought one.
Mhm.
It was a
Jeff
mess.
says, great news. Congratulations, Eric's mom. Absolutely. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chad.
Jeff.
Appreciate you passing along your well wishes here. Kathy, send Eric to the store next year to get red and green striped Christmas Jello. There you go.
Yeah.
And then Bob Jackson says, we have a cranberry Jello mold thing for Thanksgiving. It's good. There you
It
go.
is good. It is good.
Oh,
All
so
right,
it's
so
just
they know
like
what you're talking about.
cranberry sauce kind of ish, like a jelly. Cranberry
Yeah,
jelly?
it's cranberry. It's cranberry
Jelly to go with the
Jello.
turkey, correct?
but it has stuff in it. And it looks like it's in
Is
the
it
shape of a
sweet or
bug cake.
savory?
What?
Is it sweet or savory?
It's sweet.
Is it like a dessert or is it to go with the
Yeah,
turkey?
but you eat it. You can eat it. You eat it we eat it during the meal. So we got a little side plate while we're eating our turkey dinner.
So it's okay. It's a side dish. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's delicious.
It's not a dessert. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We rarely see those here. But anyway.
Mm. Bob Jackson says it's cranberry sauce mixed with some Jello and some other stuff. Sweet. Got it.
Yeah.
Eric, is yours hot pink too?
No,
Eric?
it's like cranberry colored.
Mhm.
Cranberry color.
Yeah,
Purple. Dark red.
cranberry.
Fuchsia. I don't know.
I don't know. Mom makes it. I love it. That's that.
We buy cranberry jelly, or you can buy cranberry with the little cranberries in it. So I prefer the jelly. So mine comes out like a mold. You open the can and pour it out, and it even has the little rings around it.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
That's what my wife likes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Anna knows everything.
The rest of us are all eating this thing Mom made and all like can't get enough. And there's my wife over there just slowly letting the thing drop out of the can and
Just the sound of it is so good.
yeah, that's what she likes. She loves it.
All right. Good.
See, this is what happens. This is what happens when it's a slow
I knew
week
she
in
had taste.
the hobby news. I like Sean's random comments though, out of context. Eric, read this comment.
I hear Shoppers Drug Mart are looking for volunteers.
You make it fit. I can't.
Yeah. Okay.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Babuza says if the Jello had meat inside, would it still be dessert? See, we're getting the philosophical
Well,
questions
there
now.
we go.
We're getting the philosophical questions now.
Right or wrong.
Real traditional cranberry log.
That's what my wife likes. So it really wasn't that slow of a week in the hobby. PSA had a big announcement this week.
Obviously not
Which-
that big, 'cause I haven't
It's
heard
all
nothing.
It's all relative. I don't consider the
What was
holder
the big
upgrade to be
announcement?
a
I
big.
never
Well,
heard it.
well, hold on. So
What?
I'm me and grading.
English,
Right?
please.
I got no use for
Yeah,
grading.
undying
However,
love for it. Yeah, undying love. Yeah.
what I like about what PSA is saying that they have done is that with changing the holder, they have somehow got the type of plastic that is UV protectant.
Oh no!
So-
Yeah, that's right. They did do that. They finally stepped up. So they're going to have to change all the ones that aren't UV protective, and that'll cost them.
So, I like the idea that these cards are protected from the sun, because in this hobby, sun is the biggest enemy, right? Water probably also, water and sun. and it
Any
fades
form of light except LED doesn't have UV. So LED around your collectibles, otherwise your shit's gonna fade.
So, it fades cards, the cardboard, the colors of on the cards. It fades the autographs, all this stuff. So, I think if PSA is stepping up to, to kind of slow that down or stop it, I think that's pretty good. Now the
Slow
other
it
stuff,
down.
what?
Slow it down. Didn't they just have a new holder within the last year or so?
So let me explain then real quick why I'm not making too much of it. I think it's a good thing, but like something can be done that's a good thing that they can make an announcement because they're just telling people. They're basically saying, "Hey, we're upgrading the holders, so henceforth these are the new holders." PSA has made upgrades to holders over time. They've done it a number of different times where they've upgraded the labels, they've changed certain security features and stuff like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. And I believe since I did submit some cards at Expo, I'm hoping if it's based on what it sounds like they're going to be incorporated possibly into the new holders. So I'll be able to report back my findings based on the new holders. That would be great. And I'll be happy to. I don't think it's a bad thing. So to be clear, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think it's good. It doesn't move the needle for me other than it's a good thing. That it's good that that's what should be going on. All of the companies over time should be slowly making tweaks and adjustments and improvements on it. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
I think it's really the answer is it's about time because, it's top loaders too. And all those 6x9, 9x7, whatever they are, none of those are UV and none of them are really actually even good for archiving your card. And your penny sleeve that you think you're saving yourself from is actually not good for your card either. Have you ever taken it out and seen like the impression of your card is kind of fuzzy? Well, you wonder why. So we don't archive our cards very well. They talk about fading autographs. Well, geez, you got the UV lights and then plus whatever it's in on top of that. So, fighting it, whatever, because it's made of petroleum products on top of everything else. So we don't really have a very good hobby in the sense of archivization, I guess maybe. Is that a word?
Let's just say archiving. Let's just say archiving.
Archive was easy. I was trying to go for the full 9.
Yeah, you're trying to add a couple of syllables there just to make it a little more interesting.
Well, the action of archiving.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
So we have been very poor at that. And it's about time that somebody finally stepped up and is doing something. It's about time, but I think it should have been a long time ago.
Sure.
I think
it's fair.
Anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I think this one's a fair one. We can talk about the GameStop thing. I got a bit of a kick out of it. I don't think it's a big story, but we can still have some fun with it. I think we can still have some fun with it. We can have some fun with it.
I thought that was weird as all hell.
Well, let's talk about a few of those.
I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke.
God, no, Eric. At this point, listen. GameStop will soon be peddling in chocolate sticks any day now. It's whatever they can do. Anything, like anything. Everything's on the table.
Hey,
you wait until you go to GameStop to get your chocolate sticks. It's coming. They're going to be a chocolate stick dispensary, and you're going to be there at GameStop. You will be there.
Drive-through.
You will be there. You don't joke about that.
Next week, Eric. It's coming.
Yep.
Sweet. Gonna take news and slaps to the basis, right? Robert says PSA grading direct PSA vault or selling on the PSA eBay account. Yes, they are adding that element to it. So I want to read Ham's comment here. PSA took 3 years to come up with an idea for a slab. No, it didn't. Ham, at least if you're going to whine, and this is whining, if you're going to whine, at least whine accurately. They didn't come up with the idea. They started working on it, prototyping 3 years ago. They actually spent 3 years testing the damn thing because we bitch and moan about the Kurtz card care and hey, you don't know what's going to happen when you spray and do all that stuff, whatever. Plastics react to chromium cards and cardboard and whatever. Here's the thing. They don't have to do shit. They could have just left the damn holder the way it was. Truth. They could have just left the damn thing. It was already the way it was. You didn't have to do shit. But if you're going to modify it, then make sure the damn thing does whatever it is you want it to do. You want to change the plastic out on it? Great. Then test the damn thing, throw it around, make sure the damn thing doesn't crack or break or shatter or do something stupid that you don't want. And then when you're ready, release it. They could have taken 30 years if they felt like it. It's not their job to tell you.
That's why Timmy Two Hats came in to keep it from breaking.
It takes 3 years to test plastic if you want to find out the long-term effect to see if it's inert. It could take 10 years. Tag's still on year 10 and they're still working.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take 10 years to work on a computer program either.
Yeah, they had some interesting news too. Tag.
Yeah. It's not interesting at all.
It's very interesting. I
The
love it.
news is their
It's
incompetence.
always interesting. When it comes
They've been
to
incompetent since day one.
yes, it's just another
Yeah,
addition to the incompetency.
Yeah, they become more experienced in their incompetence.
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, I want to
They're
do
well
the GameStop
versed
one.
in
though.
incompetency. Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, like in all seriousness, I don't care if it takes them 30 years. They don't have to do shit. Then don't use them. I don't care. That's that. And by the way, I wasn't even going to mention it. So just so we're all on the same page, I wasn't even going to mention it. To me, it's not a big deal.
No,
I don't care. But like, so I'm not praising them for it. But ham whining, oh, it doesn't take 3 years to apply. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Don't use it. Buy the old ones. Buy the new ones. Don't buy either. Whatever. Like it's nothing that moves the needle for me one way or the other.
No.
So let me check here. When are the new holders coming out? I genuinely don't know. Presumably they're already in progress being released, but I have no idea what the timing is on it. No clue. That's why I was curious if the stuff from Expo, because if it hasn't been graded yet,
was it oversized?
Not this time. This time we're just regular cards. So maybe it should be good.
Time because of the stocks that they would have.
Yeah,
because I know they're going through cards fast in the orders.
Yeah, this time around my cards are just regular holders. So
yeah, okay.
I'm assuming it's okay, but I have no idea. So I'll check in with them. I look, I would like it if nothing else just to see what it's like. It's not going to be that different. I don't think it's going to be fundamental.
I don't even think
it'll be very close to the same. Only because I'll be looking for it. Like it's going to be marginal. It's going to. They're 20% heavier.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
The plastic's a little bit thicker. Yeah, that's the idea. Is supposed to be a little bit thicker. That's it. Oh. But it's the same size holder, but just a little bit heavier plastic. Hey, Brandon, how's it going?
Just in time for the tag information. Okay,
that's right. Exactly.
I'm not going to stick around long. Just letting y'all know, I had a busy ass day today, and I have a busier day tomorrow. So I have to be up early, but I would hop on for a little bit. My daughter's graduating tomorrow, so second weekend in a row.
There you go.
Double graduation. Wow. Are you having a cake?
Slap video games.
Oh wait, what?
Are you having a cake?
No.
Don't answer it. It's a trap. It's a trap. Don't answer it. It's a trap. Don't answer it.
But let's see. What do we have? Like 80 different cupcakes. I don't know how many different cookies, candy, like all kinds of shit. So yeah, but no cake.
No, but there's cake in the cupcakes. So
yeah, there's cake in the cupcakes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. I like this. So, question: is glass safer for protecting cards than plastic? I don't really think so.
It would be. 100%.
So the glass. Are you talking about just regular glass, though, or do you have to treat the glass?
Well, glass isn't UV protected unless you put a
that's what I mean, Bobby. So like I'm just talking about, if you're talking about regular glass, I don't think it makes any real difference. But if you coat the glass, sure.
Yeah, true. But then again, you're talking something that's made of oil product.
Yeah.
And glass is not.
Sure. That's fair.
So, psyllium, it's just, what it is. So it doesn't have any transference. So you can keep something under glass forever, whereas plastic, we don't even know really the extent of what happened. Yeah. You add some light in there, who knows? Is glass better? No. Yes, but glass holders, boy, that would be something. Wouldn't you like to see Beckett come out with new glass holders?
And there's still the element of it depends, right? It depends on what your conditions are, because certain materials work better in certain conditions than others. Some of them are pretty good in most conditions. So it's just a matter of, I laugh because everybody always wants a one size fits all. It's like, well, it depends though. If you're like in the most humid place on earth, and any humidity can get inside, it almost doesn't matter what you did. No. So because humidity can damage a lot of things. So it's still important where and what the conditions are, wherever you are.
Yeah,
I want to see the glass
slabs.
Sealed.
Glass slabs would be amazing.
Yeah, Beckett's coming out with those.
Yeah,
I want to see it for the folks that crack slabs all the time.
Oh yeah,
that would be so Brandon, that would be a new category of videos. Crack out fails. It'd be hashtag crack out fails, and glass shatters everywhere. Oh, my eyes!
And there's blood all over the
it's like a horror movie. You literally just see blood splatter on the side there.
Like one of the 70s wrestling covers on the magazine. Ric Flair's all bloody and
Here you go. So Bob Jackson was saying off gassing can take some time. So like I said, I'm not sitting here worrying about, again, I'm gonna begin by explaining again. I wasn't making a big deal out of it. I didn't feeling the need to. I also had no problem with them saying so because they're just saying, hey, we made an adjustment. By the way, there's nothing wrong with saying that, hey, we're updating the slab here. It's not a big deal, but it is a change. So rather than just waiting for some people to ask, hey, did you change it? Yes, we did. Well, when did you decide that? You just tell them. That's it. Hey guys, we're going to be using a new slab going forward. It's like this. Here it is.
Well, I think
Basically,
that's what
Mark,
we're
you wanna
always
watch. Tell
waiting
people.
for. Is we're waiting for news from a third party, or we're waiting for somebody who stole something or ripped somebody off.
You may as well just tell them yourself. Just tell them yourself, hey, we'll be doing this thing going forward. You expect to see some of these, and this is why we did it. And there you go. Blah, blah, blah.
Stay quiet.
Did
like
they
that.
did PSA make sure to put the patent number on there so people can go on and look that up and figure out how to replicate?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a smart idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's not too many people who's going to replicate it, really. Oh, you think?
I was referring to the Beckett patent number. You can literally find how to make their slab, like all the components of it.
Which may have been a good reason to maybe have updated their. You know, speaking of, I would love a Beckett announcement that they've updated the slab. That'd be good. And honestly, I don't care what update you did. Like anything would be great. Give me an announcement of that. That'd be awesome.
So their patent wouldn't divulge any of the materials it's made with.
No, it'd be just the process and the design. Basically, just to be able to put one together. But you can figure out the materials based on the distributor. You could probably figure out.
I can't remember everything on there because I went and looked at it one day. I can't remember everything it said. I do know the last time I looked at it, they let their patent expire. So they hadn't paid the fees on it. So maybe that's when somebody swooped in and started. It was like, hey, free reign. But
it is. When it's expunged, it's free reign for anybody who wants it.
Yeah. Once a patent runs out, anybody can basically take the information. And one of the things about patents is that even if the patent's still valid, if you can read the patent and you can replicate it, because again, the patent doesn't give away everything, but it's supposed to give enough to make it, this is our distinct process. But if you could replicate it move for move, if there's enough information in the patent, you could literally, replicate it. It's kind of fair game. Because it's like, well, we didn't steal your plastic. Like we found out on our own. We figured out your formula. So patent or not, what are you gonna do about it?
We can come back in the Crocs, right? Remember?
The reality is, because when I worked in manufacturing, I worked for a company that kind of did this. They would take another company's machines and literally buy them and bring them in house and change like maybe one bolt or a different chain or something like that. As long as you change like one little aspect, then it becomes your product. When they took out the decimal point in the patent, they literally made a change to the product on the Beckett slab. So in theory, they weren't 100% copying the slab. And it's
you just
crazy
have to change
that
one or two things. Yeah. You just have to change one or two things. And that's
what is usually
So you could go right up to the line, change one material thing, and that's good enough to beat the patent. You just work right around it. So that's why I say like a patent is important. It's helpful, but it isn't to say that somebody can't replicate the technology. A lot of this stuff is not that complicated.
Well, we were talking last time about Eric and his Crocs, or his not Crocs, but kind of dollar store made Crocs, whatever. So, process, it's easy to find that out. So they replicated them. They charged like 1/3 the price. That was the one problem with it.
Yeah, they just plastic mold. They've made a mold and plastic mold and injection molded it with the plastic, and you're done. There's your shoe.
So, yeah, you go to a dollar store and get them for $4 or $5, or else you pay like $40 for your Crocs. Okay.
Well, Bobby, I happen to know for a fact. Like, let's not downplay this. I know for a fact Eric spent at least $350,000 on perfectly custom-made fake Crocs. He has a factory that's exclusive to him, just to make him fake Crocs.
They were camouflage design too, so that was extra. Yep, I believe it, 100%.
Eric spared no expense, none. Bubbles says, collect news alert. PSA to partner with Jello on new slab. That is a collab I can get behind. That is a collab I can get behind. Doesn't says I'm in a human place. Help me. You need help. You do need help. We agree.
Yes.
Bob Dyson says, I'm sure they own a totally above board factory in China to mass produce themselves. Obviously. Is there another kind? So here's Robert's got a question. What kind of light do they use in art galleries to prevent fading? So is it the lighting, Bobby, or is it the actual plastic? Oh, sorry, the glass, I should say. So the
The
she's
lighting.
saying what light is it? The lighting? Okay.
Yeah, everything's lighting. If you don't have no natural light whatsoever, it doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's direct or indirect. It's
Yeah, I remember the natural light is out, but what's the type of lighting then that's appropriate here for this situation?
LED. It has no UV, no ultraviolet whatsoever, and that's what really destroys everything. It take the color out of everything over time. As the stronger, the worse. You ever go into an old dealer and he's had the same thing in there, and you have the bulbs in there, the fluorescent bulbs, and you look at the card and you go, that's faded. It's it's because it's been sitting in there for any length of time. So and fluorescent bulbs are actually probably one of the worst for UV, but LEDs are great. And they're perfect, and they work well. Make sure they're real LEDs and not the fake kind of LEDs that people try to pass them off as. So, but they're your best thing to use for anything that you have. People like natural light and everything, but it fades the shit out of everything.
Well, yeah, no, it definitely damages. Like it'll completely mess up a lot of
everything.
It doesn't work. Yeah,
light destroys everything.
Now I can see a Dustin comment here, but he's already got the hashtag ad in there. And Brandon, I got to be honest with you. I'm only willing to show this on one condition. I need confirmation, Dustin, that you hit the like button so that Eric gets charged. If not, your hashtag ad is hashtag not seen. You can do your entire videos. By the way, I'm looking forward. Dustin, one of my favorite things is I look forward to one day. I think Dustin is going to produce an actual video. He's got hundreds. He's got literally thousands of ads on his own channel. And so one day, though, I'd like him to aspire to make a video. I think you should try it one day, just for change of pace. Well, the thing is that they're just ads. There's no video. The first video he makes will be the first video he makes. It'll be very exciting. I'm there. I'll be there for that day. It'll be very exciting. I'll bring the horn. I'll bring the party horn. Hold on.
Oh, please do.
If you make a video that's actually a video, hold on. That's pretty good, man.
I think 3 should be appropriate for the full end. 2 for a lesser, and 1 for a short one.
Dustin makes a real video. He's getting 3 horns.
3 horns.
I am committing to 3 horns.
Thank you. Absolutely. You're rewarded for your hornage.
That's what I said. I demand it better be a like button. Otherwise, 9. Did Eric sneak away to use a spoonful of mail? Maybe. All right. Dustin has acknowledged the like button. I will allow it. He says PSA for life. Hashtag ad. He did include hashtag ads, so it's fine.
All right.
That's fine. I will allow it. You hit the like button, we will allow it.
Why didn't you just say collectors for life and then you cover both bases?
I was going to say, may as well have your angle covered in. It's important. But look, he followed the rules and we gave it to him. Brandon, am I not a fair man? He followed the rules and I gave it to him.
What kind of shenanigans we got going on here? Eric left. Now he's back. Bobby leaves. Like, what are they?
Bobby's trying to find an ice cream cake somewhere. He's trying to find an ice cream cake that he can judge. By the way, I don't know if Brandon. I don't know if you saw. Did you see? By the way, Jay actually was nice enough to give me a card. I don't know. Did you see at the very beginning of the show? I showed a card, and I think you might.
I did not. Like I said, I have been. Today is a rough day. It's kind of like a bittersweet day, and I'm not going to get into all the emotional sappy crap, but obviously my daughter's graduating tomorrow. Today is one of the worst days I've ever had in my life, 16 years ago.
Right.
And we had to go get like food and the cupcakes and all that crap for the party. So I was at Sam's Club at like 8:30 this morning, and then followed by a trip to Walmart, followed by 2 more trips to Walmart, and trying to make sure that everything's prepared. And then I love my daughter and my wife to death, but changes in planning and stuff cause chaos. And obviously it's supposed to rain. And so they have moved the graduation ceremony to indoors, and that has caused a whirlwind of a crazy day. And,
sure.
So yeah.
Got it.
Anyway.
That's fair. Well, I think this will cheer you up a little bit. So Jay, like I said, was very nice. He reached out and he said, I'd like to send you this card. And we both have PWCC accounts in the vault. He had it in the vault. So he just needed the code from me. I passed it over to him. He accidentally sent another card, which was very funny. We got a kick out of that one. But this was the card he actually intended to send. But I think you might appreciate it because you might know the guy. I think you went to high school with him. He might be a good buddy of yours. You might enjoy him. It's a good friend here. Socrates. Good old Socrates.
Oh, I have a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah. You got matching beards and everything. Like it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Like it's a great visage
I
of our
think
good
it is
friend
Brandon.
Socrates. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, look,
Yeah.
you should have seen the high school yearbook of Brandon and Socrates.
Oh wait,
hanging
he's
out.
got hair though.
Yeah. Well, listen, this is back in high school, Brandon. Like it's been a while. This is back in high school. Days.
I
Like,
did have hair in high school.
Yeah, you and Socrates were
But
tight.
I didn't
back
have
then.
facial hair.
Just saying, he was ahead of you in the game.
Gave up one
He
for
was
the
ahead of you
other,
in
I
the game.
guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was ahead of you in the game, but looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good in this 1901 Ogden's card.
There's
Brandon,
a lot of
Brandon,
there's
I
a lot
heard-
of cool people in there.
I heard he was a real know-it-all. Is that true?
He might have thought he was.
Oh.
I actually
He asked
think
a lot
I
of
have,
questions.
Like,
I think he asked
Isaac
a lot of
Newton and
questions.
stuff. I have several of those cards. They're cool. Actually, I'll go grab something. It's downstairs. I'll grab it, but it's really cool. Bobby would appreciate it, maybe, but I'll grab it.
There you go. Go for it.
Okay.
So real quick here, I just need to make them all 30 minutes long to offset. Maybe you should. So wanted to read a couple of those comments. So thank you all for the comments as always. Appreciate it. So we had that. Let me talk about the GameStop thing for a minute though. That's at least a fun. It's a light topic. It's not complicated, but at least it's fun.
I swear, I
So-
thought it was a joke. I thought it was some kind of joke when I saw it on Instagram for the first time.
Right.
I was like, all right, it's not April Fool's.
The first
I
time,
know.
like a few years ago,
No,
or the first time this time.
this time,
Second
a
time.
couple of
Second
days
time.
ago,
Yeah.
when I was like, no, like that can't be real. And then I started seeing other reports about it, and I was like, you have got to be kidding me. So go ahead, Carlos, set it up.
So all it is, really straightforward, is that GameStop is facing, they're staring down the barrel of physical media in video games is going the way of the dinosaur. Like it's going to end sooner rather than later, which is their entire model. Like that and used video game was a big thing. They would do the trade-ins where they give you nothing. So this is going to get back to the story here. So the thing, their model has been for many years is that they would have physical media. They had the games that you would go buy there or pre-order or whatever the case may be. But over time, they started to sell more and more miscellaneous crap. It's been going on for a long time. It's moved into that direction. Well, the reality of it is part of the model is, used games is a big segment of what they used to do a lot. And it was, they would get your games, like the game was $100 and they would offer you 12 cents, 15 cents if it's store credit.
Yeah.
and then put it back right on the shelf for $60 or $70 or whatever it is. So that's the model. So now they said, oh, we're going to start doing cards and we're going to do graded cards. And I'm like, okay, sure. But I laugh because I did watch a couple of the videos on it. And I'm like, what do you think they're going to do? You think it's going to be, and they're like, well, maybe they'll offer a decent amount. Why? They're GameStop.
Yeah.
Their entire model is we will offer you nothing and then try to sell it for something.
What was my first comment in the Discord when somebody shared it? I said, the king of lowballs has entered the hobby.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though, and I'll throw this, Brandon. I have no moral objection to it because it's not going to change anything, really. And the fact that they're going to lowball means most people will not take them up on it. So it really has no material. Look, it's amusing. But will it have any material impact on anything? No. Is it funny for a couple of videos? Sure. But realistically, is it going to change anything? No. But I have no moral objection to it. If they wanted to actually offer a legitimate amount to actually try to make a normal markup, well, good for them. But I don't trust them to do that. And so far, they haven't. So far, they've all been offering nothing, which is kind of what we expected they would do.
Maybe GameStop watched a few videos of Jeff Wilson, maybe.
Geoff.
So I don't know if I shared this already in here, and y'all can tell me I'm stupid if I have.
Stupid.
But you were showing that, and
go for it.
One of the cool things with my little yard sales and estate sales and stuff is finding neat little pieces for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I thought this was cool because it's all on like what the checklist would be back in the day. Like it's literally a page and kind of see there how it has them all laid out of what they did or whatever, and then they were attached to the paper.
Explorers.
So it gives a cool little look into how people collected.
Is Bird on there?
No, the Most notable one is Thomas Edison. He's on there.
There you go.
There.
Nice.
Read them off. Who they are?
Pasteur, Picard,
Jean-Luc
Poincaré. I can't read it. A lot of these guys are French. Trost.
French.
I can't read that one. Edison, Bagnolat. Yeah, I'm butchering their names, but Edison is the most notable.
Pasteur.
There you go. There you go.
Pasteur
I'll read a couple
was
of
for
comments here.
pasteurizing. He invented pasteurization for milk and.
Well,
Nice.
Picard was on Star Trek. I thought he would be worth a lot, but you know.
Yes. Jean-Luc.
Captain.
No, I just thought this was a cool little piece because it's neat how they were like on the original, I guess what was intended as like a checklist. So I thought it was pretty cool.
Would that be
Nice.
the complete set? I would imagine.
I think just for like the scientists and the explorers. There's probably those like the Ogden that Carlos showed. There's such huge sets that there's so many different things.
Some of them can be.
But,
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, I think stuff like that is fun. It's fun to have a little. I actually want to touch on a topic here. I'll finish with the GameStop thing, but then I want to touch on a topic here that kind of relates to that, and it also relates to stuff we've talked about on the podcast. So it'll actually bring full circle to but it also brings into this idea. So let me read a couple here, and I'll get caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments as always as well. Paul here says it all work out bubbles. Just look at Scotty Scheffler. Exactly, we can all be inspired by Scotty Scheffler. Inspiration. Hashtag overcome the odds. Overcome them.
What a mess.
So here, Dufex with a nice reference. But Roaring Kitty likes the stock. Must be good. See, I enjoy it. I got a chance to watch, maybe it's a couple months back, a documentary on the whole GameStop thing that happened, the GameStop thing that happened. And Roaring Kitty, apparently, I did. I watched the documentary they did on it. But I also got a kick out of the fact that apparently he did a post recently, obviously playing off of this. So I was like, oh, he's back from the dead. Somebody found him in an island somewhere.
Well, actually, he showed a picture of himself. He put it on there where he was a gamer. He was leaning back, and then this one had him leaning forward. So that's when the game someone gets into the game when they're playing hard. So they lean forward. What that meant go right. So
and the stock went up again.
Huh?
Hey,
The stock
at
went
this
up
point,
again.
at this point, any news with GameStop will try to push it. So I'll read a couple of comments here, and then we'll touch on it real quick here.
Yeah.
So what's next, GameStop? Listen, I already told y'all they're going to be peddling in chocolate sticks before you know it. It's coming. I already warned you. I warned you all. Ham says GameStop is paying a horrible % on the card. We don't even know whether they're going to resell them and how much they're going to ask. So standard GameStop.
Yes.
That's standard GameStop.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Just take out cards and put video game. It's the same shit.
I mean, in fairness, GameStop, obviously they're the notable name today, but it goes back to our childhood. Y'all, does anybody remember going into Funko Land or originally EB Games, which became GameStop? And
Funko Land was wild for a while, though. Like for some of the video game guys, Funko Land, they were able to get some rare games for basically dirt cheap. Like now, after when they had a little mini boom there and prices suddenly escalated, the fun guys who picked up stacks of games at Funko and Nintendo games, all of a sudden there were games that were like, wait a minute, that's a Little Samson. It's this one, and Little Samson was going for $1,000, and they had bought it for like $3 at Funko Land. It was stupid.
If you guys like anything to do with games, go to this channel here at Locker Nuts and watch that video right there. He was a shopaholic. You will shit your pants at what he wound up with, and that's. He said it was the first of possibly 3 U-Hauls, and he only showed about half of what was in that one.
Yeah.
I could not believe what the hell he got.
Nice. There's some good comments here. I want to read this. So first, Bob Boozle says, I wouldn't be surprised if GameStop started serving Red Lobster dishes in a month, maybe.
Yeah, Red Lobster's going out of business, too.
Maybe they got to merge and combine forces. What if GameStop stores just turned a PSA submission center? So I have heard this pitch, but the truth is there's just so many ways to get cards into PSA at this point, including the eBay thing, by the way, which we can touch on in a bit. But the point is there's so many ways now. Look, that's what I said a moment ago. I don't think it's a game changer at all for anything.
No.
There's no harm in it. If they want to try it, they can. But I don't think they're going to do that much business for it. But at this point, GameStop is just trying to find anything that they can sell for any margin and make any money on anything. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. At this point, they would completely change their model and move away from it and be like, we're going to sell kilts. Brandon, save us. We need kilts. Here's the guy.
I cut him a hell of a deal just to get him out of my garage.
Someone in the boardroom probably went, hey, I heard that sports cars were really popular a couple of years ago. Let's get into that. Big money. Too little, too late.
There you go. Man, it says this show needs a French speaker. Yannick.
I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Bob Boozle says, I'm not a fish guy, so I couldn't hang with Ham or eat at Red Lobster. I appreciated that one.
The token Frenchie is busy tonight.
Dufects of Life says, holy shit, I haven't heard the word Funkoland in ages. Exactly. Yep. There's a throwback. That's a callback. I knew what he was talking about. That's a callback as well. Yep. Lobster Stop. You see?
That's
y'all
it. Nice new name.
Merge them. You combine forces. Think about it. Just saying.
It's not like Red Lobster is really any good anyways.
Well, look, there's a lot of businesses that are struggling because they've made a lot of bad decisions, bad management, a lot of. GameStop has been really bad for a long time, not for a little while, a long time, and they just compound bad decision after. I'm not joking. It wouldn't shock me if they tried nearly every version of any business that they could attempt buying and selling anything at this point, just to try to make it a couple of bucks and last a little bit longer. Just stretch.
Well, the first time was a fight because the market was shorting them and trying to put them out of business. So they fought back, and I think that was a good thing because they've manipulated the markets for way too long. So hey, for a moment in time, it worked for the stock, but it didn't change anything about the business. No,
the actual business itself was what it was. They were just
more
a
of a
symbol.
Statement.
Yeah, they were a symbol, exactly.
And they're saying, hey, listen, stop playing with things, stop shorting so much.
Mm-hmm.
But
so Simon 466 cards here. Good evening. Pokemon content creator walking to GameStop to sell some cards. They literally offered $2.70 for nearly every card they had. I watched a separate video, so this does not surprise me, but I also watched a separate video where somebody else came and had a similar type of experience. Not even necessarily $2.70, but same kind of issue. That's why I said, but GameStop has literally been doing this in video games for years. Like, whatever the game is worth, they'll offer you like $3. So it's not unusual for them. That's why I thought it was weird that all of a sudden people thought, well, it's cards and, they're graded cards, so we can look up comps. And it's like, GameStop doesn't care. It doesn't do anything.
They'll offer
you $5.
Maybe Jeff Wilson should buy them all out. And, then he's got all the franchises that he wanted, that he thinks that the whole world.
So then you can have a card HQ outside of Atlanta and Bobby will
pretty much. Yeah. Well, he said that's the future of the way retailing is going for cards, and so hey, there's the future there for you, Jeff. Jump on it.
Yeah, we got Brendan here and Paul talking about another thing that's been kicked around: GameStop repacks. So you buy the cards for nothing and then throw them into the repacks, and there you go.
Yeah,
there's your way of trying to make a buck. The thing is, okay, so but just for the hell of it, just for the sake of argument, let's say you do these repacks. So where are you planning on selling them? I go in. And I for some reason I'm an idiot and I actually sell you my cards for $2.70. Why? Considering it costs $15 or $20 to grade them graded, but sure, what the hell? Give it a go. Okay, and now you see these repacks with the exact same card you just sold them for $2.70. Yeah. And what are the repacks? $20? You get 3 cards for $20. It's like, so you basically made triple?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, great. Works. It'll be more like $50, but I'm just throwing a number just for the hell of it. But sure. Bob Jackson says people don't realize GameStop has warehouses full of mountains of old games they pay 2 cents on the dollar for. Yes, that's exactly what we're referring to here. Is that their model for the longest time was to pay nothing, and basically slap a sticker on. They slap a sticker on top of a sticker, like that's all that happens. Just slap a sticker on there, put $20. It's like, didn't you pay $1 for that? Yeah, put $20 on it.
Brandon, time to go on a road trip.
Yep.
Stop off and buy them out.
Did GameStop make money on buybacks through game rentals? How could that apply to cards? That's the tough part. They had a lot of things. Look, GameStop still exists because there was a time where it worked. Yeah. They were able to do that. They were able to do the buy and sell game effectively. People would buy games from them, brand new games at full price. Then they would trade them back in for a fraction. And then they would be able to then sell them new games or even used games with a markup compared to what they just got back.
The new model I see for this, and taking it outside of the games a second, but think of it of what your Verizons and stuff like that are doing now. You go in there and you get, you know, the iPhone, and you pay on it for 3 years for $1,200, and then you take it back in and they'll give you like $200 trade-in. But really, if you look online, you could probably sell the phone yourself for more and then take that cash in and put it towards the new phone. But they're doing the same thing. They're just, you know, they're making it look like you get the new phone free or this, that, and the other, but they're really giving you pennies on the dollar of what you actually paid on it, and they're profiting off of it.
Yeah, but I think though
business.
it is. But look, I think maybe my bottom line on it is this: I can't be offended given that they're just doing what GameStop does. This has been their MO, not 5 minutes ago, not a year ago. Like, they've been doing this 4 years, and just because it's a different product type, like it's their business model did not change. The concept is still the same. As instead of video games, it's PSA rated slabs. That's the only thing that changed. That's it. Just a different product.
They're just facing the way of, you know, Jumbo Video and all the video stores that went out of business. You know,
I miss Jumbo Video.
Yeah,
I miss Jumbo Video.
Well, we had Jumbo up. Do you guys have Jumbo down in the States? Or was it
Never heard of it?
Oh, okay. So
it was really good. Like, your Jumbo Video was obviously, you had your chains of different video stores, but they would have the popcorn machine in the back. Carlos. So basically, there would every Friday night. It was Friday nights, I think. Basically, we'd go down. The family outing was we'd go down to Jumbo Video to pick the movies that we were gonna rent, or video games, because we could have a video game or a movie.
We had Blockbuster too, but just saying.
Absolutely. But Jumbo Video was great because we'd go there, and then Carlos Sr. would go with my brother and I back to the machine and load up bags of popcorn so that we could have a popcorn as we waltz around with it.
And then leave with half of it and go watch the movie with it.
Look, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, Bobby, but Carlos Sr. is a shady character for a reason. He is Carlos Sr.
Mm-hmm.
He is Carlos Sr.
That's why there was never any at the back when I went there.
Hey,
the
popcorn was delicious, damn it. The popcorn was delicious, damn it. It was good.
Actually.
And it was fresh. And they would keep popping more fresh popcorn. It's fantastic.
Well, it
smelled like popcorn everywhere around it. It was fantastic. It was great.
It made you rent 18 videos. It was amazing. Because you kept walking around just, you know, having fun.
Well, it was a good time.
You remember when Reagan sent the army in to Panama to stop them from stealing everybody's popcorn back in the 80s? You remember?
Yeah, I was there.
Sure. Yeah.
I think I was listening to Panama by Van Halen. Sorry, my mistake.
And it works so well, Eric, that they still steal the popcorn to this very day.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of other Reagan things is like overrated. You should have tried harder, bro. Sorry.
Noriega was a huge popcorn thief. He had all these gangs running around stealing people's popcorn. It was horrible. And Reagan was like, I'm not going to tolerate this.
Was it Orville Noriega? Was it?
Yeah, it was Orville. Orville Noriega. That's right.
That's right. I know it was something like that.
Bob Jackson
I love popcorn at the theater. Actually, they have really amazing popcorn. Better than movies most of the times.
So Bob Jackson says there were video game scrap card for years talking about GameStop until people realized some games were rare, which is true. So the fact that they paid nothing for anything meant that they had no incentive to really do any research. So if you knew that a game was uncommon or rare, even though they had this silly model, it'd be like they slap a $30 sticker on it. But if you knew it was a $300 card, you'd be like, yeah, I'll give you $30. Sure. Sounds great. Yeah, no problem. Fantastic. So people took advantage of that. If you knew what you were looking for, you could still go in and buy it, like even at whatever silly price they came up with, and come out way ahead.
Like the Expo.
Sure. I think there were a bunch of Wander Franco graded cards for $1. Maybe GameStop will buy them for $3 each, which would be amazing.
Maybe.
Sensational. T206 kids here. Good evening. GameStop was basically Goodwill. They take donations and then sell them. Not far from the truth. At that point, not far from the truth. Yep. Dufek says, simple fact is physical media games are going the way of the dodo. They are. Yeah. That era is rapidly coming to an end. Simon here is saying, if they want to start making repacks, I could see somebody selling a bunch of cards for pennies to get store credit and then use the credit to buy a repack that ends up with their own cards back in their hands, which would be awesome. That'd be kind of funny. I'd enjoy the video. The video is, I got my own goddamn game back, or my own goddamn card back. You gave me my own card back.
You gave me nothing. I paid more for it, and I got nothing.
Yeah. No, it was Panama. It was right around 88, I want to say. 88, 87, 88-ish. Somewhere in that era is when they went in, because Noriega was he was basically a CIA plant that they had there. And they were like, wait a minute, this guy's doing what we say. We need to get rid of him. And then we'll restore freedom.
And then his wife
Spoiler,
would go out and buy another pair of shoes.
Panama's elections are not exact. Listen, my corruptness is well ingrained into the Panamanian spirit. Those elections are legitimate, like Bougie Eric's Boston Bruins.
The
No,
parallels.
I don't think that's
Uncanny.
It's true.
Do you remember how they caught him? He, universal law says you can't, if someone runs into a church, you can't go after him and arrest him, right? It's sanctuary. So Noriega ran into a church. So the United States Army circled the church, and it took days to get him out. And the way they got him out was they set up loudspeakers all around the church and blasted Van Halen's Panama on a loop and drove him crazy till he finally gave up.
Nice.
Wow. Mm. So all comes
It
full
takes
circle.
about 3 or 4 days of that.
Yep.
Night and day, absolutely blasting, just on a loop.
Yeah. How is GameStop any different from today's dealer should lowball you? It's more institutionalized, but yes. Nope. Panama in 84, it's Noriega was still in power. I got it here. In 88, Noriega was indicted by federal grand juries in Miami and Tampa on charges of racketeering, drug smuggling, and money laundering. The U.S. launched an invasion of Panama following failed negotiations seeking his resignation, Noriega's annulment of the 89 Panamanian general election. So it was right around that late 80s period. It was right at the end. So I know this because my family left right around the time that was becoming a problem. That's it's not a coincidence that's when my family got out of Panama.
Yeah, United States Army was coming across the bridge. Carlos's family's going the other way. Carlos is waving in the back seat. All the U.S. soldiers are waving back at him.
Yeah, you roll down the window. So which way is? Oh no, just take that one. Take the route. It's like, thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Easy, done.
Carlos Eaton, is his middle name? Or you no?
No. Carlos Eaton's middle name is the same as mine. Good try though.
Because you had 7 or something middle names there. So
no. There's Carlos Luis Alcazar.
Oh, okay.
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah, the one that
Somebody else
changes
I
is the
was
fourth
thinking.
name. The one that changes the fourth name.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Yeah, so it's 4 names.
The manual's not in there, right? No. Okay.
No, last now.
All right.
That was listen. If I had to have more middle names, Bobby, when I had to sign my mortgage paper, I'd still be signing my mortgage papers to this very day. Like if I had more middle names, like I don't got that kind of time, man.
My wife just has first and last. There's no middles when it comes to Greeks. So,
well, in a lot of the Latin countries, there's 4 names. So when you have to sign your legal name, it's absolute pain.
and they give you
They
this
actually
much
blast a
space
kiss.
to
Yeah,
sign
that'd be
it,
pretty
right?
torturous.
No, I think if they blasted Kiss, he'd still be sitting in a hammock inside the church going, "This is awesome."
Depends what song.
Mm-hmm. They actually blasted Vinnie Vincent Invasion. He came out screaming his hands out to make it stop. Dang.
That I could see.
Oh, I like this. Apparently, he was convicted of most charges, sentenced to 40 years in prison, ultimately serving 17 years after reduction in sentence for good behavior. And he was extradited to France. Eric's favorite. He was
Everybody
extradited
goes
to
to
France.
France.
As you do.
I can't
That's
believe
where
they took him.
Pasteur and all that thing that
Yeah.
Brandon had there was probably from Manuel Noriega's personal collection. Anyways,
That's right.
move on.
So Robert says, do you have 2 surnames? So yes, you've got your father's surname and then your mother's maiden name. So it's 2.
That's
Sometimes
smart
they
that carry
hyphenate and
that in.
sometimes they don't. Yeah,
No.
sometimes they hyphenate and sometimes they don't. A lot of mine is not hyphenated, which can create its own problems. Just tell you, because people get confused. They're like, "Wait, is that your last name?" It's like, no, the one before that is my last name, but then that's my mother's maiden name. Some people hyphenate it and make a really long last name, so that's a
Some
different
people
thing. Mine
just
is
do
not
that hyphenate here. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I never had that. So whenever somebody looks at it, it's like, so which is the third one? The third one is the last name. If you make me sign a legal paper, I have to sign all 4 names, and I will. But other than that, I'm not doing it. No thanks. So that's the answer.
So
2
your
surnames,
initials, do you
sort
do
of.
2 or 4?
If I do initials, it's 2. Yeah, I'm
How
not
does
gonna.
that work?
I'd rather just do first and last name. Thank you. I'm not adding middle name and a bunch of other stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, John says, "Good evening, gentlemen." And Eric, there you go. Eric loves France. His favorite place in the world.
I am not a fan of France.
Clearly, the Eurythmics would have only taken an hour. Dang.
Pretty much, yeah.
The Eurythmics, yeah. These
Andrew
Sweet
Lennox
Dreams are
going
not made
on
of these.
long. Yeah,
These
I think
Sweet
so.
Dreams are not made of these. Dang.
Yeah.
Is it
That's
these or
rough, bro.
this?
I forget. I don't remember. Apparently, they weren't that sweet. I don't sleep enough and clearly to have these kinds of dreams. So we'll figure it out later.
She actually had a beautiful voice. She did the end of the what was it Lord of the Rings?
Well, she had a long career. Like realistically, she had a very long career. So it's just like people remember that's one era of her career, but it's only one segment of what's been a longer. Like it's Annie Lennox, right? Annie Lennox? Yeah, she's had a much longer career. Pretty successful, I would say.
Yeah.
That was just one component of it, and they had success in that one too.
But she did Lord of the Rings, and that's so many years after, and her voice is amazing.
I think this is a valid question. Hold on. This is a valid question. Hold on. Let me consider this briefly. So, after Joe Coker, like we're saying, after the videos the last 2 weeks, I have a genuine question. We do love genuine question. How much would you need to get paid to submit your number one Medano Grail to tag?
Oh, that's got a couple zeros on it.
It's got some zeros on it. Hold on. Mm-hmm. I need to consider this for a moment. You know what? We're going 7 figures. Old man tag, you cut a 7-figure check. I will put it on. Yes, you're damn right.
Not even 6.
Listen, they got freaking money coming out of the
wazoo.
Actually
they do, yeah. Because
so like it's 7 figures, bro. I'm not going cheap. 7 figures. I want it.
Paying like 7 guys in a place for the last 10 years times. Who's the investor?
I don't know. I assume it's Eric. I can only assume he's the money behind it.
Maybe.
With what I charge him for the like button, like for him, it's like pocket change. Running tag.
Eric lost the Bruins jersey already.
I know. Clearly.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot in here.
Sure it is. Are they losing now?
No, it's 1-1.
I think it was tied. I think it's still tied.
Yeah. Oh, they tied up. Shirt's coming off.
1-1.
Bad luck.
Yeah. So here we go here. And he would perform under pressure live with Bowie after Freddie died.
Yeah, that was good. They did a good job. They did that at what was the big charity concert? Live Aid or something.
Live Aid is one of the big ones. Yeah, they've done that one a couple
like
times.
that. But it was after.
So, Average Joe, that is the answer. 7 figures, old man tag. You cut the check. You make sure that shit clears. Done.
Clears is important. Yes.
Yeah, clears is very important. Like I don't take a personal check. I'm gonna need a cashier's check.
No, I correct it. There wasn't Live Aid. They sang it at Freddie's memorial concert. That's where they sang it.
Got it. There you go. Perfect song to play at church. Iron Butterfly.
And they got it to beat it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They weren't greatest since too old. Yeah, I don't know. Have they changed their dates? I know that they had a cutoff. They wouldn't do any cards before a certain point. I don't remember what the cutoff is. I assume they're still not doing 90 stuff. I don't think so anyway. Although, hold on. That's not true. Actually, hold on. That's not true. They did at least one 90s card. Hang on. I can validate that they've done at least one 90s card. And it was actually something that Cardi C showcased. So I'm going to see if I can pull it up here and see if I can show you.
Cardi C, there's a name we haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah, I was chatting with it a little bit earlier today when I saw it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And as soon as I saw it, I started laughing. And I think you guys, and it actually comes with a fun story. So I'll actually showcase the card. Here we go. I got it. Okay. So this is a 1999 Fleer Ultra card. So it is in the 90s. So that's why I was curious if they had brought back the dates that they could do. And this is on ComC. You can check it out for yourself. So you're going to be able to see it. All right. Okay. So this is a 1999 Ultra Masterpiece 1 of 1 of Alex Rodriguez. So there it is, 1999. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then here on the back is his masterpiece. Now, the problem is that there has been another one of these that I've already sold that was in a PSA holder from years ago. So technically there are 2 1 of 1 showing. So somebody graded a second card. This was the second one. So I'm a little suspicious, but they graded at least one 1999 card. So they've at least done one in the
cracked it out of PSA just to put it in the tag.
Could have been, except the other card sold not that long ago, and it looks different. Like it's got damage on it. This one doesn't have.
Probably one of the cards handmade.
So look, if it was the same card, all I'm going to say is somebody gave it some Kurt's card care or something because the tag version is nicer.
Oh, actually, yeah, maybe it was done by Kurt.
Just saying.
Still
Throw it out there.
I better watch it.
Somebody timestamp this. Carlos just said tag and nicer.
I know it was kind of.
This needs to be recorded.
Didn't.
Yes.
I wasn't computing.
With proper AI, you could. It's going to be part of my 7-figure payout.
Good
You can use it as part of the ad campaign after I get my 7-figure payout.
Almost missed it. Good catch. All right.
I think I did. I'll have to double check. Is this in the Discord, Paul? I'm assuming it's in Discord. I saw a card that you mentioned. I have to take a look.
125 in 0.01 seconds is when. Yeah. All right.
There you go.
Stamped.
Yeah. There you go. 124. Live the dream, guys. Well, listen, Tag needs all the help they can get at this point because they basically suck at everything. You can quote that too. Where was I?
You just had to do a bad after a good. I got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the entirety of my career up until the bad is kind of on a scale.
Bad, I get it. Yeah.
We can't see one. 7 figures. What is the decimal after the first number? It's like there are no decimals. We got commas.
Yep.
Yeah, generate image kind of doesn't exist. There you go. I probably made it if it's done nicer. Listen, Ham does like to submit his cards he's made to Tag. Take notes, Revolutionary War veteran. That's you, Brandon. Got it. I'll take a look. Listen, after we learned a lot. Again, after you spent time in high school with Socrates, great philosopher. Good old Socrates.
We didn't have high school back then.
No.
We were too smart for it. We had to create the subject matter for them to have high school today.
Oh.
It is true.
Pioneers.
Yeah, they were innovating back then.
They didn't have high school until the 60s.
Oh, you're so funny.
Wow, look at this guy. He feels special now. Look at this.
That was bad, Eric.
That was the lamest joke I think he's ever told.
And that covers some ground.
Worse than that. Come on.
Oh, he can do worse than that. I agree with that. He probably can.
Madness from the 40s?
What's that?
Going on then? Reefer Madness, the movie, 1940s.
Oh, yeah. They're that going back a ways. So Dustin here says, going to see Pearl Jam, Green Day, and Smashing Pumpkins over the next 3 months in concert. All the nostalgia, and now I need Paul to point me in the right direction for 90s bands. Card direction for 90s bands. He can, and he will. You don't need to tempt him with a good time. Paul gets very excited about the music cards, so that's going to be a big moment for him.
Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins are pretty popular. More popular than they were back in the day.
Well, I think here's the thing. It's a good lineup, but I'm not a concert guy, so maybe that's my thing. I like all 3 of these bands. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch a concert, especially considering they're all old.
And their voices will be shot.
I think Eddie Vedder and Pearl Jam will be good.
Always kind of whiny anyway, so I don't.
I think out of these 3, Pearl Jam will probably be pretty good. Eddie Vedder is still pretty good. I think Green Day will be all right. Billy Corgan is a weird dude, though. Billy Corgan is a weird dude. Totally. I'd rather just listen to the original version. I'd rather just listen to let me just listen to the studio version. We'll be okay.
Yeah,
let's just do that.
1979 were good enough. Yep.
Yeah, I don't need to see an old ass man try to play a song from 25 years ago. I'm good. Thank you.
I just want them to bring out the B girl today.
Yeah, what she look like?
Yeah, that's what I want. I want her dressed up like a bee and on the stage with the Pumpkins.
That was a different band. The B girl was a different band. Wasn't that Blind Melon?
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Okay, I could have sworn it was.
I know what you're talking about, but I think it was a different band.
I thought that was Smash.
No,
that was never a fan. So
no, it was
no, I think he's right. Blind Melon.
Melon, No Rain. It's Blind Melon, No Rain. That was a song, and that was the one that had the B girl in it.
That's it.
I don't know. I didn't like Smashing Pumpkins. I never followed them, so.
Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins was very
3 or 4
good
songs. Rat in the Cage, man, that's freaking awesome, man.
I didn't like their message of violence.
I don't think it was violence.
Despite all your rage,
Smashing Pumpkins.
Despite all
Eric
still just
Eric is a man who spends all his time raging and not even against machines. You would think that you would appreciate, despite all your rage, you're still just a rat in the cage.
No, that's
who pays for the like button.
Well, now I'm rageful. I wasn't as rageful back then when they first came on.
This was from Brandon. Fortunately, the Colonel is dead. Brandon may or may not have had something to do with it. I'm not saying he didn't have anything to do with it, but I'm curious.
Nah, we have an agreement. Just
the agreement is he's dead, and now you don't care what he thinks.
Nah, he signed it back when we were hanging out.
Oh, did Rick authenticate this autograph? That's important. Just saying. Does Billy Corgan have any TNA cards? No, not yet.
End all be all.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Probably, maybe in that 90s swing there. They had those weird, I think they were from Holland or something. Over in Europe, they did these rock band cards.
Oh, they definitely had a bunch of them. Yeah, yeah. No, that's the kind of thing.
But I'm
Paul's
sure
into
he'd
that.
be on one.
Probably. Yeah, for Smashing Pumpkins for sure. For Smashing Pumpkins for sure. When exactly that would have been, I'll leave that to Paul. So don't tell me with a good time. But just says, out of those three, I'd go see Green Day. Fair enough. Fair enough. Pearl Jam, good luck. Green Day, you can get a 95 Panini sticker rookie for $3. Smashing Pumpkins, you can get a Corrigan solo rookie for $50 or so. Entire band, 50 or so as well. Nice. Carlisle confirmed. Blind Melon. Thank you, Carlisle. Appreciate that. What's crazy is nobody cares about 90s alt rock anymore. Pearl Jam tickets were expensive. Everything else, not so much. Foo Fighters and Stone Temple Pilots just rolled through Raleigh, and lawn tickets were $20. Wow. Yeah, you're basically hoping for the nostalgia crowd, though. You are hoping. And Foo Fighters is very good. I think they're nostalgic, really, to be honest, because the songs carry through today. They do, but in the movies still, right? So, but the question is, I guess, look, here's the way I analyze it. Foo Fighters, I think, has a lot of great songs. I think they would put on a great show. But the question, I guess, would be, of the more recent songs, how many people are interested in the more recent songs, and how many people want them to play the songs from the first bunch of albums? And that's, if it's the answer is more about the older albums, then it's a more nostalgic crowd, because they're still making music. They're still there. They're still a band. Really? Yeah. But that answers the question. So then it is nostalgia, because it can't. Because if we're ignoring the current, then you can't. There's only a couple bands that could keep playing in new songs. That I think the Stones, and there's a couple others that right up to the current times, they could keep the songs going. Eric, I think this was one of the Cutting Room. I think this was on a B-side.
Oh, gross.
Oh, yeah.
Green Day and Smashing Pumpkins are traveling together in concert. Two birds, one stone. Well, enjoy the concert. Have fun. One stone. That was funny. Was reading about Jello's tour today. What a disaster. Dang. Really? Does anybody watch Jello? Really? Well, people do. Saw Bush in Louisville last year. Rosedale still brings it, pushing 60. Nice. Nice. Saw Bush as well here, and you're right. Still killing it. Nice. Nice. This is good. Michelle convinced me to take her to the Queen concert last autumn. I had my doubts with that Mercury. They actually pulled it off. That's encouraging. Foo Fighters have a bunch of mediocre stuff. I think most people do if they keep making music. That's why I say, like, with the Foo Fighters, I haven't tried to listen to any of the recent stuff. I have no idea. But I'll say that they had a lot of good albums where I think there were a lot of good songs. But I stopped listening to newer stuff from them after a certain point and just stuck with the ones that I like. And that happens with a lot of these bands. It's like, yeah, there's certain albums and certain songs that you appreciate and like. And maybe once in a while you give the new one a try, but for the most part, you're not that interested. And I think that happens with a lot of bands. Was that Queen with Adam Lambert as the lead singer? I'd be curious. I have no idea. So, Carlisle, can you say who took the place of the lead singing spot? It was Adam Lambert who took place, but I don't know if they did that at the time. And then there was this Canadian guy who sang just like Freddie Mercury, like bang on. It was like incredible. You got to see him. And they didn't choose him. And I just went, they went with Adam Lambert. He doesn't even sound like this guy. Sounded exactly. I'll send you guys the video later, but all right, you got to hear this guy. He's from Quebec. He's saying Adam Lambert. Adam Lambert was the one for this occasion.
He's from Quebec. That's why they got rid of him.
They didn't get rid of him. They just, you should see his videos, and it's just you thought it was Freddie Mercury, 100%. Adam Lambert doesn't sound like it. He doesn't do it justice. Adam Lambert's a great singer in his own right for what he does, but just saying. No, I like that now we've converted over, Brandon. Now it's become 90s music talk. Oh, yes. That's all it took. You just knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to happen. I want to go back to the Ingata Devita there. It was kind of cool. There you go. Iron Butterfly. There you go.
But the funny thing is like the chat, like you see everybody chiming in and it becomes this big discussion because it hits everybody's feels. And the funny thing, like, with what I'm doing now, I see a lot of, the younger crowd and my age, but the young crowd has been
the 3 decades,
like the mid 20s, late 20s. That's the stuff they're going for now too. Like it's made its rounds. It's at hit. It's age cycle where the 90s stuff is kind of what everybody's grasping for. And it's just funny because like the younger generation doesn't really know a ton about it. They just think the graphics and the clothes and all that stuff is cool. And then that just, you know, they see a band or something on a shirt and they might pop a song on and try to catch what the hell they even are. But it's just interesting to see how the cycles, you know,
So-
I say it's like a 30-year trend is what we normally see.
Yeah, actually, that's about right. But I'm wondering what these the new millennials is. What kind of nostalgia are they going to have if everything stays online and current? It never really goes old. It doesn't go away. It always stays there.
It's recycling itself.
It recycles itself. Like I know what was it? The clothes were changed. They're bringing back the bell bottoms. They bring back everything. It's almost like the card manufacturers who kept redoing the 30s cards and the 40s cards and remaking. Then it gets old again, and then they'll come back again and do it another.
You know what's funny though, Bobby? I think the 80s kind of got skipped because if you go look at it, like, who's
Why?
clamoring for new wave? Who's clamoring for a lot of the synths? I don't think we ever got there. There were the bell bottoms and stuff of 70s. And then the 90s stuff, we have
60s,
some, but like the 80s,
70s.
there's a whole decade in the middle of it. By the way, the 80s is a very distinct, if you
Oh,
listen
it
to
is.
music and stuff from the 80s, but who is clamoring for a lot? Nobody really, like, nobody's looking at synths. Nobody's asking for that distinct sound that only really worked in that one decade. And everybody else just kind of, it's like, skip ahead to 1990, skip post grunge. Let's go to grunge.
Yeah, the 80s were a time of transition where you were, rock and roll was kind of teetering into, and Van Halen changed a lot too. They went to synthesizers. He got away from his electric guitar, Eddie Van Halen. It just, there's a key era there, and it's played in a lot of movies, a lot of those things. And the X Gen is actually, though, that's the 80s people. So the X Gens are really, they're the 40 to 50s right now. And, I'm 50s to 60s, obviously, maybe even a little bit later, but, our music all backs up. So how many people here are 50 other than Eric? Yeah. So that's his actually generation right there. And Bob, how old are you? 60?
43.
Oh, 43. Just saying. So you're a little bit behind or ahead of that, actually. So you're in that swing of the 90s more so. Because it's not when you were born, it's when you're a little prepubescent, which is, up to 12 years old. And then after 12, then you start getting into the heavier style of music and what have you. So, or what you really started to remember as a kid.
It's not even just music though, it's like everything. It all cycles around, like the video games, the toys, the clothing, like all the music.
For the millennials is the question that I was posing here, is that because everything stays current, nothing becomes nostalgic or lost. Every card is put in a top loader. Every card goes from here right to PSA. So there's no finding this old, 60, 70-year-old card or anything like that. There's no discovery. It's actually, it's going to stay mainstream. So that worries me about the future going forward for collectability. And
that's what I've talked about with the card side of things, because obviously
I don't listen to your videos, so I'm just no.
Well, I don't do many of them anymore. So
by the way, for the record, I'm only like 2 minutes behind. So as soon as we get literally a music topic, like this is 2 minutes. All those comments I've gone through are like 3 minutes ago. I'm not far behind.
Yeah,
like it's just comment. Like, by the way, great comments. So I just want to make sure I at least go through them as I go.
Go ahead, Brandon.
I've looked at my brother, who was, obviously, he passed away in 08, but he was born in 89. So as you mentioned, like that 12-year-old range, and I remembered back. What came out in 1999 that was insanely popular and still is today? Freaking Pokemon. And then I looked at what my son was into, and he knows all the Pokemon characters. He knows the Yu-Gi-Oh! He knows all that stuff. And that's why I've said, like, as much as our generation loves sports cards, we're in this period where the 50s and even going to start getting into the 60s, where the generation that was hoarding them, the elderly folks, are passing on. And those are going to start hitting the market again, because the people aren't going, those that collect vintage have what they need or want or whatever. There might be a few pieces they're still looking for, but there's going to be a surge of it in the open market. So you're going to see an uptick in availability there. But then, as you were saying, what's going to be the nostalgia hit?
already
it's
happened.
going to be. I see the TCG market having that nostalgia hit because that's when it all really. Pokemon is still freaking massive.
Yep.
And not just cards, but in movies, cartoons,
It will
video
dwarf the
games,
card
like
industry.
all of that. Yeah.
In the near
And I
future.
just see that being kind of what carries on.
It's almost funny seeing these 38 to 45-year-old or 30 odd, with Pokemon backpack, and I just sit there and go, what? Okay.
It's a bit of a tough sell because, like I said, Brandon is 43. I'll be 41 this year, so we're right in the same bracket, basically, the two of us. Believe it or not, we're literally within a couple of years of each other. Like,
if I didn't have this, I would look a hell of a lot different. But my wife and daughter, they like the facial hair and stuff. So I just
listen. The problem is I didn't get a chance to hang out with Socrates, so I decided not to rock the beard. So it was not for me. It was not for me and Socrates. But anyway, so what I was about to say is, but first of all, Bob Jackson. If there's a new wave of new age synth, I'm kind of curious now. I'm gonna need bands. Like I actually would like to hear somebody reattempt new wave synth currently. That'd be kind of interesting.
They will tie it in somehow.
I'm sure, but I'd just be curious. Just I haven't caught a lot of that. The 80s nostalgia is for certain things, but like I said, I feel like there was fair bit of 70s, and 90s is having its moment. But I felt like the 80s didn't a TV show in the 80s or a movie in the 80s. Yes. But the music for some of that stuff was really distinctive, and I don't think it ever really got its second cycle, and I never really caught that.
I don't think in the 80s anyone knew what genre they wanted to listen to, and nothing really took off with popularity. I mean, you had like Metallica and stuff like that back then, but it never I don't think it overtook as like a hugely popular genre or band or anything.
Honestly, the hair bands would just the best ballads of all time were done by the hair bands.
No, I understand. Well, I'm not talking about in the 80s. I'm talking about post
Home Sweet Home. Like I can rhyme them off left, right, and center. There's so.
Well, Bobby, maybe you should have been here to give us the 80s nostalgia wave we didn't get. That's what I was talking about with Dufex here.
I'm more 80s nostalgia, but the 80s morphed into the 70s.
Oh, sure. Yeah. But Dufex is saying 80s nostalgia had its moment. Maybe it didn't make its way. That's what I say. I never really caught wind of that 80s nostalgia wave for music. Again, movies, TV shows, that's a different conversation. But
so there was the rock bands, and then there was the new age. That was the conversion there. That there was still the rockers versus the new age, and we're.
Would you consider the 80s for music?
You can't. You can only divide the 80s up in half. So you have the earlier 80s where that transition is happening. So you get all the rock and roll, hard, heavy guys turning into hair bands. And that's what happened to about mid to late 80s. And then you had the earlier 80s, 84 up. Then you had all the synthesized bands, the Devo and all these other bands that, kind of came in with the Delight, and all these other bands that did that weird kind of funky 80s stuff. And now those songs, if you had a great song, it was fine. But there was that fight and battle between the two. And you either had a preference of one or the other. Not until late 80s that it kind of all melded together. And then we got into the, goth and the, what do you call it? Carlos, you just said it earlier. What was the name?
Metal?
90s. No.
Grunge?
Grunge, yeah. So that's when the 90s and then the grunge came in, and that's when everything.
So I think 90s was weird because we basically had three. You could probably break it up more if you really want to, but I'm gonna call three distinct periods. Yep. Just that very early, like 1990s window, literally like Vanilla Ice, MC Hammer, like a very specific thing that were, and then grunge, and then all of a sudden you have this little middle zone in the 90s. And then by the end of the 90s, you got more of a sugary pop version. So you had like this little mini window inside of the middle of the 90s that is very distinct from the last part of the 90s. That's totally distinct from the first couple of years of the 90s. So it's like three different beasts.
Almost the same with the 80s.
God
damn the 70s were either you were in rock and roll or it was folk or country. And you had three different, and nobody really liked country. But actually, it's surprising how many country songs played on the rock charts back then.
Sure.
That were kind of, it was a different era to go through.
Cool.
So no decade can really be defined by one type of music, but you can almost say the 80s were, that funky synthesized kind of tone that came across. That
The only reason I'm focusing on that piece, Bobby, is that a lot of times, so Dufex is giving a couple of examples. And by the way, I'm glad, I'm glad to learn if that's the case. I think that's great. The only reason I'm saying is that there is certain music that is so 80s, like you can hear it from space, and immediately it's 80s. Like you don't even have to guess, it's 80s. And I never felt like I heard bands try to reinvoke that, because it's, again, there's certain instrument sounds that happened in that decade that didn't happen before and didn't really happen that much since.
It seemed like even a little bit later than they mixed it with rap.
Yeah, and you might get a little touch of it somewhere, but you wouldn't hear any songs that would sound like that.
No, they're very distinct.
And you could hear bands. You can hear bands invoke some of these other decades. You can hear bands that can invoke that, and it's new, but they're invoking that style. But nobody really tried to do some of that 80s electronic a certain way that nobody really tried to bring that back.
No, not at
all.
I
could tell.
They tried to bring rock back, but it really just doesn't go. Small little genre now. I don't even know who's out there. Well, Metallica's still playing, but I mean, they're not doing new songs, but it's like Metallica did that 1.5 million people in Russia.
The big concert in Russia, yeah. It was a big one. So here you go. Name says 43 on August 26. Eric wanted to know because he wanted to get me something. Eric always wants to get you gifts. It's all he talks about.
No, I specifically told them I'm not buying you shit. Is what I told them.
Go for it. To me, 70s is classic rock, Motown, and disco. Fair enough, Robert. Fair enough. There's a bunch of new rocks. Most of it's bad. Okay, fair enough. Listen to indie rock in the early 2010s, all synth and 80s style. Interesting. All right, fair enough. I'll have to check it out. Filter comes to mind. All right. I like Brandon that you bring up the music topic and people get in. Like they're in. you get them worked up. They give them an excuse, give them a reason. They'll throw out bands, they'll throw out songs and all kinds of stuff.
Any of that stuff, like the categories itself. Obviously, music connects with a lot of people, but talking about GameStop earlier, and someone was like, "Holy," I think it was Dufex said, "Holy shit, I haven't heard Funko Lamp." All those things trigger those nostalgia hits and just those memories and everything. And just real quick, I'm gonna have to head out soon, but
sure.
I'll share this, and this is another little nostalgia hit, and this was way out of my character, and I was actually shocked that I did it, and then shocked that it actually worked. So me and my son went out yesterday morning. I was allowed to go to an estate sale that was supposed to be tomorrow, but they let me come early. Wasn't too impressed I got a few things, but on my way home, there's a little side street, like right around the corner. There's roundabouts all through the damn town, and a couple roundabouts over there's a little side street. And I don't normally take that street. And for some reason yesterday, I took that side street to head over here to the house. And I was passing by, and there was this pickup truck. And I didn't know for certain, but I looked at my son and I was like, was that action figures laying on the bed of that pickup? And there was some boxes sitting on the ground. And I was like, screw it. I'm turning around. I want to go see what those were. And so I made a U-turn, went back, pulled in the driveway, and I looked and I was like, what the hell? So I went and found somebody, and it was three gentlemen that were cleaning this house out. And I don't know if someone passed away or what was going on. The house was in pretty rough shape. But I asked the one guy, and he was probably not about my age, maybe a little bit older. And I was like, what are you doing with all those action figures and stuff? Are you looking to sell them? And he was like, I don't even know what all is in there. And so we go over to the boxes, start looking through it. And I was like, man, I'll be honest. I don't want to hold you up. I appreciate you, taking the time. I was like, if you want to sell them, I'll be honest. What would you want for all of them? I'll take them home and just look through them, be surprised. I wasn't expecting him to say, how about $50? Because it was like 4 probably banker boxes or bigger of just random action figures. And there was your favorites, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
sure,
He-Man, Toxic Crusaders, G.I. Joes, the whole shebang. There was GoBots. There was like a couple small Transformers. He did say that he had found more Transformers, but he wanted to keep them. But I was just like, it's out of my character to make a U-turn like that and go ask somebody, because that's normally not me. My wife tells me I should do it all the time and I don't listen. But then to find so many, and like the accessories and everything, like most of the Toxic Crusaders were complete. I was thoroughly shocked. So that was my fun story for yesterday, and a little nostalgia hit. I'm keeping all of the Masters of the Universe figures. Just those aren't going anywhere. So
Very nice. So Bob Jackson said, any Exo Squad? Anything like that?
I haven't been through everything yet, Bob. I don't know for sure. There's a lot of stuff, and I've been busy, so I haven't gotten to go through it all. But
well, if you get a chance
I
to go
didn't
through
even
the
have
rest
my
of it,
GoPro with me, to be honest with you.
I think though, if you are
have
going to
it
go
with
through the
me.
rest of it, that might still make a good video, though. It might still make a good video to give the story and then go through the box and show some of the stuff. That might still be a good video, I think.
Yeah, I could do that, because what I've been working on when I've had time is splitting the accessories and the figures, because then I figure it'd be easier to go back and try to match them. But yeah, I was blown away. Like, and it connects with the music thing too, because I got really excited because there was a huge rack of vinyl, and unfortunately the vinyl wasn't that guy's, and he was like, I can't sell that, that's not my stuff. So I did give him my number. I'm hoping that maybe he hits me up or something. I told him if he found more toys or whatever, let me know, and I would, I'd be interested in buying them. But there was some cassettes, and this is like Paul's alley. There was Megadeth.
What are cassettes?
White Snake, and all of those bands in there. And so I don't
That's
know what all the vinyl was, because I didn't want to like plug through it when he said they weren't his. So, but it was a fun little find. I've had a fun looking through when I've had time so far. But I damn sure was not expecting that to actually work, let alone what all I came across. So
nice.
But anyway,
story.
guys, I will let you guys get back to the chat and chatting. I appreciate you guys. Got a busy day tomorrow. It's gonna be emotional. So,
and they aren't ice cream cupcakes, Eric.
No, they are. If anybody has ever had the Sam's Club cupcakes that has like the fruit, the jelly, and all of that kind of stuff on them, I don't know what all it is. They're like a pack of 8 that are, they're pretty pricey for cupcakes, but my daughter
Club,
likes
they can't
them.
be pricey.
They're $11 for 8 cupcakes.
Well, you're saying they're good, right?
Yeah, she loves them. And I've
they're
had
$1
like
something
they're pretty
each,
good.
And a Big Mac's $5. Come on. Okay.
Very true. Very true.
Makes sense. Appreciate you, Brandon. We'll definitely chat later. We're caught up. Have a good time with it, emotional or not. Have a good time with it.
Yeah. And Eric, I'm assuming that Boston is not doing so hot, and
we're gonna get to that in a second.
Everybody, Dallas is coming up next, and I would love if they finish this damn series.
That would be nice.
Tonight.
That would be nice.
Yes.
So, I probably will not make it because I have to get up early in the morning. So, but y'all have a great night, and
catch you later.
Catch you later.
Catch you later. Take it easy.
Hey, man.
Paul is trying to commiserate. At least it wasn't Hindenburg-like collapse this time. So we did have a conclusion to the Florida-Boston game. So as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, the Eastern Conference is figured out, just like I mentioned earlier. We got that part figured out. It's all taken care of. Don't worry about it. So like at the beginning of the show, Bobby, I hit the nail right on the head. I said we figured it all out. So, and we have. We figured it out. We know what the Eastern Conference final is. Florida and New York, as we said. In accordance with the prophecy.
Shoot, who did I call on that? Damn, did I call?
I got it here. So I can tell you right now where we're sitting. I will give you the update.
Sure, please.
I've got it all here. So let me pull this up.
Please read it aloud.
Oh, I shall. So everybody had the Rangers because we're not very creative and we kind of knew where that was going. So everybody gets that point. Everybody gets the Rangers.
That was a buy.
Yeah. So let's see. You and I tried to jinx Boston, and we did. Yannick and the Lawnmower Man gave it to Florida, so those are correct. So we are 1-2 We are 1-1,
One
and they are 2-0.
2-0.
And Yannick and Lawnmower Man are 2-0. So Eric should be thrilled. He's 2-0. He's got half of them right so far. And the Western Conference still to be determined.
And Minnesota, did I take Minnesota? I think so.
Minnesota's not playing. So I hope you didn't pick Minnesota. No, you didn't. Right now, you picked the Rangers and you picked Boston to try to jinx Eric. So that's what we got so far. So right now, so what's left for you is Dallas and Edmonton.
I mean,
Edmonton's
Dallas,
not looking so hot. Yeah, Edmonton's not looking so hot, but we'll see. You never know. And then the other guys did go the other way. So right now there's 3 Edmontons. Vancouver is up in that series. So we'll see. They're going to play their game tomorrow. So that'll be tomorrow's game. So we'll see. Edmonton still has a chance. They're still in it. So we'll see. They're coming to game 6, and Dallas will be starting up their game 6 in about 3 or 4 minutes. So that'll be going soon.
Yeah, my picks weren't very good either last year too. It's like it was random. It was very hard to predict.
It's been I will say it's been good. It's been a competitive bunch of rounds so far. So which is good. It hasn't really
Game
been
sevens. Wow, lots.
Yeah, the only real series that I would say really wasn't competitive at all was the Rangers and Washington. That was the only one that really was just very one-sided. Washington was never in that game. It was never in that series at all.
That was the Leafs too,
yeah. Get them a fancy cupcake place. They're $11 each. There you go. Is there a petition to change Toronto's name to Toronto Maple Losers? I feel like it's built in. I feel like it's built in. You don't really have to say it. It's implied.
Yep.
It's implied.
Yes. I'm considering of changing teams. So, anyways.
So you mean officially rather than the unofficial Vegas adoption?
Well, I haven't been a Leaf fan for quite a while because they can't change. Well, who'd they get as who's the new coach now? I thought it was going to be Brendamore, but
okay. Can I ask a question? So let me ask a sports related question, and we'll actually relate it to sports card. But let me start with a sports related question. It's one of the favorite things of everything. For most of my sports fandom, it's not local. The only local team that I support is the Jays. That's the only one. Baseball is my favorite sport. So the Jays I do support. And even if they frustrate me, I'll still support them anyway. But at least I got to watch them win. So I've got something. So, I've got something to hang my head on. But
twice.
Is there a point in time, what is the conditions under which you think, and this is an opinion piece for the chat and for everybody else, what are the conditions under which you feel like if you have been a longtime fan of it, where you can just say, you know what, screw you guys. I'm not supporting this.
Well, it's been quite some time that I haven't really supported. You've seen my hat.
Sure. Yeah.
Vegas Knights. So I think that time that I put the Vegas Knights hat on, it kind of ended for the Leafs at that point. I'm just kind of tired of them. I don't really care about staying up. I can't watch 3 hours of a game anyways. And I can't watch dump and chase all night long, where the other team comes in and gets past the blue line, makes a few passes, gets a few shots on net, where we overpass or just dump and chase if we luckily get the puck after that. So it's just like you almost feel embarrassed for your team. It was bad enough going through the 70s and the 80s, which still was pretty good hockey. And actually, they did make the playoffs and made it past a few rounds. But, this late team they think we have this great team, so we get all these goal scorers. They don't show up to the playoffs. They out for 5-7 games. It's just like, and these guys are making so much bloody money, and I can't believe how they can make this much money. It should be almost conditional. If you can make it anywhere, like, why are we paying you $13 million a year? Why are we paying you $11 million a year? If your plus minus is this, you should get paid this. If you're this, that's the way it should be. But they're just making too much money, and they're worried about, should I get a Frigidaire or should I get a, top of the line, whatever fridge? That's their next thing that they're probably thinking about while they're sitting on the bench. I can't believe that they're sitting there going, because you listen to the interviews afterwards, like, we played pretty good. It's like the same bullshit every time. It's like, we need to really come back for the third period. Okay, whatever. Here, I don't know. We just don't have a team, and I don't support the team by buying any of their merchandise. And I think that's what they really make a lot of money on. I never paid to see a game yet. I got 2 free tickets given to me the last 2 times that I did go. And those were really the only 2 times I've ever went to the ACC since the Gardens closed. So other than Van Halen, sorry.
Of course.
Yeah. So, I haven't really been a fan because I've been very disappointed. And that they're the top grossing team in the league for the biggest, almost 60 years of losing. It's just like, and not even making it close, It's not like we can say, we went for the playoffs, we went right to the end. No, you haven't. You haven't done anything.
There was so what's funny is all the other Canadian teams. There was a stretch there in the 2010s, I want to say, and maybe even early 2000s or mid 2000s. But there was a stretch there where all the Canadian teams took a turn getting to a cup final. They didn't win. So like because Calgary got a turn, Edmonton got a shot, they did one. Ottawa got to a cup final. Montreal got to a cup final.
Leafs almost made it if it wasn't for Gretzky. Anyways, doing that.
That's the 93 one, yeah. So, but all the other ones, all the other teams during that run got to a final.
Yeah.
They didn't win, but they still got there. They still had a shot at it.
And they didn't have super duper players, but they played like teams, and that was the big thing. And the Leafs, who did they have? See, we've always been saddled with one main guy. We can go through the years and name the captains, and those are our main guys coming through. And you got your Daryl Sittlers, and then he gets gone, and then you have Rick Vibe, and then you have Matt Sundin, and that's it. That's who you get. And they just don't have the team, but they always got one major guy that they're paying the bucks to, and then the rest just whatever supplementary players, really, more than anything else. So at this point, I'm a Leaf fan of the nostalgic part, but I'm not a Leaf fan going forward. I can't.
Okay.
I haven't been for about 3-4 years.
So you have renounced them. You have
yes,
stricken
in
them from
essence, that's actually the truth, because people are fooling themselves. I was on the chats, and I never comment on the hockey teams because I'm tired of dealing with stupid people.
Okay. Sure.
So I said, "Oh, we're getting a new coach. Oh yeah, we need a new coach. Yeah, it's about time." That guy said, "It doesn't matter about the coach. You think of the coach. They're not playing defense. You need defense. You guys got to, what's this dump and chase? Why don't you teach them to do something else?" And I said, a lot of that comes down from the upper management. So you're looking at Shanahan's up there, and he's going in the interview. He's been there 10 years, and he goes, "Yeah, it's all on me. It's all my fault." Well, why the fuck aren't you fired? Well, we'll get rid of the coach. It's the easiest thing to do. It's like, let's take our focus off of us losing again, and we'll just say, "Oh, fire the coach now. Who's the new coach? Oh yeah, let's think about it. Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck you, Leafs." There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Done.
And impassioned words from Bobby.
And it's
Garage
done.
Village.
Hey,
So,
I've
Eric,
been watching
kind of
since 1967.
Fair enough.
So-
So Eric, the reason I kind of pose that question is like, so what level of disappointment? So there's I'm disappointed, and I'm not going to go out of my way to patronize. And then there is
At least they've had a few cups over the years.
Sure, but I'm saying, but then there's I renounce you in all your works. That's two different levels. Two different levels. Excommunication is a different thing. So what do you think are the conditions
Stanley
there?
Cups in the past, though?
If you go far enough, yes, then yes.
I will stay there.
Yeah, original 6. Yes,
I've already talked about me doing this on this show. Everyone who listens should already know what my answer is, and I've been made fun of for it many times.
Yes,
deservedly so.
But I walked away from the Boston Red Sox in 1986.
And all they did was win 3 World Series. That's pretty good.
I didn't. And
Have you considered ditching the Boston Bruins so they could win 12 straight Stanley Cups?
I did not watch 1 second of any of those World Series games that they won. I had no interest. I did not care. I knew 2 of them had won, especially the first one, because my wife and I were sleeping in bed, and all of a sudden you hear all the yelling and the horns and the fireworks and and it woke us up. And I went, "Oh, I guess the Red Sox won."
That's it. Yeah.
No.
So what I'm saying is, have you considered renouncing the Boston Bruins so they could go on and win every Stanley Cup?
Maybe.
No.
They could win additional cups that even go beyond the Stanley.
The Red Sox will never get me back. I hate everybody that was on that team. And I hate the New York Mets and everybody that was on that team.
Even Mookie Wilson?
I despise Mookie Wilson.
Mookie was okay.
And I don't like Gary Carter. And I don't like Doc.
Wow, Big Scott. You're hurting Big Scott. You're twisting the knife on Big Scott right now.
And I don't like
Gary Carter's his dude.
Hey, Gary Carter, man. That's like, whoa, that's sacrilegious.
No.
And he played for the Expos. So Yannick out there is like, Yannick's like, I'll show you, Tabernac.
Tabernac.
There's going to be some Tabernacks being dropped left, right, and center.
I don't like Hernandez. And I don't like see, I even remember, if I think hard enough, I'll even remember their manager's name. I hate them all.
Even Daryl Strawberry.
Daryl Strawberry,
No, not
Doc
Barry.
Gooden?
Hernandez, Carter.
Name's right. He's got a lot of hate.
Wilson.
He's got a lot of hate.
This
Yeah.
could go on for hours.
Like days.
Johnson was the manager's last name.
No.
I hate
David
him.
Johnson. Davy Johnson.
I hate him.
Wow.
Well, but what's interesting, Bobby, but I got to be honest,
It's
what's
the
interesting.
Leafs, but man, you dissed a lot there. Oof.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot of anger.
Okay.
So your name is right. A lot of hate. But Bobby, I got to be honest with you. I believe Eric when he's saying this, but it is a little bit more interesting where after he renounces them, then they start winning. Like a lot.
No, that's right.
Like not like a little. It's like, no, it's like, great. We finally got rid of the anchor. Fuck you, Eric. And it's like, time for us to win.
1986 all the way to 2008 isn't right away.
04.
Whatever.
And they actually had multiple good runs before that. They had really good teams rating that starting in the
I
early
don't
2000s.
care. They're dead to me.
And they don't care, Eric. What's funny is they don't care either. That's the point.
They ruined a young boy's dreams. And that young boy, for the first time in his life, went, fuck you. And
they said, thanks.
And that was that.
Did you notice when they said did this after?
I didn't care. I walked away. I turned my back. I didn't see him put the thumbs up. I wasn't looking. I turned my back and walked away. I walked away on baseball. I walked away on the Red Sox. I was done.
Dang. That's right.
My mommy and daddy let me stay up late to watch those games.
Dang.
Sat there in my little Red Sox pajamas, with my glove.
That's rough, Bobby. And all they did was make an ungodly amount of money and win championships after that. It's tough.
Yeah, it is a money game too. Like honestly, like what do you need Shanahan there for? Like honestly, what is he really doing?
Bobby, in all seriousness, to answer your question, the Shanahan thing is very funny, very amusing because yes, they didn't do. It's weird with the Shanahan thing because on the one hand, the Leafs are making more money. That's the reason that the management is like, yeah, Shanahan's doing great. He's doing phenomenal. Yep. And this is also true if we're being fair, if we're being truthful about this, is that prior to Shanahan's regime starting their thing, the Leafs were just terrible in general. They weren't even a playoff team. They you don't have to worry about advancing in the round of playoffs. You're not even getting there. You don't even get there. Under his regime, they get there, but then they underperform once they get there, but they're consistently there. They basically they are building good enough teams to get there.
They're just making a spot to the playoffs. That's
agreed. But before that, they weren't even doing that. Before they weren't even doing that. Before they weren't even doing that. And even with 8 slots available, they still were failing at that.
Yeah.
So it did improve, technically. It was an improvement, just not a satisfactory improvement after a decade.
There has been no improvement in any way. And it's really hard being a fan. I can't really see somebody having season tickets. I know my son has some, and I think it's $140 a seat. So that's
I was going to say it'd be expensive as hell. Yeah.
Yeah. He's in the second bowl, but right at the front. Regardless, if you talk about $280 a game and you go and see the Leafs, like honestly, it's like a waste of money. You know the cards you could have every 3 times a week, 2 times a week.
It is true.
Over that course of time, you sit there and go, I've wasted my time. And then driving down, parking, $14 hot dog and a $27 beer, and whatever else that they can super overcharge you. They're worse than gas stations. They're actually make gas stations look cheap, like a dollar store. Honestly, because I did when I went there. I bought a bucket of popcorn and I think I bought some M&Ms or something like that, and it was like it was like $30.
And you're still making payments to this day.
I know exactly. I'm on a layaway.
You got it on the installment plan, and you're still paying.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Well, MSLE, they charge the interest too, so you're beat, right?
It's rough, man.
If profits come first and the fans come second, then the fans got to start rethinking things. And if they're going to dump and chase, if that's the way they want to play forward hockey, you're never going to win. You can never win because you're giving up a chance to at least shoot on the net, opposed to just go back behind the net and try to fight the other guy for it and get maybe a 35% chance of maybe getting a turnover. It's stupid hockey. It makes no sense to me at all. Whatever.
Yeah.
And
Well, I will
they
say
do
this.
it 90% of the time. Please, people, watch a game, any game, and you'll see it. They don't take it in. The other team will come back, take it over. Some of the other teams do it too, do the dump and chase. Boston Bruins didn't do that. They brought the puck in every time. And then the Leafs defend and just back right up. Oh, come on in. Come on.
So
Don't worry.
you're hitting on one key point though, and I'll just make one point here. The late 90s and early 2000 Dallas teams, they played dump and chase, but they also had the personnel that would lock it down. You're not coming in. We're going to throw the puck in your direction and then come and crash, and then we'll fight you in your side of the rink. But you can't come into our side because we'll lock down that portion of it. They had the personnel to do that, and the defensemen that could play that style of game and then move the puck quickly. You had a Sergei Zubov. You had these guys who could do this kind of a thing.
True.
And Darren Hatcher would punish you if you got too close to there. So they had a style that would allow that. They had personnel that would allow that. And even we always make the joke, but the truth is Modano, when he switched his game to be a two-way player, they were able to use his speed. He has skill. He can shoot the puck. He can do all this. But if all of a sudden it gets turned around, he can turn around and skate fast and go get it and go after you and basically go grab the puck. So he could be a defensive asset on that side of the rink as well, because he's playing a two-way game. And you had a bunch of players who could do that.
And to your point here, so these guys are dumping the puck in. They're going in, fighting for it. So they're tired.
It was a strategy.
I don't see anybody being two-way coming back.
But that's what I mean. Like, if it's a strategy that the team is employing and you have the personnel who can play the physical style.
But I wouldn't call it a strategy. I'd call it a I don't know what I'd call it.
I'm just saying, Bobby, they want to stand. They made back-to-back Stanley Cups playing a style like that, but they would also punish you. They punish you. They force you to be physical because they would not they don't make it easy on you. And you can't just walk into their zone. No, the whole point is they're locking down the neutral zone. The middle of the ice is a war zone. You have to fight your way through it if you want to get through it. And they force you to fight
and they have the players to do that.
Yes, they had the players to do that.
We don't have the players to do that.
You do not. No, not for that style of game.
And you look at our defensemen; they're very small. I said, just get the guys don't even have to skate. Just get them at least 6'4", and the reach alone. If they would just stop at the blue line and not let these guys come in and set up, it's almost embarrassing to watch. Either forward, dump and chase, back, come on in. And I said, stop them at the line, because I talk while I watch the games, and my wife knows. And I said, every move, what are you doing? Passing here. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? And then they go to bring it up, and they come to the blue line, and they kind of go, or to the center ice, and then they pass it back to the defenseman who's kind of just coming out of the blue line. And it's just like, okay, is everybody ready? A 5-on-5. That's real smart. And what are you going to do? So the defenseman comes over and he dumps it in.
Eric, we should have a camera on Bobby during these games. And he goes, I bet you had ice cream cake too. And then go off. It's like, guaranteed. That's it. Let me read a couple of comments here. There's a couple of good comments. I want to read them. So CC first. Good evening, gents. Good evening to you. Hopefully you've enjoyed the passionate stance of Bobby Bro. But let me read you a couple of things here for you. Two Leafs fans want the Leafs to win the cup, but MLSE cares most about making money. Yes, very true. We agree. Shannon will continue to be president as long as he continues to make the MLSE lots of money, which totally agree. 100%. Yeah, that's definitely the direction we go with. Robert said, Lenny Dykstra, Satan. So I know. Like the Godfather baptism scene. Do you renounce Satan? I do. That's a valid point. Name says, Eric, walking away needs to be a 30 for 30. Fact. How the absence of one man's hatred brought success to a former favorite franchises. It's true. It's just they need to alleviate the hate from them. Dr. Exclusive here says, Leafs have had one playoff series win in the last 20 years, which is very true. That is accurate. That is accurate.
And that was really good. That was a team. They had players, he had Wendell Clark.
No, Bobby, the last 20. 93 was 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's 30
20, it was the one series. They made one series.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. 93, they won a couple of series. They got to the Eastern Conference Final. But we're talking the last 20 years, it's been one series. They advanced passed around.
Yeah, I forgot.
Which is crazy. If you really think about it, it's
93 has been 30 years. That's embarrassing too.
Yeah, it's been a lifetime for a lot of people.
That's about as close as we ever got. 93. That was
an awesome team.
It was a team that played like a team.
Dougie Gilmour was the best player on the planet.
I will say 93 was a great year for Toronto
and
sports.
Wendell together.
93 was a great year for Toronto sports because the Jays also won a World Series that year.
It was.
They had a couple of things going on. So there was a lot of success there.
And I think the Argos even won. Did they not?
They had won in 91. I think they were still a good team in 93. They won again in 96, 95, 96, 97. They're about
Flutie, baby.
Yeah, but the point is the Argos were not far removed from a championship.
No.
And the Jays were in the middle of their peak run, They're
Yeah.
right in the middle of it. And the Leafs had a competitive team. So like Toronto sports radio was lit up because they had
Oh, it
plenty
was
of things
great,
to talk about. Yeah, they have plenty of things to talk about.
Mhm.
So it helps when you got teams that are competitive, teams that are good, and you can talk about this team, they're having success. You can talk about this team, they're having some success.
So they're making money, tons of money, and the media's
They
having tons of fun. Everybody's making money, and the Leafs fans are the losers in the end. And and the food they have there is horrific, to be honest with you. And you're paying an arm and a leg. Like I'm not even kidding. It is that expensive, and it's
Right.
not even conducive to bring your kids to a game. So if it's
God,
$140,
no.
you bring your kids, it's $280 plus parking. You're at $310, and then you add the food, it's $350, and it's like that's a lot of money to see the Leafs get their ass kicked 7-2, and you go home feeling like, well, I went to a Leaf game. Like, great. I'll save the ticket as a stub, as a souvenir. Oh yeah, there's no fucking tickets anymore. Okay,
Damn.
there you go. Next.
Tough times. Eric, you don't have a lot to. Bobby had decades worth of bile to unleash upon there.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
I've lived
listen to
decades.
this.
Trust me, I've Leafs.
Listen.
Trust me.
Do you know what my favorite Seinfeld episode is? The one that they spit on
Anti-dentite?
Keith Hernandez.
Well, there's so many as Seinfelds that are good, so it's hard.
But it's the
So-
one
so-
that they spit on Keith Hernandez. That's my favorite.
So, Chad, my favorite part about all of this is that I am oftentimes accused of being a hater. I can't even imagine why.
I don't think
But-
it's a hater. I'm a realist.
No, I understand,
There's a
Bobby,
difference.
but I think that the important part is that in the course of this segment, I truly get to be a man of peace, at least in comparison. If by comparison alone, it only enhances my man of peace here. It's pretty good.
No, everything I said was fact related.
Back
So,
and to the left. Back
Yeah.
and to the left.
what does that mean, Mr. JFK?
That was the episode that Keith Hernandez got spit on. They set the whole thing up like it was the JFK assassination with a spitball or something that hit Hernandez
I
in the
remember,
face.
yes.
And that's my favorite episode because Keith Hernandez got spit on.
It
So
happened.
much anger by this man. So much anger by this man. Just so much. It's crazy. So name was right. It's 100% right.
Mhm.
There you
Name
go.
is
Roger
never
McDowell
right.
spits on Kramer and Newman, and they blame Hernandez. Thank you, Robert. Nicely done. We got the references in today. We've had the music, and now the Seinfeld reference. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it was,
funny when
so-
you live through the 80s of music, everybody sees it a little differently as they're coming through. And some people who reference it have a different opinion, but when you lived it, it's a little bit different too. Because you had to go many different ways. And you have to remember all the coming of age movies came out at that time, Pretty in Pink, Breakfast Club, and they all had
Breakfast Club, yeah.
that music in there. And for Ferris Bueller's Day Off, all of those had the music in there, and that's what kind of brought in that age of music, and actually made it popular. On top of that, but like I said, the '80s bands were rocking it through there, like tons. The best ballads came out of the '80s of all time.
Or you can do Saint Elmo. I think was it Saint Elmo's,
St. Elmo's
Fire?
Fire. Yeah,
Yeah, the movie was garbage, but the song was good.
it was. Yes.
It was like the movie was trash. Just so we're clear, the movie was trash, but the song's
Who
all
sang
right.
that?
The song's
Red,
good.
who sang that? Red Rider?
It was like a one-hit wonder. The name escapes me, but well, he might have had another hit, but it was borderline.
Oh,
It-
I think it's the guy's name.
Yeah, it's hold on here. I will give you the one.
Yeah, I need to
Saint
know. I
Elmo's
need to know that.
Fire.
Oh, give me a second to think about it.
John Parr.
Oh, I wouldn't have got it. Okay, that's okay.
There's actually a
One of those
funny
guys
trivia
is
note about
like,
John.
oh,
There's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
a funny trivia note about John Parr that I can give you actually. And
Really?
by the way, you can look this up. Yeah, it's a fun one because Todd in the Shadows, which is a YouTube channel I enjoy. It's a music critic kind of. He's got his own shtick and everything, but it's a lot of fun. He does music essays. So he'll talk about a song or whatever. He'll do a whole essay talking about it, giving some
Interesting.
context, including
Yeah.
the movie and everything. So he talked about this one as one of his one-hit wonders as part of that series. John Parr had a bunch of videos where he's there with the American flag and all this stuff. And like you look at him in the videos and everything, he looks like this total American bro and the whole bit. He's British.
Oh, damn
He's
it.
super British. But the thing is, you look at him and
Feel
you
better
see
than
the
the
you see the
French.
presentation, you see everything, and you're like, this is the most American man who's ever lived. And he's from
Yes.
England.
Well, you can only make it if you look American. That's the thing.
But he sold it. Like he had I think he had the jacket, the denim jacket with the American flag on it, and his guitar had the American flag on. He's the most American man that has ever lived.
And then you see him in an interview and he goes, "Yeah, mate, I love playing." Yeah,
it was so good.
Get out of here.
It's so good. But so I'll actually find the episode on this, and I will include a link in the description. You guys should check it out if you're curious, because it's fun. It's a fun little episode where he goes a background on it and talks about the song, of course, and goes through the video and gives you a whole thing. It's actually kind of fun if you're interested. But this is very unusual, very interesting, but a one-hit wonder that was very entertaining. And he also talks about some of his other songs that he tried to take off a couple of things. He did have one other like minor hit, but it's very different. And it's cool that he gives a presentation. He explains it all. The name of it escapes me right now. I will find it. But like I said, I'll give you the video because it's worthwhile checking out, because it's a good episode. It's a good little video essay.
I like that kind of stuff. I think I saw that one with Iron Butterfly and God of the Vita, which is really in the Garden of Eden, which was it was a takeoff of, but they went with in Gada de Vida. It's very interesting if you listen to it.
Yep. So name's got, how do you feel about hair bands? Motley Crue, Twisted Sister. Eric was a background singer in a lot of those.
See, that was a time. That's the 80s. That's the 80s. But you have to understand, we're in different times. You know, videos are just coming out, and there's so much new that's happening, but there's not the internet. So it really changed a lot of different things. And then as you moved into the 90s, things shifted differently because you did have more modern videos, and then you did have the internet, and things started to really change a lot. So you can always measure things as how it changes. And, you know, we went from LPs, as Brandon was saying, to cassettes, and then we go to cassettes as DVDs and or CDs, and really interesting shift in time and change.
Well, Eric's still using his 8-track even as we speak.
I like 8-tracks. Well, that's what I started listening to, 8-tracks. My brother brought
Carlos Senior was a fan. He enjoyed it. Who? Carlos Senior. He was a fan. He enjoyed him.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because you had to listen to the whole song. There was 4 different there was 4 different tracks on it, so you could listen to, I think it was 3 or 4 songs on each track. So you could push 1, 2, and maybe get to the song, but then you'd have to wait for it to play through. There was no fast forward, right, on some of the machines. So you could just push the advance button into the next track if you didn't like that song. It was kind of sucked.
Yep. Anyway. It was a different thing. I like this 80s kid song "Kids in America" by Kim Wilde. She was British. Nothing says more kids in America than British people. Told you. Eric should know. What you guys don't know is that Eric is actually French. He wears the American flag shirt. He's trying to lie to you. He's been holding back the accent.
Unfortunately, I did marry a French Canadian.
You're right. You did. I forgot.
Look, all I'm saying is he tries to claim, "Oh, I'm Eric Wade." What he doesn't tell you is Eric Wade baguette.
No.
See, I'm
I'm
half
go
French.
on, Eric.
I could go to Montreal easy. Half French, half Scottish. So you figure it out.
Yeah, when he goes to Montreal, my people.
No, my wife can. Michelle can go up there and find relatives if she looked hard enough. But you won't find any.
Probably Eric is your cousin, twice removed or something. I mean, yeah.
It's rough.
Sorry,
it's pretty rough. Yeah. Well, it turns out, listen, a lot of people don't realize that Eric and Yannick are actually clones of each other. It's very awkward. Like I don't think you guys want us to understand. Like it actually makes a lot of sense science-wise.
I have sleeves.
I know you were the defective clone. You were the one where it didn't work. It's like abort, no, abort.
It's like, yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito and twins. Yeah,
yeah, kill it, poke it with a stick. Oh my god, not good, man.
Dude, that was the 80s too. There you go.
Yes, right. So should I, just for the hell of it, just as a change of pace, talk about cards for just a moment?
Yeah, we already started with cards. We can hit
but we touched on it briefly. We briefly grazed the card topic. So I mentioned on the podcast when I was chatting with Eric and Brandon that I said my plan was to do some whale chasing, and that was the plan. But you know what they say about the best laid plans of mice and men. So what I've got here is not actually like the main one. There was a eBay seller that suddenly started listing a bunch of Medano cards all at once. I think it was from a collection, I assume. But it had a couple of the 90s ones that I had on that checklist. It's rapidly dwindling. So I was like, okay, you know what? So I wanted to try to combine shipping. And the thing is, most of the stuff that I need, at this point is more obscure than expensive. It's not necessarily expensive, it's more obscure. So what I did is, so I grabbed these three, which are ones that I need. These are post-playing days. They're nice cards, but the point is to get combined shipping. I might as well combine the shipping. This one got sent straight to Canada, which is great. But then, yeah, let me combine the shipping. These are free shipping on these, so I'll take them. So nice cards. This one's like from the Decade set. That's one of the ones there. That's the gold version, so it's slightly lower number. This one was the Motown Madness during the brief Red Wings run. This was actually a set that was all Red Wings. So it's the regular version and then the gold version. And the gold version is actually out of 10, but it's not numbered because, of course, be a player. It's like, heaven forbid. So this is out of 10, but all you can tell is it says gold version on the back. That's the only way you know.
It's the gold version.
It's a gold version. So they limited the print run on that. Well, it's so great. I'll take these. That's wonderful. But the one I really wanted mainly, and again, it's not expensive. It's just more, it was more obscure. So Dynagon Ice in the late 90s had what they call checkmates. So it's a double-sided card. So on the back is Darian Hatcher, and they got Medana on the other side. But they got a Canadian and American version. And for some reason, this version only had one card, and the other one had two versions. So it's actually 3 cards total. This is the one that I need.
What was the difference in the version?
So one of them has got a blue on the one side, and I think they changed something about the design, but it's very slight. It's very small. But one of them is but that one is card number 24. There's 2 versions of card number 24. Card number 9 only has one version, and that's the one I needed, card number 9.
Oh.
Why? I have no idea. It's Pacific in the late 90s.
What do you want?
Pacific in the late 90s. I have no idea what the hell they were doing.
Okay.
It was probably a lot of drugs. Like, I have no idea what was going on. So, but the point is, this is one I needed. Not expensive, but obscure. Like, I hadn't come across one in a while, and the seller had a bunch of these. I was like, yes, fantastic. I can scratch this one off the checklist.
You have to remember, if we go back to that time period, the guys are really just winging it.
Yeah, for sure.
More than they are today.
So that's the thing. So for me, it was like, this is great. I'll take it. Like, this is a good day because I get to scratch another one off the checklist. So I was thrilled. So again, not expensive, but more obscure than anything else. And I did get 6 more cards for the 53 Bowman color set.
Nice.
So I got 6 more. So we're chipping away steadily. I think I've got 95 of the cards now. So I think we're almost 58% of the set. So this will be in a pickup video coming up that I'll put on this weekend. So this will be forthcoming as well. Nice looking cards too. Very sharp. Nice ones on this order.
What grade are they approximately?
I'd probably call them like VG plus, a little bit nicer than VG.
As long as they look nice. There's a lot of the VGs that kind of look VG, but I like the good VGs, the solid ones. The nicer centering. Maybe there's no crease through his face or something.
This one's pretty clean.
Yeah. So good from far from good. I get it. Yeah. Those are nice.
So it's not too. So it's one of those things. Mostly, I just wanted the image to be clean. As long as the image itself is nice and clean, and I've got at least reasonably centered borders on it. If the corners are rounded a little bit, I don't care. How's the image look? How does it look? How does it present in the middle of the card? That's what I care about. As long as it's a nice looking presentation image, like that means I can get a less expensive card that's still aesthetically nice that will go in the binder. Like these ones are going in the binder, so that's a good spot for them.
See, if you have a set like that in a 9-pocket page, people could look through it and they wouldn't really care about the grade because the pictures would be great and they actually look better. Like honestly, like a VG in there almost looks like an EX Mint because it gives it a little bit more, shimmer shine to the card. It looks like it's more better condition than it usually is. You ever look through an album and go, oh, these are nice, and then you start really looking, going, oh yeah, okay. But,
well, I think what's gonna be interesting about this one when it's done is that I've actually been able to be fairly consistent on the grading on a lot of the ones in the binder. So a lot of them are pretty. So I actually think if you're going to do a set in a binder, I think it's nice. It doesn't have to be the highest grade, but I think it's nice if the set is consistent. If you don't have these wild fluctuations in condition in it, and if it just looks reasonably consistent, it actually is a nice presentation as you see the different cards in there.
So I got a question.
Go ahead.
And maybe this is more towards you, Carlos, than anybody else. So do you collect, is there a pre-rookie for Medano, or do you collect pre-rookies?
Not that I'm aware of. I've tried to look into it because he played for the Prince Albert Raiders. And I always wondered if they would have done like a regional set or something.
What didn't they do?
I always wondered. I have never been able to find anything. I know they have programs and different things like specific memorabilia.
I thought I'd seen something a year or so ago. Something like
it would
that.
have to been around 88. It would have to be around 88 or so. Right. And it could have been Prince Albert Raiders. Prince Albert Raiders.
Yeah, not a very popular. That's not a very popular team, is it? I don't even think I ever heard of them.
Yeah.
And Prince Albert. Well,
yeah. Well, it was WHL. So it was kind of over there on that side. I don't remember. I remember hearing the story once of how he actually ended up in Prince Albert out of all the places, because obviously he at that point he was still a young guy in development. Like he was going to play in the CHL, but the question was like, okay, because he had an opportunity to play, because obviously you had the Quebec Major Juniors, obviously one where a lot of the great players went. Sure. But you still had some great players in the Western Hockey League. You still had a lot of good stuff going on over there. But then you also had, obviously, the OHL. You had teams going on over there. So the question was, so how'd you end up at Prince Albert? It's kind of interesting. But apparently he enjoyed it. It was good for his formative years.
For Minnesota?
No, they were literally they were a CHL team. The Prince Albert Raiders still exist.
Yeah, but were they a farm team for? Because usually they own a lot of the farm teams, like all the teams. But they, it doesn't matter who they are in the.
I think that was more in the American Hockey League. So in the CHL, not so much. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think there's any direct affiliation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think it's possible, but it would have to be super regional. I haven't been able to find any checklists or any references to anything like that.
Okay.
I'm sure it's possible. Sure it's possible. I would be to answer your question. I would be interested, because obviously I've got so much of a stuff now that it would just be a cool front piece.
Okay, that's my question. Really, what it was footed as. Do we give pre-rookie cards their due? I guess I'm writing a little article on a different one that Murray's Potato Chips from 1956. There's Makita and John Pye McKenzie, and there's a few of them in there. There's actually, out of the 16 cards that they issued, there's how many? I think 9 of them are that went to the NHL, and then you got 2 Hall of Famers, Rudy Poulis as a builder, and then you have Stan Mikita, obviously. But you have these other people who went on to the NHL. So very big, but it's really interesting that there's maybe about 5 cards known of each, if that. Mm-hmm. They're pre-rookies, but how much weight do we put on pre-rookies, and how do we classify them? Like, do we let the I don't know, do we let the larger platforms get their word in and have their opinions on it, or we have no governing bodies, so what do we do to really get that information out there about pre-rookies? And is there much cause for it? Is there much chasing? Because I think a lot of people are satisfied, like you are with your collection. Where you're going, but you're just mentioning, hey, that'd be kind of neat if I could find something. So I want to see that motivation, how it's there, and where we're going forward with that, and how many are recognized or even documented, for that matter.
For sure. I think the key is, and the reason why I think your question is interesting is because I have put so much effort in working down the checklist of his early career, because now the first decade of his career of NHL stuff, I'm down to under 80 cards total of everything that exists.
Any of those include any food issues that are cards? Like on the back?
So on the checklist, I've got Roots. So there was a Roots set that came out in the early mid-90s.
Yeah.
I'll actually pull up the checklist, because there's some stuff that is a lot of it is more obscure than rare or expensive. It's obscure.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of stuff like that. So there is a couple of food issues, I think, if memory serves me, but I'll be able to confirm that in a second. So name saying here, the Raiders did a lot of team issued sets in the 80s, so there's a good chance one was used, and I would love it. I think that'd be cool. But again, for me, it's like I've already got so much stuff. For me, it would be another thing, but it would be kind of cool to see something that is very different, because I've got a lot of this stuff.
It would have popped up by now.
I've had searches. My search is literally Mike Banano. It's not even Mike Banano NHL or Mike Banano whatever.
You know why? It's probably because a lot of those sets were issued as sets, and they will be sold as sets, and you won't get the Medano callback from your eBay searches. So
he played for the Prince Albert Raiders 3 years in the 80s. So if there is such a thing, then there's 3 different cracks at it where he played 3 different seasons.
Sure.
So Robert's saying there are 3 really expensive Cal Rip and pre-rookies. Those I know about. In baseball, they tend to be documented better. They do a better job documenting those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hockey, we have that thing with Plant there, and which is his real rookie card, and he's kind of in on a couple of the other cards, the regular cards in the set, but they're not. They're sort of, they're not named him, but they are on the back, right? But it's also an action shot almost. So, even though he's 2 years prior to his rookie card in 55, they're still back in 54. I don't think through 53, 54, maybe. Yeah, there's 2 cards, 2 or 3.
There's 3.
So, yeah. So there's another classic. Like, So how much do you put on that? You know, Plant being on a card that's prior to his rookie and by Parker's again. Tough call.
Exactly. So just to, since I pulled it up here, I'll read a couple of these comments here in a second. But just to give an example. So in the
There you go.
Yep. That's the last part of the 54 Parkers.
Oops.
Yep. Got some of the in-action shots. Yep.
There you go.
So I was going to say is in the mid 90s, Pinnacle did a couple of these, what they call sheets. Now, I don't know. That's the problem is that I've got to do a little more digging on them. I don't know if they're actual like promo sheets or what exactly they did with them, but they're on the checklist here as part of it. That would be my guess. I think that's what they are. So that's apparently Medano has one for $94.95. They've got a thing called hockey caps, which I've seen those, but only a handful of cards for it. That's again $94.95. Yeah, they call them hockey caps altogether, and caps with KAPS.
Oh, those are those pogs.
Yeah, maybe something similar, but it was right in that mid 90s period. So right there. 93-94 NHLPA Roots set. So this is an NHLPA set, not an NHL set, but that card does exist out there. They have a thing called Score Sheet. They've got a couple of those. And the other ones, the last three here on this list, are those hologram backs that I told you about. The ones with the different holograms on it, which again, you got to look at just a little hologram. That's the entire thing. That's the entire variation. It's just a hologram. That's it, Bobby. 8 cards.
Wow.
That's the entire 5 years of his career. 5 years, first 5 years of his career. That is all that's left. 8 cards.
Might be a couple pre-rookies there somewhere in there.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I have to see. And then the late 90s, I've still got I'm down to about 70 cards, give or take, on that one. And most of those are pretty conventional. There are some kind of weird ones. I finally got through some of the regional issues because those Semic sets, the World Championship Semic sets, I've got all of those now. So now I'm missing a handful of things like those score sheets. There's a thing called Upper Deck Predictor Retail. So these are the predictor cards where it was an event, and if you did it, you could redeem it for another card. But what happened is there's also a retail version of that, and I still need some of the retail versions of them. I've got the hobby version, but I don't have the retail version. There's a winner one, I've got that too, but the retail one, I'm still missing that regular and the prize. It's stuff like that. That's basically what I'm down to. It's like, all right, so show me one of these retail ones. Like, where is it? What does it look like?
Yes.
Is it a different color foil? Like, what is it? Give me more information. I don't know. So Eric, so you can answer this one. What's your favorite hair metal bands? I'm not a hairband guy, so it's all you. White Snake.
White Snake. That's a good one.
That would be an answer.
Well,
everyone.
I'm thinking about that time, and the guys with, quote, big hair. And obviously you got to look at Van Halen. You got to look at Metallica. Their hair was huge.
Were they ever really a hair band though? Like,
no,
we're talking like a hair metal band. I think right from the get-go, they were.
You can put metal in there. I think hair bands were
in the 80s, and they had a lot of hairspray in their hair. So
they did, but when you think of some of the Van Halen songs, though, Metallica really went for like basically they were about their riffs. They were about these really long songs and the riffs that they were doing. Very different from like a hair metal band style.
Yeah, I mean, I love Motley Crue, and I listened to Poison, and I listened to all of them. That's what I grew up on, and I know that people look back at it now and laugh and say the music sucked and all that, but
no, it didn't.
The
best ballads came out of the 80s, honestly.
There were some good songs that came out of that stuff, and there were some good instrumentals and some talented people. Then there was others that weren't, and that's and that's fine, but but the times changed. That's all. It was they came out of the 70s, and the music changed, and new technology, and everybody jumped on the technology with synthesizers and keyboard guitars. And
and what, you don't like yourself a guitar? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, all sorts of crazy stuff, like Bon Jovi uses, that microphone that they use that to make their voice alter to sound kind of computery or whatever. Everyone was using that, but
that was more 70s. That really kind of started with Fleetwood Mac and that kind of thing. It really started there. It never really took off very long.
Yeah.
Sort of One Night in Bangkok was kind of like that. The guy had that.
Yeah.
Downtown.
But I didn't get into like Devo, and I didn't get into.
They were just the band that they were. It's like Gangnam Style. It's the same thing. It was just a trend of one song and one hit, and that's kind of it. They weren't never anything after that or before that.
Yeah,
so.
you know.
And that
name is painting us a whole image. He's giving us a whole. Eric had an '87 Trans Am with T-top and would rip around blaring his hair bands.
Yeah. That is what
name is painting us a visual image here.
That's what everyone dreamt of because Smokey and the Bandit. I mean, right. I either wanted that, or I wanted a '69 Dodge Charger, which was the General Lee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's what every '80s kid wanted.
Pretty much, yeah. That or a Corvette Summer. Oh, that was more '70s. Sorry, yeah. Sometimes hard to differentiate the years or generations or decades. But yeah, there's so many hair bands that were really, really good, and some of the greatest ballads of all time. And some of the greatest singers of all time came out of there. What's his name? Milankovitch or whatever his name is. He's most amazing voice ever for high end. Oh, who's the other guy too? Oh, damn, I can't think of his name right now. Just these guys with incredible voices that
David Coverdale. He was great.
Yeah, but no. Freaking what's his name? Sebastian Bach, just phenomenal voice. One of the most amazing voices. The things he used to do, how he could carry, how he could hold it, how he could change his voice. Just, I do watch some lady who breaks down. She's actually an opera singer and what have you. She's called the Amazing. I can't remember her name now.
They're about. So if you're talking about the music review channels, I can guess because there's 2 or 3 that I know offhand. So there's the charismatic voice. That's one who's been very popular.
She's the best. She knows her stuff. Yeah. And she's the operatic singer, but she breaks down, all the different bands and the songs, and she goes through them and she says the right things just to define it, really, really well.
You should have seen her fangirl over Pete Townsend. Oh, sorry, not was it not Pete Townsend? I'll find it. But there was a very specific one. The reason why I got a kick out of it is it ended up being a result. It resulted in her getting the octopus. Like there's like the stuffed octopus that she's got in the background, a bunch of stuff. Yeah. But it was based off of one of the videos that she saw. I'll find what I'm talking about, just so that I can give you the right name.
What's her name again? I forget her name.
Oh, the charismatic voice?
Christine. What is her name?
Well, there's another one that's an opera singer who does that. That's Russo. Christina Russo. She's also an opera singer who does those, but she hasn't done as many.
She's a dark-haired girl.
Yeah. And I think she's Australian or British or something. That's a different one. But she's also an opera singer who has done those type of video reactions.
Yeah, some are really good, but the charismatic voice, she is the best.
It's Devin Townsend. Devin Townsend. That's what I wanted to make sure I got it right.
Oh,
it's Devin Townsend. She has done a couple of reviews of Devin Townsend songs, but when she did one that Devin Townsend did a quarantine era special kind of in his house, he did a live stream, but she did a reaction to one of the songs that he did on it. And he was having fun. He was enjoying himself and doing a very good show, putting on a good show. But he had the little stuffed octopus that it was part of the show. He just screwed around and showed it on the screen. And she was like, "Oh my God, I want it!" And her husband bought it for her. So then it became part of the thing. It became like the channel mascot that she's got the little stuffed animal.
Purple one that sits on her desk.
Yep, there you go. Bob Jackson's on it. Elizabeth Zaroff.
Oh, that's right.
That's
no idea who these people are.
Huh? You got to be into the musical reviews. Bobby is into the music review channels, and I know exactly what he's.
I've been watching her for like 3 years or something.
Yes, I'm subscribed to the channel. That's why I know.
Me too.
Yeah, that's why I knew that one.
Yeah. I am not.
But she is. It's actually interesting because she goes. Who's her favorite? What's his name? Who's her favorite of all time rock singer? Oh man, I can't believe I can't even remember the band.
You got to go with that. You got to go with either a song or at least a description of some kind.
Yeah, I can't even get a song because they never had the greatest songs, but he had one of the greatest voices. A deep.
Was it Dio?
Dio, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So she loves him. She thinks he's such a natural, and Dio never really hit a great song. What song did Dio sing? Air. That's your error. you can't really put your hands on a song that he really mastered. You know, that was a super duper hit, but amazing voice. Just one of those guys who had one of the most amazing voices, but just didn't hit the right songs.
That can happen though. You can have somebody who's
One
got
hit
plenty of
wonders.
talent. You get plenty of
Well, I
talent.
mean-
Yeah, I wouldn't consider him a one hit because he definitely had a long career. He had a
No,
good
that's what
solid
happens
career.
with one hit wonders. Guys with great
Sure.
voices, but they never go past because they don't have
Yeah, but Ronnie
music or
James
song to
Dio,
go with it.
is that what we're talking about? Ronnie James Dio? I mean,
Yeah,
that guy
Ronnie
had
James
a legendary career. I mean,
That's what I mean.
he came
So,
in after Ozzy and did many records with Black Sabbath.
so we got to remember something very important. I want to make a qualifying point here. I want to make
Name
a
a
qualifying
famous
point.
song of his.
Heaven
Here you go.
and
Bob
Hell,
Jackson's already on it.
Rainbow in the Dark.
He's
yeah.
going. No, Bob
Well,
Jackson's on
Holy
it right now.
Diver is come on. Holy Diver is legendary.
It is. Yeah, it's always in everyone's top 10.
You're talking a different game, Bobby.
Like metal
Bobby, you
music.
know as well as I do that music is very subjective. I will never try to go play that game with folks. I know there's folks that are like, I can appreciate when someone is an excellent singer or puts on a great presentation or whatever it is. Maybe I'm not into the song specifically, but I can still appreciate for what it is. That's why I enjoy those channels. That's why I'm like, I'm still interested. You know, explain it to me, give me a breakdown of it. I'm still intrigued. And sometimes I really like the song, and then I want to go listen to the song.
Yes.
And sometimes it's like, no, I think the analysis was good. I think it was fun. It was a fun watch. I enjoyed it. But it might not be my cup of tea. Doesn't mean it's not good. Doesn't mean other people didn't love it.
Paul
And there's
Stanley
plenty of reasons
had
to
an
love it.
incredible voice before his voice got damaged many years ago, and the reason Kiss had to stop touring and quit is because he really can't sing anymore, and really hasn't been able to sing at all in the last 5 years, and not well. Like
We all love Beth.
for
What are you
10.
gonna do? You can't play
But he had
concert
like
without Beth.
surgery and all this, and after he damaged his voice, he had backing tracks to help him sound better and everything. But early Kiss, he could really do some amazing things with his voice.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'll give you an example of what I'm just talking about right now. In the charismatic voice thing we were just talking about, I gave reference to, and Bob Jackson was on it. So good on you, Bob Jackson, getting a lot of these references right away. You got them. What I was going to say was, so one of the ones that she's done a number of videos on is Devin Townsend, and she also interviewed Devin Townsend. So she's got her Tea Time interview series as well, where she's interviewed some folks, and she's done an interview with him, amongst others. But she's done multiple videos and different songs of his. So Devin Townsend is a good example of what we're talking about here. I didn't know anything about Devin Townsend until some years back. But I've listened to a bunch of his songs. He's got a crazy good voice, very good range. He can do a lot of things. He's like having all these different tools at his disposal, and he can use them all. And I've listened to a bunch of them. I enjoy watching the videos for some of them. I enjoy watching the videos of him performing some of these songs because I think the combination of the video of him performing it along with the song is really good. But the only one that's made it in my rotation that I will listen to is Deadhead. And there's specifically one like a Prince Albert a concert he did. And that particular one is the one that I listened to because I think the performance was really good. But I also remember the video. But that's the only one that I'll kind of listen to on my own on the Spotify. But I still like his voice. And I know multiple of his songs that I think are really good. But I think it's the performance that sells the song more so. But Deadhead, I think it's just good. I just like Deadhead. I think it's a good song. But that doesn't mean that I don't like his voice because obviously I do. I think he's got some really good ones. But not all the songs are my cup of tea. But I still can appreciate the performance involved in that particular song.
So I think you're right. I think that's one distinct difference between the 80s and the 90s is that the voice quality had changed into more of the sound opposed to a quality of voice, of how high or, the quality that you could get out of a voice. Whereas the grunge era wasn't even about having a great voice. Most of it was sort of talking, Pearl Jam especially.
I couldn't understand any of that. No, I was in high school and college when grunge hit.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand anything Kurt Cobain.
You could not smell the teen spirit?
I could not smell or understand
Alas.
the teen spirit. I could not understand Eddie Vedder. I couldn't understand Candlebox, and I couldn't understand 20
You couldn't understand what Jeremy was speaking about?
Matchbox 30?
I mean, all of it.
Jeremy's spoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric, out of Eddie Vedder's, like a lot of the songs on 10, they're not that hard to understand. Like, Smells Like Teen Spirit is funny because there's a segment where we're not sure he's saying words.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, we're pretty sure he's just making sounds. I don't think they're real words.
Yeah.
But Eddie Vedder, a lot of stuff on 10, Even Flow, Black.
Even
Black,
Flow's
he's singing
great.
the song.
Black is actually one of my favorite songs by.
Yeah,
Fred.
I think it's an excellent song.
Yeah.
The 10, I will co-sign on the 10 album. The 10 album is strong.
There's
Red
many
Lead, Yellow
grunge,
Ledbetter.
there's many grunge albums that I just, it's like, and we had no internet. We couldn't look this stuff up and say, what are the words to this?
Eric, we have the
Welcome to
internet. We're
my
not sure
life.
what the words are. Eric, we have the internet. We're not sure what the words are to spell
Yeah.
Lucky
Yeah,
Spirit.
true enough. Actually, a lot of times when they even break down the words, they kind of say, "We think it's this." It's like,
Yeah.
why don't you ask them? They go, they won't divulge what it is. I think.
Well, in Kurt Cobain's case, he's dead, so he won't
Yeah,
be telling us
pretty
what
much,
he. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to check. We're not gonna be able to check out that one.
You got to ask Dave Grohl.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I don't think he knew what he was saying either. But my favorite part about that whole thing though is now speaking of Nirvana, I actually really like Heart Shaped Box. I think Heart Shaped Box is quite good. Personally, I like Heart Shaped Box. He also did a cover. I want to say a cover of Man Who Ruled the World or Man Who Owned the World. I think it was.
Own the World. Yeah,
I think-
did a Bowie cover. That was.
I think it was good. I liked it. I thought it was good. I liked it.
I wouldn't listen to Nirvana, any of their major albums, and have a good time, but I can still listen to their Unplugged album and enjoy every song in it.
See, most of that songs were on the radio, so you didn't really have, you didn't go out and buy every CD or every tape or cassette, whatever it was. So you would just kind of listen to the best of, and that's how you really got addicted to the songs. Only every once in a while. Like there's a lot of Van Halen songs that people never heard before, but I love to this day because I was a big Van Halen fan. So, it breaks down that way.
It says, Name was saying the lyrics are in the album cover, and Bob Jackson saying, "Name, Eric can't read."
Yes,
it's true.
I did not buy their albums. Never owned any. They were just on the radio, or other people had them playing. They owned.
Eric, you could have stole them.
Oh God! If I only knew I could do that. I didn't know I could do that. My mother told me I wasn't allowed.
5-finger discount. Just pilfer. Do the pilfer.
Well, my mother told me I wasn't allowed to. I didn't know I could.
Yeah.
Lack of imagination on your part is once again your undoing. And yes, Robert, Man Who Sold the World. That's the one. So that song also is in my rotation. So like that. So there are different, but that's why I gave that Tevin Townsend example. I can appreciate his voice, and clearly I do enjoy it. But at the same time, not all the songs work for me. But Deadhead I like. And I like that particular concert that he did with it. I think the overall performance of it, I like listening to it. So I'll have it on, while I'm doing stuff. I'll be listening to it, and it's good. But not all the stuff. But I think he's got some other songs that if I'm watching the performance, I think is good. So I'll enjoy watching the performance to go along with it. But just listening to it standalone doesn't necessarily do anything for me. So, but it depends. It totally depends. So it tells me that I can still respect and I can still appreciate his talent because he's got tons of talent. And he's showcased talent. But these aren't necessarily songs I'm going to listen to on its own.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I think it's perfectly fine. It's just a matter of your personal preference and how you like certain types. That's why I say I enjoy some of these music reaction channels, because sometimes they'll be like, all right, tell me why you think this is interesting. And then they do the little breakdown and everything, and I like it.
She does a really good job. She is so well versed on every aspect of either the voice, the larynx, whatever. Waka waka whack. Whatever. Yeah, Carlos gets that one. Anyways.
Oh, it's all with the Wagas.
If you watch her channel, and she is certainly worth watching. She is very entertaining, and she's very, very straight laced, but still pretty open.
I think it's come. I think so. To be clear, and maybe this is a good kind of segue into a lot of things that we've talked about in the past. It's very clear when you're doing videos because you have to, or because the expectation is you do it. And it's very clear when, yes, there is like a cottage industry built around this, but also you clearly enjoy doing what it is you're doing. And it comes across.
And you're good at it too.
Yeah,
really good
but it can come across, because if you actually come across like you actually enjoying the thing that you're doing, it's easier to sell it. You don't have to work that hard.
You don't even
like
have to
it sells itself.
It sells itself.
Yeah. So that's very important. Eric, I can't believe you're saying these bad things about Van Halen. Why are you shaking your head?
Hey.
You don't like Van Halen tracks?
No, I'm saying that
Sure.
I'm here against my will. I don't enjoy this. I don't want to do this, and I hate it.
Counterpoint, no one cares what you think.
No one ever cares.
Yeah, you can talk bad about Van Hagar, but don't talk bad about Van Halen. I
Mm.
remember Sammy Hagar said, what did he say? He goes, David Lee Roth, he couldn't even sing. I don't even know why even people like the songs. I'm going, shut up. I like Sammy
Well, he
Hagar
could do
too,
that-
but when he
that
said that, I went, get
split
out of
thing.
here.
Remember he jump off the drum stage and do that split in his leg. I mean, good God.
That was in jump. He was an entertainer. Did he have a great voice? Good enough for sure. But he wasn't, didn't have that voice.
Wasn't Freddie Mercury by any means, but
No.
he did just fine.
Yep. Freddie Mercury was certainly one of the best. And he had a different kind of voice too. It wasn't the song blended and made it just went together with whatever he did. But he's not probably your voice that you'd really want to hear. He's very operatic too.
Oh, he's very operatic. Yeah.
Which usually doesn't go over. It went over good with Meatloaf, and it went over, for certain things that he would do. The way he would sing a song kind of thing, Saturday Night by the Dashboard Light, back and forth, very, melodramatic and what have you. But, there's certain singers that kind of fit into the songs that they sing. But by themselves, are they a great singer? Yeah.
Well, I think that kind of goes back to what I said earlier. You can be a great singer and not necessarily have the best songs, but you can still put a good combination together. You can be an adequate singer, but your performance elevates it to make the show more interesting than just the specific material.
Or
and
be
that
Bob
can carry a lot.
Bob Dylan and have the worst voice possible, or there's
I've
a
never
few other
been a
things.
Dylan fan.
Huh?
I have never been a Bob Dylan fan. I've tried. I wanted
It's
to
just
be.
what his songs are about, so you like it for a different reason. But
Yeah, so you're saying for that, it's the message. For that, it can be the message.
But it's also the time, right? It was the 60s, and what he was saying was really important. So you like the song because of what he's saying and whatever. So you get away with it. It's just, Neil Young, as he got past his first couple songs, horrible singer.
I am not a Neil Young fan at all.
If you listen to his early stuff, his oh man, when he's live, it's like amazing, just incredible. That's when his voice was prime, but he lost that. Like, I don't know what. Maybe he's, smoked too much dope or something. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
So many guys.
Let me read a couple of comments here. I'll just get caught up real quick
Nelson
here.
never had a good voice. Come on. But you like.
But he smoked a lot of weed, so he's got that going for him. So Bob Jackson says there's a mountain of phony reactors. Yes, there's a lot of folks who are very clearly they're only reacting because they get donations. They don't give a crap. They're literally doing like the bare minimum just to react to it and like, oh, that's a great song.
You can sponsor
Thanks
me
for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, and it's like, guys, you got to put a little more effort into it than that. Otherwise, what are we watching you for? Like, you're not adding anything to this. But whatever.
There's a redheaded girl who does it too. She's really good too.
Talk about the Australian one.
Yes.
Julia something. The last name escapes me, but it's
Julia talks, Julia sings, something like that.
I have to look it up. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
And then there's one other one. She's from Ireland. Another redhead.
Ireland. Is it the?
She's a tiny wee girl. A little bit.
I have to think about it. I'm not sure.
Yep. Anyways, those are the top three that I kind of check out, but they do really well on their song. They do it different than Elizabeth. Different, but not as good. But then I think one of them was on even Elizabeth's show.
Yeah, they've done collaborations. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other one talked more than Elizabeth and talked more detail. And I went, why don't you do that in your show? But because I didn't respect her as much, and I went, holy shit, she knows her shit.
Yeah. There you go. Good evening, Chad.
Hey, Chad.
Yannick. Good evening, boys. Ready to go at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Direction Danvers. Hold on. Second half. I got a secure drop-off location for a pallet of mayonnaise packets nearby Danvers.
I moved, and I'm not telling you where I am.
Okay, sure. You can't move. You can't sell that house with that divot in the backyard.
Yep. You're never escaping. It's like a moat, except it's just dirt.
Yeah.
Zach says, haven't been around tonight. Now I want to turn this off and listen to 90s music. You and me both.
Yeah.
I feel like I should turn it off and go listen to some 90s music. I'm in. Here's a fun question. What's the best one-hit wonder? Now, this is a fun question. So I'm going to come back to this. I actually like this one. Hang on. Pause for 1 second. Pause. I like the question. Pause. But I want to finish reading these other ones.
Sure.
Zach, does Eric know about the 5K like button rates? We're at 27. Oh, Eric will find out. Speaking of seven figures, moving on. I don't think Eric likes anything except mayo, crumble cookies, and chocolate stick donuts. Facts.
I don't
Maybe I'm
like
doing Old
you.
Man Live. I like this guitar work on that. There you go. I
Old
already
Man
puts me on
Live,
his
yeah.
crumble cookies. Facts.
That's
Look, that's with
gross.
the X over the address. Facts. All right. Best one-hit wonder. Ooh. Now this could go a lot. Now, very important. I do need to set some ground rules here.
Boy,
Because there are some bands who have had what is considered a one-hit wonder, but it's borderline. Because
Yeah.
sometimes you'll have a song in a different. So
Yeah.
let me give you an example here. So there's an example here. There was a band that did Love Fool. And again, Todd in the Shadows is great for this because he'll give background on these bands and show off different parts of the thing. But they also had another album later that it could not be any more different than Love Fool that had one that also did very well on the charts. But they charted in two different music kind of categories. One was more of a pop and one was more of a rock category, but they had songs that charted on both. So is that a one-hit wonder? It's the same band, but it's two slightly different style of songs that both had popularity, but they're two very different stylistically. Is that
when I'm asked this question, I always have the same answer. I've had it for many years.
Okay.
Rock Me Amadeus?
Nope.
Falco.
Nope. To be completely honest, we talk about popularity, talent.
Right, Robert. You got it. Cardigans.
Just something that took over the world and was very well done. I always say the same thing, and it's Sinead O'Connor's big hit.
Nothing compares
to you?
Yeah, her voice was amazing. Her performance of it was
nice
always
nuance
so
to her voice, yeah.
gut-wrenching and
certainly a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, and what a hit. If that's your hit, everyone knows it, whether you like it or not. And it was so well done. She was amazing on it. So I've always said that's the best. That is the best one-hit wonder song ever done.
Yeah, I'd have to sort of agree. I think it would be on my top 10 for sure. There's a lot of one-hit wonders, and I'm probably missing a few of them. I can probably go back to the 60s and 70s. There's some great ones.
I used to literally have a playlist of those one-hit wonders because I absolutely love the category. I do enjoy the category.
I'd like this. There's one called, it was through the 80s, I think. It was called Don't Close Your Eyes. I can't remember the name of the band now. And it was just the right time, the right voice, the right everything. They were certainly a one-hit wonder, but they were in the industry for like 20 years and one hit. And they just couldn't. They're the kind of guys who couldn't pull the songs out. They had the voice, they had the musical talent, but they just didn't have the songs. And this is what happened.
Final Countdown is a great one.
Oh, yeah, Europe. Yeah, Europe had another song though.
But that's the reason why I've been being very specific here.
Yeah.
I'm making sure that we're all we got to be careful because there were some that got
not
real
the top
close.
10. We're talking one-hit wonder.
Yeah, because you got to get real close because it also depends on how you define a hit. How does it? Top 40.
Rock Me Amadeus, that's a one-hit wonder.
That's that one. Nobody's arguing. We all agree. Amadeus got rocked, and then we moved on.
And it was a great song.
It was a great song. It stands out.
But that's that thing that you can't put your finger on. Is it rock? Is it pop? Is it new age? I don't know.
Another one I say, and it's only because of popularity and what it was connected with. I don't think it's one of the greatest songs like I think Sinead O'Connor's was. Take My Breath Away by Berlin for the original Top Gun.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that would definitely qualify. So, I think this was valid right here. It's valid in both counts. So name's right on this. I'm Too Sexy by
Right Said Fred. I'm Too Sexy.
Which unsurprisingly was also blasted in Eric's T-Top Trans Am.
It may have been.
But there's a lot of those bands that came out with those kind of one hit.
The problem is he would play it, and Right Said Fred would be like, "I'm too sexy for my shirt," and I'd be like, "Put it on, Eric! Put it on!"
Who Let the Dogs Out? We can go.
I'm already wearing a shirt. Put another one on.
Right, but all these, we're talking about these conversations. Like I'm Too Sexy. Okay, it was a hit. How about the other one with the right?
The Macarena.
Right. So everyone knew them, and whatever, but none of those were really good. Sinead O'Connor's song was beautiful. The vocals, the message, the everything, the video, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And all these
a
other
bunch
ones,
in the 70s I could just rip off and you'd go, wow, that was an amazing song, and they were just a one-hit wonder. I think Mott the Hoople, signs
yeah,
everywhere.
I think one
Tesla did it over.
one that I think should be in the top 10 just because of what it actually meant when it finally was all said and done. Video killed the radio star.
Yeah, well, that's actually it did.
Because
Right,
to
but
me,
that
because
song
to me,
sucked. But it's
Now
so
that was-
monumental.
I don't think the song sucked. I just
Oh,
it's
I
not it's not one of the greatest. Yeah,
It was-
Eric, you like Kiss. You don't know anything about music. It's fine. Anyway, the point is that that one works on multiple levels because my favorite, Kiss sucks. I think one of the key pieces to the whole thing is that you've got the first one that was the first music video that was ever played on MTV, which is perfectly ironic.
True.
But then also, the lead singer ended up having a ridiculous musical career where he was involved in like 1 trillion hit songs because it was absurd. So it was I'll get the name here, and I'll actually go through a couple of the ones that he was involved in. So hold on here, I will find it.
So it wasn't like this producer. No, the Temptations. We go back to the 60s and the Temptations. The Temptations, great band, but I think who was it, Barry Gordy and all the guys there, they were trying to get them to do songs. They were giving them songs and they just couldn't do it. And then they finally hit that song. It's just getting that right people for the right song. And there's so many songs out there that are great that would be better sung by somebody else. It's almost like this is almost sacrilegious. It's Leonard Skinner, and you have that other band that sings My Mom what is it? I can't remember the song. Got too much going in my head here. Who's that band that redid Mom something with Mama in it? Why can't I remember that? Oh my God. Is it getting late? It must be. What's the Leonard Skinner song with the Mama Told Me? Simple Man.
I'll have to leave that one to chat.
Simple Man. But then a band did it after that, just more, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe 15. I don't know, maybe more. And I can't remember their name now. All right. So much for that.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And he did it justice because
it's awesome.
Yeah. And then people say, oh, well, Leonard Skinner, you can't put him down. But yeah, some people will do your song better just because they hit the right notes or do that. And it's not often it happens, though, because you get attached to those songs.
The best version of Stairway to Heaven I've ever heard was done by Heart. And
you like that? I didn't like that when they did that in that concert theater.
It made Robert Plant cry.
Yeah, but Robert Plant made women cry and throw their bras and panties on the stage, so whatever.
But that's his turn. He's crying. He didn't make Ann Wilson cry. Ann Wilson did the greatest version of Stairway to Heaven that's ever been done. It was amazing.
But not better than him.
Yes, better than him.
Oh, no. That's one. See, like Carlos is saying, it's subjective. But no,
it is 100% subjective.
Yeah. I don't think you'd get a very low percentage who would say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I didn't think it was possible. And Wilson destroyed that thing. It was
destroyed
awesome.
it. I think Robert.
There you go. I like Bob's comment here. Jason Bonham playing is what made Robert cry.
Yes, because he was crazy.
Yeah. So there was the cover that what was it called? I'll find exactly what I was referring to because I got distracted by the search. So it was Trevor Horn was the one I was talking about. He was the lead singer of the Buggles, and he went on to have a producing career with a bunch of #1 hits, but all over the map because he did "Relax" by Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Yeah. He did "Kiss from a Rose" from Seal, but that's just like a couple. He was actually involved with All the Things She Said by Tattoo, which was she was involved in that one. But he was involved like in hundreds of songs, including he's got the one hit for his own, but then he was owner of A Lonely Heart by Yes. He was involved in producing that one. He also sang for Yes. He also sang for Yes, by the way.
Did he really?
So I'll send you the link to that one too, because he's got a weird career, man. He did a lot of stuff. He sang, of course, but he also produced. But his career as a producer like outpaces his musical work as an actual musician by 1,000,000 to 1. but obviously he still had the number one hit as a player, as a singer. But then he was involved in so many more hits later as a producer. He did a lot.
Sort of like Burt Bacharach. He wrote so many songs for so many things, and he had his own few songs. But then you go, "Oh, who's he?" But he produced like everything. It was like unbelievable.
Neil Diamond, the same way.
Who's that?
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond's got the voice of like, man.
Yeah, but he wrote lots of other songs for other people.
Yeah, but he did so many great songs himself, like top number one songs. It's just unbelievable. Forever in Blue Jeans is an amazing song, but it's very simple. But he's got that lilt in his voice that just is perfect. And that's what it means. Sometimes I like the really heavy rock with a great quality voice.
Here's another one-hit wonder that was going around in the 80s a lot because of the Cold War. 99 Luftballons.
Oh yeah.
Now, do you like the because they actually had the two versions,
the German version or the English version? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I listened to the English version because I didn't speak German.
It's kind of cool in German if it's playing every once in a while. You kind of go, oh, it's a little different. It's nice, but it's the same.
You could have played 99 Luftballons with Rockaway Amadeus back to back, and maybe it all makes sense.
It would. Yeah, it would come together.
I don't remember who wrote that though and who sung it.
Nina.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. I think it was like
Nina.
It was very simple. It was very short. Yeah, it was very short.
But it was about the nuclear holocaust.
Yes,
it was. That's what made it very fun. Look, a lot of the ones we're talking about here, they were part of that series that Todd in the Shadows did, because it was literally called One Hit Wonderland. That's the name of the series that he did. He's done a bunch of videos on a bunch of those. It's very interesting. That's how I learned the thing about the St. Elmo's Fire. That's how I learned a lot of that stuff on there, because he did a video. Again, they're video essays talking about the song, but also talking about their career in relative terms to what was going on with it and where it fit, and then what they tried to do after and the whole thing. So he's got that one. And he's also got another series called Train Records, which was a record that maybe a band had that effectively ended their career. So maybe they had success and then they had this record and it kind of derailed everything for them.
You mean Hootie and the Blowfish? You talk about Hootie and the Blowfish?
They were on there. Yeah,
they were on there. Hit wonders. They were one record wonders. That happened. We loved every song on their first record. Then their second record came out, and you went, no.
That's a lot of them happen, like the Chumbawamba. You got there's a lot of different.
Listen, Tub Thumping still gets played a lot, man.
That is one of the most motivational songs.
It sticks. It sticks.
Yeah.
But if you know the background of that band, though, it's even more fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're literally basically like a punk, like rebellious band. They actually really hate. And the fact is they did everything in their power to like torpedo their own musical careers, because they're like, the establishment sucks. And they wanted to like push against it. And it was like, you guys realize you nailed this one song that absolutely worked. And then you're sitting there like, but then you play the rest of their set and everything else is like against the system. And it's like, for one brief shining moment, you were at the very top end of the system.
And you should have stuck with it.
It was very funny. I was like, all right. But like I said, that song still gets airplay all the time in a lot of places.
It's a perfect motivational song to get people going and keep them up. If you're going to sleep at night, crank that. I get knocked down every time, and I get back up again. Getting knocked down, back up again. It's perfect.
Yeah, it works. That's what I found very funny about it. It's like, it works. Here we go. I'm trying to find.
The 70s was loaded with one-hit wonder songs, so we really can't even go there. We'll stick with
we already had, we mentioned earlier tonight was Turn Up the Radio by Autograph. That was one of the ones that was mentioned. That's another one-hit wonder that qualifies here. This is a good one. I forgot about this one. Don't Worry, Be Happy. That one got a lot of mileage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one that got a lot of it. Baby Got Back, Eric's favorite. Got this one. Oh, this is a good one. Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm. So that was the cover. Alien Ant Farm did a cover of Smooth Criminal.
Right.
And I actually thought it was really well done.
Yeah.
They did a good job with it, but it was a one hit for them because they were never able to follow it up with anything. But it was a really good song. I think they did a good job.
Song. I know it probably to hear it. Just can't.
Well, Smooth Criminal was originally by Michael Jackson. That was the original.
Yeah.
And then Alien Ant Farm did it, and the music video gave a lot of homages to Michael Jackson because they did, they asked permission. They gave him a lot of homages in it, but it was well done. It's completely different style though. Very different style.
Yeah, because some did Billie Jean differently. They slowed it down or did a really good job on it. And you didn't know it was the same song.
Movies was pretty big for Alien Ant Farm. Yep. They have a new album too. Nice. That's good to hear. Hey, by the way, being a one-hit wonder doesn't mean you have to be a one-hit wonder forever. If you can figure it out, congratulations. But
Usually
most of
it's
the
not.
time you get stuck. Most of the time you're stuck. That's it. But you never know. Sometimes something weird happens. So I'll give you an example. Train Records. One of the ones that was on the Train Records one was what was her name? It was I don't want to say Lilith Fair. It was something else. It was one of the lady rockers that had a bunch of songs. It was Exile in Guyville was the album. The name is escaping me right now. But she had a good run of like albums. And then she came out with her biggest album, but that one effectively kind of torpedoed her career a little bit. But then she came out with an album called Fun Stuff or Fun Style. And like it was such a disaster that they figured her career was over. But she actually came back a little while ago and did a new album. It had been years. She literally had been away for a decade. And the new album was actually reasonably well received. They're like, hey, good on you. Because enough time had gone by since that disastrous album that her current album was actually not bad and had some good songs on it. And people were like, hey, good for you. You didn't completely fall off the face of the earth. You figured something out and you were able to. She didn't want that to be her legacy, that really bad last album. She was like, I can do better. So she took a long time off to basically figure it out. It was Liz Phair. Thank you. That was the one I was looking for.
Liz Phair there, yeah.
But Liz Phair had a run of decent albums. Again, never the biggest. But the point is she's had a decent run of albums that were well received. She came up with one that was commercially successful for a couple of songs, but it hurt her credibility. And then she came up with Fun Style, which completely torpedoed her credibility. But then take a decade off and put together a half decent album. And hey, doesn't mean you're in exile forever. If you can put together a decent album after the fact, people will at least give you a shot once enough time has gone by.
Mm-hmm.
Snap, yep, it's another one. Seahawks blowing the Super Bowl and refusing to run the ball was a one-hit wonder. That's right, Dunkachino. That's right, and I appreciate you bringing. Listen, for the record, Eric, for the record, I appreciate Dunkachino adjusting it to fit the conversation.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. That's elite. That was
Don't
a
let
good
it
job.
go. You be mad about that for life. I hate the '86 Red Sox. You hate that Seahawks team.
I was going to say, Eric, like if anything else, you should appreciate the consistency.
I'm with them 100%.
Dave says, I feel the 90s was also filled with one-hit wonders. It was a lot of them, man. It was a lot of them.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's one for Eric. Cotton Eye Joe by Rednecks. Yes.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah.
That was a good Moonshine song.
Yeah. She blinded me with science. By the way, a lot of these, if you actually check out the background of it, it's hilarious. Here you go. Come On Eileen by Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Oh, yeah.
There's a one hit. There's a one hit.
Eileen.
Yep.
Again, some of these were
catchy. I Ran by Flock of Seagulls.
And Flock of Seagulls have two.
And so that's why I said it depends on your definition.
No,
right?
Yeah, I Ran though. Yeah, that was an amazing song.
That was the big hit.
That was 80s. If you really could grip the 80s,
if you play I Ran and you tell everybody name the decade, even if they've never heard the song, 80s. Like totally, that's super 80s. Could not be more 80s if you tried.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say there's a very distinct style to certain songs. That's like, yes, that is 100% 80s. We know that. Totally. Yeah. Still waiting for the Falcons to run the ball and kick the field goal. That's facts. Concrete Blonde Joey, Flock of Seagulls has Space Age Love Song as well.
Joey, baby. Come on.
I don't know that one. So you got me on that one. So let's see here. I just want to see. And a lot of these. There you go. Eric, Bismarcky, Just a Friend. Come on.
No. Oh my God. That's one of the worst.
That's what I'm saying. It's that,
but it worked.
It did for a song. It worked.
A lot of these were fun and catchy, but you look back at them and they're not good. You know what I mean? Some of them have there's
Eric,
really no talent.
I Believe in a Thing Called Love by The Darkness. Don't you even dare try to downplay The Darkness.
That's number 2, right behind Sinead. I'm with you. You have to have that
respect.
Yeah,
some respect.
That's number 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Electric Avenue. There you go.
Oh, Eddie.
You guys have got a bunch.
Eddie Grant.
You guys have got a bunch of good ones. Well played. Grant, there you go. Eiffel 65 Blue. Eric still plays that right now. All the time.
I'm blue now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, here you go, Bobby. You mentioned this one. We almost forgot. Informer by Snow.
Yes. Now that was amazing because Snow, he was in on a double murder charge in the East Detention Center in Toronto while that song was playing on the radio first time.
Yep. How Bizarre by OMC. That's another one.
How bizarre.
Yeah, Bobby already talked about Who Let the Dogs Out. We already talked about that.
Yeah, I actually
we got that one in there.
Yes.
So that would definitely qualify. Unbelievable by EMF.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
That's
That's another
song.
one hit wonder.
Motivational.
That's another one hit wonder. Totally. 100%.
Yep.
This one has been played in many a retail establishment. Closing Time by Semisonic.
It's closing time.
Mm-hmm. One hit wonders. All of these are one hit wonders. Bobby, this is all. There's 101 videos on this One Hit Wonderland playlist, and it's a lot of these songs I'm talking about.
Really?
There's a lot. He's done video essays on 101 of these.
About Josie by Center Field.
I'm not sure. Bobby's vanished. Oh, this one's good. Eric, this one's good for you. Are You Jimmy Ray by Jimmy Ray?
No, I don't recall that.
Fastball the Way. See, that one was definitely on that playlist that I had with the one hit wonders. That's a big one. Dishwalla Counting Blue Cars. Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Here you go. Play Closing Time at a bar at the end of a night if you want a bartender to attempt to injure you. Facts. It's truth. Enigma had some strangely good music. There you go. I like it. There's so much. It's crazy. Oh, Eric, What Is Love by Hadaway? Come on, man.
Baby.
No.
Yeah. Oh, here's one of the best ones.
And all I just see is those Saturday Night Live guys there, Will Ferrell and
yeah, what's his name? They did that movie.
And they just snapped their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the best ones of all time. Black Betty. Oh, okay. Black Betty, Bam Bam. Oh, Black Betty, Bam Bam. That is top tier. I don't know if that's 80s or late 70s.
I would think it's late 70s, I would think.
70s, maybe, yeah.
Oh, here you go. Here's a good one. Harvey Danger, Flagpole Sitta. That one I literally had on a playlist that I was playing the other little while ago.
Like something I
so that was a 90s one. That was a 90s one. And that was towards, I want to say, the latter portion of the 90s, because that was one of the last. So remember when I said the 90s had like 3 distinct eras, that if you break it up in pieces? Flagpole Sitta was right at the end of the era, right before it went super poppy, right at the end of the decade. Yeah, but you had a handful of songs left that qualified. So this one was 1997. So this was right towards the tail end. But this was one of the last really weird one-hit wonder songs that didn't really fit anywhere else. And there was a really specific pocket. It was by a band called Harvey Danger. It was a guy who actually became a music critic. Sorry?
How'd the song go?
Oh, I'll play a bit for you after. It's actually, there you go. Bobby Suspiria.
Oh, what I meant to say, instead of saying Center Field, but Josie by Center Field, what I meant to say is Your Love by The Outfield.
Will Ferrell and Chris Kattan, yep. Cake, Going the Distance, yes. Although I think Cake had another. Wasn't Cake also Short Skirt, Long Jacket? I think that was another song they had that also did all right. I think that was another one. If memory serves me, I could be mistaken. Green Day, Good Riddance, yes. Yeah, Harvey Danger's late 90s. Men Without Hats, Safety Dance, yes. The Offspring had good songs, yes. Great song, You're Loved by the Outfield, yep. Got that one on vinyl, nice.
Yes, I mean, and again, I don't think should be number one up there with Sinead, but it is a good song, But some of these others are just foolish. Like, how about the one about the Pina Colada song? Do you like drinking pina coladas, walking in the rain? That whole thing. That's a one.
Eric, the problem is you're talking about songs that have deep meaning. Nothing compares to you is very shallow by comparison. Like, especially compared to Mambo number 5.
Yes, Mambo.
You skip 4 Mambos to get to number 5. That's deep.
Right. That is deep. That's way better than Sinead.
Yeah, well, easily. Like, it's not even comparable.
No,
what are we talking about?
That's the Pina Colada song. Is Escape is the correct name.
Yep. Collective Soul. Yes.
Man.
What's going on with your stuff there, Bobby?
I don't know. It keeps booting me. I couldn't even get
You
in.
know what, Bobby? I think I have the answer. I think I know what's going on. And I hadn't really thought about it, but now I think I know what it is. And it's something I'll have to put a reminder. I think it might be the recording thing because I have a setting for when I do the podcasts.
So I'm getting the recorded version in my storage.
I think what it's doing, I think I could be mistaken. I don't know why I think it's trying to record, but then you're running out of room on the phone because you don't have
what it's saying every time.
Okay, so then that means I got to make sure we have the setting off when I do the live. Because it's automatically had the setting on, but I got to remember to turn it off.
Yeah, because every time that the message comes up, your storage is full. And then usually about 15, 20 minutes after that, gone. And then you try to, I came back 3 times and it booted me. Now I'm back again, which is, I don't know why. But
yeah, I think it's the setting, and the setting works well for the podcast, but for the live, it makes no sense. So I have to make sure I have that shut off when it's the live stream.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'm getting.
So I'll make a note of it just to make sure for the live streams we don't have that on. That way we don't have. I think that'll eliminate the problem. Orgy Blue Monday, yes. Huey Lewis in the news back in time. Nice.
No, Huey Lewis did so many
songs, so they're not one hit wonders.
Well, that's it. So that goes back to what we just talked about a little earlier.
Yeah.
So
Corey Hart, come on, guys.
Now here's a question. What is the cutoff?
Songs.
What is the cutoff for what is considered a hit?
What do you mean?
What is so how far up the chart does it need to go to qualify as a hit?
Well,
I don't think it has to be number 1 because a bunch of these didn't hit number 1, but they got right up there because some of them did hit number 1, but other ones maybe were number 2 or number 3, but obviously big hits. So the question is, what's the cutoff?
Some are 15 or 20 on the chart. That it's almost like winning an Oscar. Not the best movie wins. It's just the best movie of that time won. It's up who you were up against. Sometimes songs were in 20th. And they're still remembered today, but where are all the other ones? They're gone. Nobody cares, right? And that's what happens at current time. So top 20 that top 10 doesn't really mean much because a lot of guys never even made it past 10, and those songs are amazing today. And if they hit the charts at a time when the Stones and the Beatles are coming out and everybody else is in there with songs, you're beat. You're knocking yourself down the road. And those guys put out albums that were fucking amazing, like the whole albums. It was like holy shit. So I can't really say that, but I'd say, any of the song that's in the top 50, I would say. I would even say maybe even top 30, but, because there's a lot of them that kind of slid in there. Like you look at Black Betty, I don't even think it made the number 1. It probably made it to 10 or 15. But today, everybody knows that song. Everybody. If you hear it.
That's why I think there can be songs that have resonance, but maybe didn't necessarily hit the very top of the chart, but they hang around.
Do you remember the name of the band that sang Black Betty?
Yep. That was, yep. I remember it. Now, just give me a second.
I can give you the initials if you need.
No, you don't need to. I'll get it.
Spin Doctors is a good call out for the one hit wonder.
It wasn't Spin Doctors.
No.
Okay. What are the initials?
But for the one hit wonders, though, for the one hit wonders, Spin Doctors are a good example.
2 words.
Ram Jam.
Ram Jam. There you got it.
Yeah,
Bob Jackson's on it today, man. Bob Jackson's on it. He's been quick today with a lot of these
and
references.
The Spin Doctors freaking covered a Simon and Garfunkel song, didn't they?
Yeah,
they might have. I don't recall it specifically.
Isn't that what their big hit was? No,
their big hit was Two Princes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was their main song. Although again, they had a video in that thing. The other they might actually theirs was Train Records. And it's very clear after that big hit, that first album that did hit with that big song, the other guy, it's like he went off the deep end. He came up with one song that was so wacky. It was just in there like I was just listening to it as I was dying of laughter. It wasn't good, but it wasn't terrible. But it was so weird. It was so out of left field. It was bizarre, very bizarre. Technotronic, Pump Up the Jams. Okay.
That was a really good song.
There you go. I may or may not have taken a rock history class in college. I love it. Fantastic. That would be a worthwhile class. That'd be fun.
He needs to be blocked for the rest of the night because now he's just messing with me.
Boston had fucking tons of fucking songs. Holy shit.
Tons of hits.
Their album, I was sitting there. We listened to the whole album front and back. It was just fucking never stopping. That was my 70s. That was my jam, my 70s. That was great in that time period where you're hitting that.
Austin has
age.
tons.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. My teacher was a huge insufferable Beatles fan.
The
That's
Beatles are awesome.
Beatles are
But
great. They fit.
But
so
I
many
think though
different-
the key word is insufferable though. I think you can be a fan of anything and make it a pain in the ass. Like you really can. You can if you're the wrong kind of fan, you can take something that otherwise is like, no, this is good, and you can make it so like fuck you. You can 100% do that.
My favorite Beatles song's off the White Album, and it's Blackbird. I could listen to that 10 times.
Really? That's a surprising selection because I know Blackbird is very Paul McCartney.
I could just listen to that. I could listen to that 10 times in a row and be happy all 10 times.
Baby, I'm Amazed. That's a great song. Oh, it's not even called that, is it?
That wasn't the Beatles, though. That was Paul McCartney.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forget the Wings. So you did that later. That's
that was
right.
his Wings.
Yeah, they all kind of went the wrong way after a little while. But those guys fit into every genre. And then they went Sgt. Pepper's on everybody. And holy crap, it was just like psychedelic land. Wow, it was crazy.
I didn't love Sgt. Pepper.
It was a little
White Album I liked a lot.
trippy. Yeah. Spin it backwards. It's Paul McCartney's a dead man. That's what it says on spinning it backwards. That was the big thing back then. And same thing with Stairway to Heaven. If you spun it backwards, it said there was a little child born. His name was the Power of Satan. We did it. My friend had a turntable with a cassette, and we could record as we turned it backwards. And that's what I heard. And I said, "You keep it at your house." No, you take it. And I said, "No."
Well, the problem is when you hear that everywhere. Eric hears that, in jingles on TV. He hears that with, background static. He hears it, when he wakes up in the morning. He hears it when he looks in the mirror and recites it to himself.
I hear
like that's when you get
talking to me.
Yeah, Reggie Lemon and cards, they've told him that the entire time. They tell him two things. They tell him to worship Satan and to murder in his name. So they tell him that. And they tell him who scored the first NBA three-pointer, which was ironically also Satan.
See, Reggie Lemon was a one-hit wonder.
Okay, you think he had a hit?
Well, one game.
Oh, sure, maybe. So Zach says, saw Collective Soul, first concert after pandemic, and dancing around the aisles singing the small casino venue.
Right now? What was that?
He's getting messages from Satan.
I'm showing the world that I have a major Reggie Lemlin problem because basically I keep buying the same damn card over and over again from Leaf just because they put a different color on it.
Well, maybe you should buy a card that's not exactly the same, but has the Loch Ness Monster in the back.
Maybe.
Or a leprechaun.
No, I don't.
Or the Abominable Snowman.
Or Scotland's, animal of their unicorn.
I don't want
Scotland's animal of their representing their state. But you were showing them one at a time. What song does that or video remind you of that song where they would show a card and they throw it down and throw another card?
Crap. What was that?
Yeah, exactly.
Back in 1 second. Hey, sure. Chat, you can give it a go if you can get it. Because you might as well. Go for it.
There was two songs. Actually, Bob Dylan did it a long time before. But then, is it In Excess? By time, no, it's not that one. Complications, no. Yeah, that's a tough one. Anybody out there? Nope. Where's the chat? Where are they supposed to? They're showing you guys doing cue cards with the words on it and then throws it down. He looks like the guy from In Excess, but maybe it's not him.
No, I know. I remember exactly. I just can't.
Yeah, it's hard recalling.
So
I got the whole book in my head. I got the history of the songs and music. It's amazing what your brain can retain. And then you try to call some simple stuff up and you can't remember. It's just like random. But
it happens to me more and more every day.
I need a new computer or maybe some more memory. I'm not too
By
sure.
the way, for the record, I don't know if you guys have experienced this. I find that there was a long time where I would very good at certain trivia things. If I knew certain references, certain things, I could be like instant recall with it. I think the hard drive is actually filled up. Where now, in order to make space, I have to remove something. Yes. So it's like I could add more information, but I almost have to throw something out.
You got it.
Yeah, and that's what happens. I come on here and I'm trying to talk over to Larry, David, whatever his name is, this guy. So but I have to throw that information out in order to remember this additional information. Like it's problematic. It's troubling.
And that's what happens going forward. So if we talk about these kids being exposed to all these videos and everything, this flash stuff going through their head, their retention is going to be like, how can you remember 10,000 things a day that they're looking at or listening to or whatever? You know, it's going to be very sorted going forward. And they won't be able to share because, you know, through the 70s, 80s, even earlier, but even later, 80s and 90s, we all kind of had to listen to the radio. We didn't really have the diversity of music that they have today on the videos, on the internet, and what have you. So things have changed a lot. So I think going forward, they're going to have a hard time remembering things. And you're going to have a small little cliques and groups of who followed this and who followed that and who followed this, you know. So, but we have the general references, but, you know, it's everybody's into their own little thing. So interesting.
I think it helped a lot at that time because they still had the music videos that I can recall imagery and the music videos, and it's actually very helpful for the memory part of it because I'd be like, yes, I know what you're talking about. Like,
was a great video.
It was great. It was a great video. The song was strange. The video was strange, but they work together and they're easy to remember because of. But like, you know, for example, you go back to like an 80s period and you go and like, I might know a singer, I might know a band or whatever. You know, I could say Peter Gabriel, but then if I need to remember a song, then I think back to Sledgehammer, but I think back to the video, the claymation, because if you check it out, it's a claymation video. It was really well done. It was very strange. Yeah.
It wasn't,
but you can remember it from the visual of that video because it stood out. It was very distinct compared to a lot of the things.
And it stuck with us because we weren't inundated with tons of music at that time. It was just, you know, whatever came out that month, and you would listen to the hell out of it. And you know, you weren't listening to 50,000 things and watching 8 videos of people and talking about the cards every day and all this other stuff we're throwing in our brains, right? Useless information.
Yep. I like this. Right. So these two comments back to back, I think, are very insightful. I want to make sure I read them to you. So Zach first says, Bobby just hates the younger generation. Second comment, imagine his feelings on the youth of Atlanta. That's valid.
Can't be.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. That's valid. But because look, for example, what we just talked about tonight, imagine Eric was waxing poetic and bitching and moaning about the 86 Red Sox. Imagine if the 86 Red Sox had also had a series of commercials promoting mayonnaise. We'd never hear the end of it, ever, to the end of time. Like, it would just be endless hate. He would start a YouTube channel just to hate on that.
I don't like any of the music today, that's for sure. I can't say that. I've listened to something. I actually, when I got the new car, it had this, new music of today, whatever it was called. And I was sitting, just kind of listening to it because we were driving and stuff like that. And a few songs went on. I went, I don't know any of those songs. And I don't even know. And they weren't even good. They didn't even stand out. It's a different, sort of way different era today. There's nothing. Everything's electronically done. So the drums are electronically done, the synthesizer, everything's done. Talent. So there's no creativity.
No.
Except through, the digitalized world that they are, programming things into or out from. So
this is an underrated comment that I feel is worthy. Like Bob Jackson, if I had a comment Hall of Fame, this is very close to getting nominated right now on the first sitting. I wonder if the band Cake had a song called Ice Cream. I bet Bobby would hate it.
There was a song called Ice Cream.
But not by the band Cake. But not by the band Cake.
It was by Van Halen.
I get it. But I'm saying by the band
Man,
Cake.
David Lee Roth.
Love the Ice Cream Man.
That's a great song, but a lot of people won't know it because they weren't into Van Halen.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that Cake should cover it. Saying is that Cake should cover it.
I understand.
Our dream gets closer.
Yeah.
Robert says 3 months until the era of Coach Mayo. Facts.
Yes, he's coming.
Can't wait.
The Mayo Man cometh.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Scream Man is a great song. There you go.
It is.
It's a great, fun song. It was just him kind of talking through it.
Well, you guys don't know. Like Eric and I were going to do a cover of Ice Cream Man. Now, to be fair, we were going to make it our own because the cover was just going to be me. Yeah, the cover was just
passing me by.
No, listen. The way it's going to work, it's a cover, but we were going to make it in our own style. And the way we make it in our own style is it was just a loop of the ice cream jingle from the truck. That would be the entire song. Just 3 minutes. That's the entire song.
Would you be showing ice cream cakes or pies?
Well, we could probably put that in the video, Bobby. We could probably put that in the videos, But I'm just saying the cover, the song would be Ice Cream Man, but then it would just be like if you just get the song from the truck. Because you got the truck roll by. By the way, it's been a while, but there used to be like the ice cream truck guy in this neighborhood that would make the rounds right around here.
I'm kind of scared of some of those. You know, I look inside and I go, "Oh,
they're shady. They're very suspicious.
It's dirty."
You want to make sure that you're there for the 5th or 6th person in line when they just pull up, so they can get through the whatever they did to the or whatever could happen. Yeah, I'll take that 5th ice cream. I don't want it the first one. It's
The first 4 are no good.
If you go into after a weekend and go Monday to Mr. Sub or some other place, you're going to get the old bun that they didn't sell from yesterday. You're going to so never go on Mondays to whatever restaurant, because you're going to get whatever's left over from Sunday. And that's my opinion.
Well, I was going to tell Eric to go down to Mr. Sub. You know, we were going to invite him over to Mr. Sub, and I was going to tell him to order the specialty, the green bun. It's a very special. The green bun. Yeah. It's food coloring. It's just, but it's the green bun. You should try it. It's great.
Yeah,
it's good for you.
Speaking of ice cream, men in the trucks and ice cream trucks and all that. So you guys seen the video going around like on Instagram and stuff about the little girl from England with the thick accent? I mean, kind of guttural, working class accent, talking about how much money ice cream costs, and she is hysterical. It's this little girl with this thick British accent talking about, 9 quid. He wants 9 quid for 2 ice creams.
I haven't seen that one.
It's hysterical. And then she's like, and I hope he can hear me. Oh my God.
I'm too busy watching Elizabeth Zoloff.
There you go. Well, she's got a lot of videos now. She's had a lot of success with that channel. That channel's gotten huge.
And I was listening to her before she was huge. She was just kind of making it then, but she was so good. You were destined to know that she was going to go somewhere. It's like those channels that you think that are going to go somewhere, then they never really do. So, a few others, the nonsense. Anyways,
for the record, like the people of Atlanta, I am a man of peace here. I've done nothing. I just sit back and wait.
See, that's one thing about that. I'm going to get into it. Okay. Okay, so he's got all these cards that you can buy online anywhere or go to his shop and buy. And basically that's all he has. He has nothing else there, nothing else to see. Come buy cards, come buy volume, come pay your money, come go buy, see it. That's it. It's like,
hey, listen, if he keeps sucking up the fanatics, he may be the only person in the state that has allocation. So that might help.
And how many people are buying in Atlanta? I don't know. There's too many Atlanta Braves fans. I don't know.
As long as he's allowed to sell, it online, he'll probably be fine.
Yes.
if he gets allocation, he should be okay. It should be fine.
I guess so.
Yeah, but he needs it. He needs it because of the model they went with. If they're going to have that many breaker pavilions there, they need product. That's the only way this is going to work. You need product to break and to be able to sell boxes.
You're almost non-distinct. You're like an eBay in a desolate location. In one place in the United States. They have an international airport. I forgot about that. But anyways.
I was going to say, stop downplaying the international airport, man. It's huge.
Well, it's like half an hour away. It's not like you can get off a plane and just run there and run back and get on your next flight. Anyways, right. He's just product. He's just in, out, nothing else. You want this card? We have this card. But yeah, so online has it. eBay has it. Auction has it. PWC has it. Someone has it. Maybe you just have it. I just don't see where he differentiates himself from any other platform except he's a store. And this is the way the future is going to be as a store. That's fine. I don't see it happening. It's too regional. You have to be online. So why have a store? Why have 10,000, 20,000 square feet? It just makes no sense to me. And especially in Atlanta. I love Atlanta, but
I was going to say, do you, Bobby? Because Carlisle is very suspicious about that one. Carlisle's not feeling the love of Atlanta.
It's not card mecca.
Bobby, with the amount of Atlanta slander you've given, like as a subject matter expert,
nothing about Atlanta. It's about where he is selling what he's doing in a
It's not
place
about
that's
Atlanta,
not
but half the
Mecca.
shots are about Atlanta.
It's not Mecca. It's not, it's not like hockey in Toronto or hockey in maybe even Quebec, you could say. It's a far end. It's like the Newfoundland back in the 50s, one team didn't even make the minor leagues, whatever kind of thing. That's where he is.
Wow.
And yeah. But you had all the stars visit. Yeah, that was it. They only stayed and then they left. That's it. Everybody showed up.
Wow.
He's going nowhere. How can you go anywhere? I can't see the business model. I can't even, not like I'm a super guru about business and anything, but I know he's going to flop one day soon. And you can only put a Band-Aid over whatever he's doing. And the market's
I think it'll come
down.
down to the ownership arrangement, because if there is what everybody suspects, if there is some kind of a Fanatics ownership piece that they have some
So if
equity
he's
in
going to
it
sell
built in.
online, then why does he need to be? He should just be online.
Well, that's
sell his allocation online. Like, why have the big store?
because he likes to be able to say he's got a big store. It's really an ego thing. Yeah,
Right.
because like I said, the Burbank thing is an example that you can be pretty successful with a more warehouse style, because they do their e-commerce. E-commerce is the biggest piece of they still have a storefront. You can go to Burbank Sports Cards, yes,
but that's supplemental to their mainstay of their business. Right?
The e-commerce is their
storefront.
big thing. The e-commerce is their huge thing.
So
yes,
his is all just the supplemental.
Yeah.
It's the main thing, which should be supplemental. Because how many walking visitors are you really going to get in the course of? Like, honestly, it's not downtown Toronto, and it's hockey. It's like, I think you do better in Vegas, for crying out loud. But anyways, he's going to do what he's going to do. I wish him well, but I don't see it going anywhere. I can't see it going anywhere. I can't see the future when cards are down, like Michael Jordan's down. Like, I don't even know the prices. It's just so low, and I think it's really even below what pre-pandemic, because pandemic we were surging up. So if we add that 10% on per year or 5%, it's still going up here, and I think we're past and maybe even a little bit below now of where it was going. So and I don't know what next surge is really going to push the card market back to where it was, and how many more people are going to dump like $60, $80, $150,000 into these cards that we keep making every year. I really don't see it. Maybe Eric might, but yeah.
He spent like 6 figures on Reggie Lemon alone.
I know.
Now they would have given it to him for $1, but it's like, no, take my money. Remember the kids? Well, Eric doesn't have the kids around. The kids are already frightened of him. They stay away from his lawn. So Eric has driven away the kids. So at this point, Eric has taken to throwing bags of money at adults. He just goes, "Arr!" It's like, I want the Reggie Lemonins. He just throws like 150 grand at them. Boom. Ow! Give him his goddamn cards, please.
We need a video of that English girl going into his store and saying 900 quid from MJ. Are you kidding? 900
Yeah,
quid.
that would be better. Yeah, that would at least bring it all together. And you could pick one of the one-hit wonders as the background song.
Oh yeah,
it would be great.
Which song?
Rock Me Amadeus. Rock Me Amadeus. I don't even care if it makes sense. It's better. Bring on Falco.
Credit card and
give me Falco.
Superstar and credit card are in there in the English language.
Give me Falco.
Yeah, Eric, we'll take Falco.
Get the Falco. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
This episode has made me miss my childhood. Yeah, we got very nostalgic. By the way, great job to the chat. Bob Jackson's been on it tonight. Matt McNeil's been on it tonight. Robert's been great. A lot of folks have contributed, so I want to thank everybody contributing. But by the way, we could have talked about something else if you guys want to. Like, I'm not forcing it on you. This is the way we went tonight.
We gravitate.
Everyone did great except Name. He sucked.
There you go. Zach says, Bobby, you don't love Atlanta. I got to call you out on that one. No, I got to agree with him. Like, the reality of it is that, Bobby, like, I appreciate your attempt at man of peace to Atlanta, but I don't feel you're man of peace to Like, I feel like you're falling well short of a man of peace standard as far as Atlanta's concerned.
I think it's the business model that bothers me, that people think that they're going to take the business to a new place, but it's the old boss meet the new boss. Same thing. Nothing's going to change.
Who?
The Who. Oh, the Who, yeah.
Has that lyric in one of their songs.
Yeah. We won't be fooled again.
Meet the new boss. Same
well,
as
it's Bubble O'Reilly. Sorry, my mistake.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
But everyone calls it Won't Be Fooled Again.
That's on those
all the time, right?
At this point, when it comes to the hoop, basically what you run into is it's like, which CSI is that one?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Because they had a run where they were basically using the Who as the theme song for multiple CSIs. It was like, so which one is that one? CSI New York. They had, I think the CSI Miami had one.
I think they have CSI Atlanta now.
They've had a couple. They've got a bunch now.
Just kidding.
But I'll tell you one thing that amused me. Law and Order has been around forever, 150 million, and they've got a ton of spinoffs.
I've never seen an episode,
but they've had a ton of spinoffs. Did you know there is a Law and Order? I guess Toronto. Like, I don't know. They got a Canadian one now.
May as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, really?
Never.
Okay,
seen.
look, whatever, fine.
I stopped watching that.
I know that there's like that whole boom boom. That's all
Yeah.
I know about the show.
That's it. Gong gong. Yep, done.
Yeah, Law and Order Toronto, Criminal Intent. So it's Law and Order Toronto, Criminal Intent. It's got to have the subheading too.
Yeah, Bobby, I was gonna let your very simple mistake go, but Bob Jackson's gonna call you on it. So
Okay.
Completing two songs.
I was gonna just let it go.
What was it? I did miss it.
Won't Get Fooled Again and Baba O'Reilly are two different songs. So Baba is the Teenage Wasteland one that gets mischaracterized.
Yeah, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah.
Okay,
No
problem.
it's almost midnight. It was like, so what? Let it go.
We did we had the same issue.
I ain't letting shit go.
Yeah, but listen, Bob Jackson's on it tonight. But I'll tell you this: the one. So we talked about the whole St. Elmo's Fire thing. So if you take the song and actually look it up properly, it's St. Elmo's Fire, but in brackets, it's Man in Motion.
Man in Motion.
So if you ask somebody like, "Oh, it's the Man in Motion song," by the way, here's a quick trivia thing. So the song was obviously used in the soundtrack for the film St. Elmo's Fire. And obviously there is a line of St. Elmo's Fire in it, but then there's more about the Man in Motion. That's part of it as well. What is the Man in Motion referring to? Here's your trivia question. What is the Man in Motion referring to? What originally in that song? It's still included in the lyrics, but what was it referring to originally? Your hint is what's his name? God. We're at the time of night where I'm forgetting stuff.
Well, we're hitting some stuff that takes a little recall.
Yeah, you got to do a little recall.
It's not current.
Terry Fox. Your hint is Terry Fox. It's not about Terry Fox, but your hint is Terry Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what Terry Fox did.
Yes.
He ran.
And now think Man in Motion. You got to think about that one. There is a connection here, but you got to think about that one.
You know what Terry Fox could do now with technology and what he did with.
I don't think the technology is any further with the leg that he would have, because his was pretty high up too, right?
But the technology today,
they got one that gives
carbon fiber.
It would make his life easier on the running portion of it. There's a better version of that now.
I mean, he wouldn't have gotten all the sores. He wouldn't have had that limp. He really, because he didn't make it. But his attempt was incredible. He would have made it.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. So, anybody got the Man in Motion thing here?
I have no idea.
Well, what did Terry Fox do? What specifically was he doing?
Skydiving.
He ran. He did a run for cancer. As somebody who was disabled, he did a thing.
Yep.
Now imagine if you had something like that, like say a Man in Motion tour, something like that. Similarly, say you were in a wheelchair and did a similar kind of thing. So that was Rick Hansen. So Rick Hansen was the Man in Motion. Yes. So that was in the 80s as well. That's why I gave you the Terry Fox Fox was a hint. It wasn't about Terry Fox.
No,
but Rick Hansen had a Man in Motion tour where he was on his wheelchair and he basically traveled around and collected money for charity. So it was talking about Man in Motion.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's funny sometimes where a song winds up in a certain place, but then we could use it for this movie. All right, put St. Elmo's Fire in there. Now it's St. Elmo's Fire.
The worst part about songs is when you remember and then you read the lyrics and you go, shit, I've been saying the wrong thing for the longest time.
Oh God, yeah.
If I had a rocking lawn chair instead of if I had a rocket launcher. Anyways, there's a lot of different ones that I've screwed up pretty bad. So.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Kiss the sky, yeah.
Kiss this guy.
Yeah. Jimmy.
I had no idea he was so progressive for his time.
Yeah. It wasn't.
So So the so specific I got here. So they were trying to write the song for the film, but he was struggling with inspiration. So they showed a news clip about Rick Hansen, and that's how that's how I stuck the Man in Motion thing in there. So he helped indirectly with it. Like it wasn't supposed to be about Rick Hansen, but it's like, oh, this
Okay.
Man in Motion, yes, and then just went on from there. So there you go. Little did you know it helped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like writing parts is like they fit vaguely with the film, and it's mostly talking about Man in Motion. So it's like, okay. And so if you listen to the lyrics, then all of a sudden it's like, what the hell does this have to do with St. Elmo's fire? What is this? What this? Never mind.
A lot
Where's
of
the Man in
songs are
Motion?
actually hard to understand, even if you've seen the lyrics. Some get very artsy, very deep, very methodical, and it's like, yeah, I didn't get that out of the song. I'd rather not think about it. I'll just sing the lyrics the way I think they are, and I just like to hear the melody in the chorus, and I'm good.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Because there's that, well, there's a few songs. Yeah, Cranberries. Yeah, they sang her song about the Irish and how things went down. And then what was that other band that redid it? It did a great job.
Guns and their bombs and their guns.
Yeah, and then it was redone by.
Yeah, that's the Cranberries.
Yeah,
it was redone though by.
Mhm.
I had the metal band that did it.
Oh, that was the more recent one. That was
Yes.
the something Wolves.
Wolves,
The name.
yeah, the Dark Wolves.
There's a name that involves wolves.
Bad
But
Wolves.
Here you go. So Bob
Bad
Jackson's literally on the same. We forget what the first word is. We know it's wolves. We're
Bad
all on the
Wolves,
same page.
yeah.
We know it's wolves. So, but apparently they were going to do it with Dolores. That's what
Yes.
happened. Is that they were going to do it with Dolores, but she passed away beforehand, and they continue. They did it anyway as a tribute.
On her way, I think she died somewhere there. I don't know
Yeah,
what happened.
there was
but
an
anyway,
issue where she wasn't able to do it with them, and they wanted to do it with her.
But that
but,
zombie
obviously
when
that
they
was
hit it
just-
with the guitar, and it was just like, wow, they brought that.
I think it was a
song.
good. I think it was a good cover. I think it did a very good job. I think
One of the very few. It's sort of like we were talking about the other Leonard Skinner song. Another good cover. It's just like, wow. And Sound of Silence by that other metal guy.
Disturbed.
Disturbed. Yeah. So
Mhm.
those bands, there's only a few that can really do it, and those three I think stand out quite well. I've seen other bands try to redo stuff, and it just no, it doesn't work.
and like Heart doing Stairway to Heaven.
That
Incredible.
one sucked. But anyways, yeah.
It did not suck. It was awesome.
Johnny Cash did Hurt. That was the one I was trying to think of earlier tonight.
Yes.
Johnny
Yeah,
Cash
that
did
was
Hurt
Nine Inch
by
Nails or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Johnny Cash did it, and he did an excellent job in it. And a lot of people really love his version because he did an excellent
I
job.
don't think it was like, honestly, it was more of a sympathetic, emotional song.
He did it in a different context.
More
It was a
than-
different context.
It was a different context, but it wasn't. It was just. It was sympathetic about him. It was the old Johnny Cash and how they looked back on when he was young and vibrant, and him being old.
I think the video. I think that's one though where the
That's-
video complements it very well. And
it
if you
does.
combine the video with it, I think it's more impactful as a package.
That's what it was meant to do. Yeah.
And I
Otherwise, a song on its own, no.
June died either just before the video came out or just after the
before.
video came
After
out.
she was in the video. She was in the video as cameo.
Right. But I said
Yeah.
comes out, not made.
Oh yeah.
So when the video came out, either she had just passed
She had
or
died.
she passed shortly after.
Yep.
So when they're looking at each other with these loving looks, and I mean, it was like in his singing, it could bring a tear to a glass eye at the time because June had passed.
Yeah.
And it was like almost, I don't know. That was very moving because we're a big Johnny Cash family here.
Mhm.
My dad, huge. That's what I was raised on. I listen to Johnny Cash all the time still, and that song, that video, especially if you're watching the video.
Video, I think, is key to that one.
Yeah, the song's incredible, but the video and the song together, that'll bring a tear to a glass eye.
Mhm.
No, I just poured my heart out. Okay, not my hat, my heart.
Ooh.
And this guy quickly takes the opportunity to be a smartass and try to hurt me.
So again, we're back to hurting.
Yes, see how I did that?
Yep.
Tries to hurt me
Well,
Just
you got to
like-
understand, name hurt you today to see if you still feel.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. He's just
You heard the
he's
song.
the worst. He
Pinprick.
is the worst.
Just to
I
make sure
tried
it's correct.
telling you people
Mhm,
every
mhm.
week how bad of a human being he is. No one listens. Everyone, oh, name's great, name's great. He's the worst. Do you know how much paperwork he's gonna have to do to get into heaven? It's gonna be years.
Or counterpoint, he's like, I spent a lot of my lifetime making fun of Eric. Oh, fuck that guy. You're in.
Wasn't that song? If you want to get to heaven, you got to get through a little hell. Anyways, yeah.
I know. So one more quick fun
One
trivia
hit wonder.
note. Is this a one hit wonder? I'm about to talk about one hit wonder as well. So do you guys remember Maniac?
Oh yeah, from the movie.
So this is, from the Flashdance film, right?
Flashdance, yeah.
Yeah. Now, to the surprise of no one,
That one pushed
again, if
that pushed that movie.
it did,
was
it did.
good,
But here's
but
the
it
funny
brought
part. So this one, the song is honestly way better than the film. Way better.
Oh, God,
Infinitely
yeah.
better.
In
Infinitely better.
hindsight, yes, I think the song made the movie better.
It's the best you could do out of it. However,
movie
the best
sucked.
part about it, though, by the way, to the shock of no one, the original idea of the song had nothing to do with what Flashdance was. It was supposed to be a song about a serial killer.
Yeah.
The song is called Maniac. So there's like an alternate version of the lyrics, which again is that one hit wonder video essay series. I will include, if I remember, I'll include a link to a couple of them in the description for y'all. If you want to check it out, you can go down that rabbit hole. It's fun because it's fun getting the background, the context on some of these. And by the way, they also explore the career of some of the musicians, so you can check out some of the other stuff they did. He also was, by the way, if you want to have some fun, go and Google. It's Michael Cimbello. The funny thing about Maniac, by the way, is one hit wonders ago. Nobody actually remembers who did it.
No.
Nobody actually understands who this guy is, who this dude is.
Nope.
Now, what's funny is he was a session player for Stevie Wonder, and actually a pretty good guitar player. Like, he obviously worked with Stevie Wonder, and he did great work for him. This was his one big breakthrough hit, but nobody knows it's his. Like, literally, it's like, oh yeah, I remember the Maniac song, but then literally nobody knows who he is or know what he looked like because he wasn't really featured in the video. You feature, whatever her name is in Flashdance.
Jennifer Beal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you put her in the video because people want to see her. They don't want to know. They don't want to see this guy. Something like that. But the point is, you put her clips in the music video. You're not paying attention to this dude. But what happened is he also had another song that was not a hit. It was called Automatic Man, but the music video is jokes.
Really?
Hilarious.
Hmm.
So unintentionally very amusing. Very amusing. But again, you get this from a video essay talking about his entire career and also talking about the one hit. But it's fun having the whole version of it. It's kind of cool learning about the rest of it.
Yeah, but the funny part is even though it's sort of like artwork, I guess we take what we take from the song, even though the particular meaning is this, it's how you feel or read it. And I think that's what happens with a lot of songs is we get our own meaning out of it. Or the music brings us to a brighter level, even though it's about a maniac or some serial killer or whatever. We still kind of go with it,
Yeah. Well, in this case, though, he had to
music,
tweak some of
right?
the lyrics, obviously, because the original version of the lyrics was very more clearly about a serial killer. Whereas opposed to in this case, they said a maniac on the floor. Yes, it's about dancing. Yes, dancing.
Maybe
Not
the
murdering,
maniac is
dancing.
dead
Not
on the
a
floor.
maniac at my door. That sounds more serial killer.
That's
Well,
coming-
the thing
that's
is, I
coming
think
soon, tomorrow.
if the name is the specific escapes me, but I want to say that in the original lyric, it was something about nailing a cat to a door. It's about basically murdering animals and murdering people, and like it's way more violent. The original version of the lyrics that was not in the Flashdance version.
No, that's why she's running so much.
Yes, she's running in terror and fleeing.
It's amazing how you can really go back to that time period when that movie did come out, and when she was doing that, that was sort of like something spectacular. But it was just like her running on the spot. It just seemed like, okay, that's fine. But what we have now with people and all the things people can do, it's just like, it's nothing. For what once was is not up to date.
Yep.
So,
Eric's version of Hurt is about his love of mayo. The spoon creates a hole, the old familiar scent. Try not to eat it all, but I devour everything. It's poetic.
No, it's not.
It really is.
Gross.
well, the pinprick was, I think they were talking about heroin, but
Yes.
I think Johnny Cash
In the original, yes.
was more about insulin because he was diabetic. It was
Yeah, but he was also a drug addict.
Earlier on, yes.
Yeah, he was a pill popper.
That's not pinprick, but anyways, I don't think he did heroin or whatever, but I know he was into pills and alcohol, and
Yeah.
But I think the pinprick really referred to his insulin.
But that song wasn't written about him. The 9 Inch Nails wrote that song.
Yeah, but if somebody else sings it, it's their meaning they bring to it, right?
Yeah, it worked. Look, I think the reality is it worked well for him because he was able to adjust the context to fit, and then the video did an even better job giving even more context with videos and things. So I think the video. That's why I say I think as a package, you really need the video to really sell what he's trying to work with. He does a very good job, but then add the video to it, and it enhances the whole presentation. You get all the rest of it. You get
see how we
his
got
wife being
meanings out of the same.
Yeah.
Thing,
and you get his wife there as part of it, so that adds a piece. And then if you had the context of knowing, I'll give you another example of this: how the video can work or kind of trick you a little bit or mess around with what the meaning is behind something. Eric Clapton had "Tears in Heaven." That was a song he did.
Right.
So, but if you watch the music video, you see Eric Clapton and he's there playing and he's all sad and everything. But then you're seeing clips from this movie that no one watched because no one gives a crap about this movie. But it was part of a soundtrack for the movie. So you're seeing these clips, which out of context don't make any sense. But the song was about his 4-year-old son who died. So it's a completely different, the song is about a completely different thing that has nothing to do with this film. You're still able to use it because it's about sadness, but you don't understand. But when you know the context, then the video is completely disconnected. It's weird compared to what the meaning is of the song.
That happens a lot. Like I think Bonnie Tyler sang, what was it, Bright Eyes. What was up with that? You just sat there and we didn't even know back in that time period. We were looking at it going, so what's this mean? It was just a weird song and a weird video. The video was weird. Yeah. That other one where they're running through their cartoons, they turn into cartoons. And what is that song?
Is it the Paul Abdul Opposites track? No. Or are you talking about Aha, Take on Me?
Take on Me, yes.
Yeah.
That one is just, okay. Yeah, I see you're running and pulling.
But at the time, it was innovative, though. At the time, what worked with that one is it was innovative because nobody had done that, and it was very interesting.
It was cool, stupid.
Yeah, if you're doing something new that no one's really done, you get points for you tried something very different.
Sledgehammer,
and it's the first time it's been tried this way, and later on, our technology will improve. We'll be able to do different things. But what's funny, the irony, is that as time went on. They stopped trying to do interesting things with the videos. They kind of just went with like band shot, portrayal, band shot portrayal, band shot portrayal, band shot portrayal. And it's like it became this formulaic, like it's like so basically this video is like the band's gonna play, maybe somebody's acting out a scene, the band plays, scene, band, and it's like that's all we're gonna do. We're not gonna try anything.
One video
you can have an animated mascot running the screen or something, like I don't even know. You can try
here's a horrible video. I think it was called White Lion When Children Cry. I think it is, or something like that. And their video just doesn't match any part of the song, but they could have made it so good because the song is really great. But if you watch the video, it takes you out of the song a little bit. So, anyways, it'd be very. I don't know if you know that song. No, yes, no.
I have to think about that one. I have to think about it.
That was not jumping out at me.
Yeah. It was very ballady 80s one hit wonder again. There you go, White Lion.
There's been a lot of them,
yeah. When the children cry. I don't know. We'll go back.
So for the record, I am appreciating. Look, Bob Jackson may not have liked his teacher in this class, but I must say it has been very helpful to have Bob Jackson bringing in certain pieces of some of these components of. Look, at least the education wasn't wasted. Yes. At least you got something out of the class. So if nothing else, Bob Jackson, at least it's been very helpful tonight. So I want to thank everybody in the chat. It's actually been a lot of fun randomly. We ended up in a very weird place tonight. I really wasn't sure. I knew we'd get there. I knew we'd get there, but so I'm gonna finish on this thought. I want to finish on this thought here. For the record, I was listening to a Stacking Slabs episode where he was chatting with Iowa Dave. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Iowa Dave, who has done a component of it. He's done a podcast. So the point is he started a podcast a while back, and it was promoted by the Sports Car Therapist before he vanished. So anyway, but the point is, one of the things he did was he did this whole compilation of different hobby podcasts. He did an article and a story about hobby podcasts. And in reality, he was listening to the same hobby podcast over and over again. So I don't know if his conclusions were very useful, because I actually think you need to expand beyond multiple episodes of the same auction watch-alongs, which is not real content. But the point, it's not.
Yes.
Yeah, but multiple of them. So anyway,
you did 4 hours, 8 minutes. Yeah, you did. I'm proud of you. Good for you.
Eric, I'm always here. Always here. So let me finish what I'm doing. So my point is, he did this stuff, whatever. The point is, they were talking about hobby content. So I want to finish on this point. This is the closing thought on this. The reason why I brought it up is that one of the things he said that because he basically was asked, having watched all this kind of hobby content and all that, what do you like in hobby content? What do you want to see? One of the first things he says is, if you're, about sports cars or whatever, don't talk about other things. Don't talk about sports and don't talk about this other thing. And it's like, how much sports cars did we talk about tonight, Eric?
The funny thing,
on a percentage basis, how much sports cars did we get in over 4 hours?
Not everybody collects sports cards, but everybody has listened to music.
Sure.
And have seen movies.
The point, though, Bobby, is that if we're never going to do a live stream that is anywhere near that length, talking about nothing else but sports cards, there is other things that are interesting. Other things that people want. We had a much more fun time being nostalgic for the evening. We started off with Socrates. So we did have, and by the way, they were really cool. The Walt Disney card was cool. Socrates card was cool. Yeah. I showed off a couple cards that came in. This is all good.
PSA,
there's more to life.
Change.
Yeah, we touched on it, but that's what I said. But there's more to
Atlanta,
life.
we went there. Again.
Sure, absolutely. But the point is, there's more to life, and there's more stuff that's interesting. And by the way, who's to say next week we won't talk about cards way more? But it depends. It depends on what's going on. It depends on what's interesting. It depends on what's worth discussing.
Yeah.
But I thought it was funny because I literally had just listened to it yesterday, and I found it amusing. And then go and follow up with a live stream where it barely touched on cards at all.
Well, it's called Because I'm Carlos. It's not called Sports Card Live. It's not called any of those other things.
Oh, that's a ridiculous name. Who would call something like that?
I don't know.
I can't even imagine. A channel like that would last like an hour. Like who would watch that shit? Anyway, White Line, When Children Cry, and Beatles are considered great due to their innovation in terms of recording. Interesting.
Same thing with the Beach Boys.
I think it's fair. It's a very specific. I think they were very specific era, and I think it worked for them. There are people who can still enjoy it, but I don't think a lot of it holds up for me. It's not something I'd be interested in, but if you like it, you like it. I'm not going to knock it. Music is, so just to be clear, music is subjective. I'm never going to tell anybody, oh, well, this. Well, except Eric, I'll tell him his band sucks. But everybody else, no, you like whatever you like. It's fine. It's cool.
But there's things that have reached the top charts and stayed there a long time. Sure. It's a popular song and it's a little bit more better.
That's objective, though, Bobby. If something's the number one hit, you can say that objectively. But if somebody likes a band or likes a song or whatever, I can't tell you that you not liking it is legit. No, you like it. That's what you like. I can't say no. You're right.
Yep. It might not be my, but it seems though that millions and millions and millions of people do. I don't understand it, but
yeah, I'm not in the business of telling somebody that their feeling about their feeling is wrong. So, like, it'd be a waste of my time. If that's the way you feel about it, you like it or don't like it, hey, fair enough. That's fine.
That's why Elizabeth Zoltoff has a business that does really well, and it is a business. But I don't think
Bob Jackson on Instagram. That's valid. Taylor Swift is the audio equivalent of a bologna sandwich.
So somebody name one of her songs, or two, or three.
What, Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
I will give you one. Top outselling, like concert. I'm going to give you one that is not one of her biggest hits, but I actually do like it quite a bit. But I'll explain why. There's a song called Coney Island. Okay. She actually does a song with a band called The National, who I like quite a bit. And it was weird because apparently she's a fan of The National and had reached out, and they actually ended up collaborating on a couple of songs, but one of them is called Coney Island. It is technically a Taylor Swift song, but it also has with the band The National. So it's a very different, and I like it personally because I like The National, but then I think she fits in very well with that song, but it is technically her song. So that song's not going to be one of her number one hits, but I like it. I think it's good.
But she'll go down in history as being the most popular, but I can't say that her songs are popular because nobody can really name them. And they're
I think if you get the Swifties, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can name
that's a different deal. Yeah, it's like somebody talking about like I don't know, let's just say Kiss, or someone that they'll say rhyme off every song that we only know like 5 or 6 good Kiss songs, and somebody knows them all.
Kiss was like Mambo number 6, right? Kiss was Mambo number 6.
Or the Sunshine song.
Okay, I remember Kiss's big hit. I like big butts and I cannot lie. I think that was one of those, right?
What's that?
I'm saying one of Kiss's biggest songs. I like big butts and I cannot lie. That was one of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was probably Gene Simmons who sang that one.
I think so.
Yeah, that might have been that. Can't remember. The name it escapes me. Like I forget.
Yeah, it's an
they did Ice Ice Baby, right? They did Ice Ice Baby. That was one of theirs.
Yeah.
I'm getting that headache again.
All right, folks.
See, we didn't really get into the rap, so that's interesting. A little.
We never touched on it. We could have gone down that rabbit hole. Let's not.
Nah, it's not much.
Informer by Snow is enough.
That's good.
That's enough.
He was Canadian too.
Speaking of, I dare to give me the lyrics.
It's really funny when people listen to that and you see some reactions on that. They love it. Like the new kids love it, the song, but they don't have a freaking idea what the word is. Because he says born and raised in Etobicoke, and they think, was that Indiana? What was it?
Listen, that heavy Etobicoke accent is hard to decipher, man.
Yeah,
it's like the main streets of Etobicoke. It's hard to decipher that accent, my man. It's tough.
Yeah,
that's not a real place.
He's got a great story.
Let me tell you. All right, that's it.
That's it.
Listen, Eric, your entire state is not a real place. You're not even real.
States.
You're AI. You're AI.
Mm-hmm.
You live in it, so deal with it. Accept it.
State
born and raised in Etobicoke.
Somewhere in New England.
Have you considered that you live in a state that sucks and Boston Red Sox sucked until you denounced them? Have you considered there's a common element? Have you considered that maybe you bring the suck?
It's been brought to my attention that it's a possibility.
I feel like it's a weird
sucky.
It's a very strange coincidence that there seems to be an association. There's a common element here. I'm just throwing that out there. Some food for thought, everybody. I want to thank Bobby from the Garage of Knowledge. We've had quite the thing tonight. He gave us a breakdown of Toronto Maple Leafs on why the fandom is not a good idea. He gave us a breakdown on it. We had that. We had a great music conversation tonight, apparently. Tonight was the night for a thorough music. Some nostalgia. Tonight was a nostalgia night, I guess. We'll figure out something for the next couple of episodes.
Next week,
it'll be fun.
2 hit wonders. Yeah.
Maybe that'll be the plan. I don't know. We'll figure it out. By the way, we'll figure out some of the ones we couldn't remember, so probably we'll come up with that.
As soon as you click off.
Yeah, no, listen, there's a couple, I guarantee you it'll come to me immediately. I'll be like, yes, that one. Of course, that's what I was thinking of. And then it'll come to me later. You can send all your hate mail to Sanderson or on Instagram. He takes all the hate mail. It's all him. He's got it. He'll respond to you. It'll be good. And you can all congratulate him on the Boston Bruins' successful season. Another successful season. Great job. Send him messages of congratulations to his Instagram. I think that'll be really good. We got that.
Join the Leafs on the golf
celebratory course. Jars of mayo. Woo! For everybody.
Here comes that headache.
Episode 188, the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. At some point, we'll figure it out. Not tonight. Have yourselves a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.
Ciao.